And I'll also like to point out that the January month is probably the strongest in Las Vegas for conventions. We had the Consumer Electronics Show. So if we have the numbers low for the month of January, they'll probably be lower or worse going forward.
Can I ask how long have you owned the property?
We bought it on December 29th, just little over one month, 1.5 months.
Oh, so that's why you don't have any operating income and operating.
Yeah.
Did you were provided income and expense information from the seller
We did not provide. I have it in front with me right now.
when you bought it? You got in from,
They did provide it to us, yes.
and did you provide that to the assessor?
I do not believe so, no.
No, we requested it and it was not provided to us.
I think the notices went to the old address in San Francisco, and we just got them later after.
As a board, we've typically given a lot of weight to the sales price if it's recent. This is about as fresh as you can get. I don't see how we go from, the 4.8 million to 1.5 million. They're at 1.9 million, which is probably too low in the first place. So,
Let me ask one question.
yeah, I'm not seeing it.
Did you pay cash for this, or did you have an appraisal done?
We had an appraisal done. We paid part cash, down payment, and we have a loan, mortgage on it.
What was the appraisal?
Appraisal was 3 million for the 2.9 million for the land, and the remaining for the rooms and the personal property.
Okay. Okay, Mr. DeFederico, go ahead.
I would make a motion that we deny the appellant and accept the assessor's it's a recommendation, right? Yeah, recommended value of $1,928,666 with the most consideration given to the fact they just paid $4.8 million for it.
It's just holding the role that they had, which was a 20% reduction from last year.
Yep.
So, okay. Unless anyone has anything else, you heard the motion, please vote. Motion carries to hold the value at the $1,928,666 that the assessor has on it for this year. You do have the right to appeal that to the state board, and as I indicated, the forms are in the back. Okay, good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so going back to the agenda now, Mr. Scott, the first one I see is on page 3, 1105. Is that what you show?
That's correct.
Okay, that's Potlatch Forest Products Corporation. I'm sorry? 1105. Okay, and the next, well, actually, this looks like the only one. This is a notice of appearance.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
Subject property.
Hold on, let me have the appellant to put his name and address on the record.
Good morning. My name is Jonathan Hart with Ryan LLC. And my address is 2800 Post Oak Boulevard, Houston, Texas.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Scott?
Good morning. The subject property is parcel number 139-11-101-010. Address is 3901 Donna Street. Owner of record is Potlatch Forest Products Corporation. And this is a notice of appearance because there was an issue with the letter of authorization. So we are deferring to the board as to whether jurisdiction on the appeal should be accepted.
Okay, so I'm going to handle this a little different. Can you tell us what the issue was with the authorization letter, please? And then I'll ask Mr. Hart to address the issue. So, Mr. Scott, are you going to?
If I could refer you to page 3249, we'll start with the appeal form. On 3250, you'll see the under the petitioner signature, it's signed by Jonathan Hart, who's the tax agent. And on page 3251, we have a statement of agency, and it's signed by someone declaring that they're an officer or an owner or employee of Clearwater Paper Corporation. And the owner of record, again, is Potlatch Forest Products Corporation. So we did not see the connection between the two companies. If I could refer you to page 3262, I'd like to go over the changes to the law that occurred.
Thank you.
Now, these are the existing statutes that have not changed, starting with 361, 340. The appeal deadline is January 15. NRS 361, 362.
And they were okay with 361.3 at 4.0?
Correct. They were
Okay.
timely in filing the appeal form.
Okay.
Then NRS 361, 362 states that they have 48 hours to provide the written authorization, and that part of the law has not changed. Now, if the end of the 48 hours falls on a weekend or a holiday, will allow up to 2 business days. So this year, the deadline for the agency letter was January 20.
And have they met that requirement?
They did provide a letter of authorization within the 48 hours, but we didn't see the connection between Clearwater Paper Corporation and Potlatch Products. So that takes us to what did change in the law. On page 3265, you'll find a copy of Assembly Bill number 452. If I take you down to section 1, there was a change in the definition of owner. It used to be only the owner of record would be authorized to file an appeal or sign a letter of authorization, but that has been expanded to include a person who owns or controls taxable property or possesses in its entirety taxable property. Moving on to page 3266. In section 2 of the law, it says the written authorization may be signed by the owner, and it also may be signed by an employee of the owner or an affiliate of the owner who is acting within the scope of his or her employment. And then section 3, subsection 3, if there is an objection to a written authorization, the assessor must send a written notice by certified mail or email, and then the petitioner has 5 business days to answer the objection. So the issue with this appeal is that we did email an objection, and we did not get a response within the 5 business days.
Okay. And again, the objection is that the owner of record is Potlatch, and the person signing the authorization was from Clearwater? Is that what it was?
That's correct. And in the objection, we asked them to provide the link, and that's on page 3256.
32. Okay. Mr. Hart.
Okay, thank you. And we have no dispute with the facts that were presented there, but just to give you a little background on the situation, we represent Clearwater nationwide, all their facilities, and this year there was some turnover in their tax department staff where our normal contact that signs authorizations and things of that nature unexpectedly left the company after they actually told us to go ahead and prepare the appeal. So when we received the request to follow up with additional authorizations, we were unable to get a hold of that contact after numerous times, and recently the new head of this area reached out to us because they received a copy as well of the notice from the county, and they were actually able to get us just now an updated authorization form, and it is in the name of Clearwater. And actually, I'll put this here. Okay. This is the updated form there. There's the first page.
Hold on a second. We got to zoom in on it. Whoop.
And then on the
you
back,
can
we
turn
have
it.
the signatures from their Vice President of Tax and Treasury, And we've represented Clearwater in Clark County since tax year 2014 and have worked with the county on a few other issues, namely on personal property issues. So wanted to show you that there. Secondly, the issue with the owner name still being in Potlatch Corporation's name. Potlatch, many years ago, divested their entire division that does consumer products, tissue manufacturing, things like that, to Clearwater Paper. So I just wanted to show here. This is a news release dated, I believe it was 2008 or 2009, 2008, December of 2008, discussing the divestiture of this division. And also have an excerpt from Clearwater's. This is their most recent 10K, the front page for your reference, and then this is page 23, or sorry, page 17, and it's a list of their properties, and they have the Las Vegas, Nevada properties on here, and this is a facility that's been owned and operated by Clearwater Paper for many years. It looks like it's just an issue where the owner of record name hasn't been updated properly.
Okay.
So along with that and with the new updated agent authorization form, the taxpayer requested that we appear here today before you and request that due to the special circumstances of their staff turnover, that the case be slated for a hearing on the merits.
Okay. Those pieces of paper that you just showed, can we put those into the evidence for this? Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Widener wants to look at that. Okay. Mr. Scott, do you have any follow-up or anything?
Yes, Madam Chair. We appreciate that Mr. Hart is bringing this information forward today. However, I'd just like to point out that pursuant to the law, it should have been provided within 5 business days. And also, I'd like to add he's providing a brand new letter of authorization. Letter of authorization has to be provided within 48 hours.
Yeah. I agree, and I think what this pointed out is that Clearwater has some housekeeping they have to do to get the name on record of this property changed to reflect the correct ownership. And that probably should have been done a while ago. So even if it's going to the same address, it's, if the tax bills are going to, if they're going to a corporate address or anything, it's going to the wrong name. So I would suggest that the appropriate documents be filed with I guess it would be the recorder's office to change the name. Then that would get reflected on the assessor's roll, the tax roll, and it wouldn't be an issue. But I think as far as I can see, there's nothing to give us anything to grant that this be heard this year. So that would be my motion, is to deny I guess it would be to deny the petition, Mr. Scott? Or yeah.
The vote would be that you would vote to not take jurisdiction on the appeal.
Thank you. Does anybody have any other comments or questions? If not, please vote. Motion carries to deny the jurisdiction. So I would take care of that, and then next year you're okay. And can this go to Ms. Wittenberg for the record? Okay, thank you. Is that the only NOA we had, Mr. Scott?
I believe that's the only NOA that's here.
Okay, so the next case, now we do some valuations. 1273, and I probably could do, well, I don't know, we had 1273, 1274, and 1269 Mars Partners Limited. I don't know if these can all be heard together or if they have to be heard separately. Morning, gentlemen. Good morning. You can actually use both microphones, or you can stand together. It's up to you. If you feel like you want to share. Okay. So tell
We
me,
play well in the sandbox.
okay. Name and address for the record, please.
Andy Fink, 2000 West Marshall.
I'm sorry, the last name?
Fink, F-I-N-K.
Thank you.
Ronnie Beam, B-E-A-M, 2000 West Marshall, Grand Prairie. And we have not been sworn in. So.
I'm sorry?
We have not been sworn in.
Okay. Is there anybody else in the audience who has not been sworn in? Please stand, raise your right hand, and face the clerk, and she'll swear you in.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give during the course of this hearing, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Okay, so we have 3 cases here from Mars Partners. You're representing all 3 cases,
Yes.
gentlemen? Are there, is it Mr. Verheyen?
Yes, Verheyen. Tom Verheyen for the Clark County Assessor's Office.
Okay, I see you're the appraiser on 2 of them, and Mr. Bonesteel was the third. Are you handling all 3?
I'll be doing all 3 of the appeals, yes.
Okay. Are these to be heard separately?
Yes, they're separate issues and should be heard separately.
Okay, fine. So let's do 1273. So tell us the property on 1273, Mr. Verheyen.
All right, the case starts on page 3921 of the master book. The subject property is a 15.12 net acre vacant parcel with industrial park zoning. It's located in a small industrial park, approximately 1,100 feet from the off-ramp at Wagon Wheel and US 95 in Southeast Henderson, and the county recommends to hold the current taxable value.
Okay. Go ahead, gentlemen.
The sales that the assessor is using are, while the range is not really valid, there was a sale within the past year of a couple of parcels of land that have much more rail access within the same commercial area for less than the assessor's value. And that is included on
While you're looking for that, Mr. Verheyen, you're at $3 a foot?
That's correct.
Okay.
and the parcel attached, or the sale, was slightly lower than that, was at 293 a square foot. 83, excuse me, 283.
And do you have that in your information?
It's comp sale number 1 from the assessors.
Oh, okay.
It's literally right down the street from our property.
Okay.
So
Okay, you got something on the screen you want to
Yes.
show us? Okay, hold on.
this is the subject property right here.
Okay, hold on, let me make sure my board's got that. They have a screen going, Mr. Farr. Everyone got it? Okay, go ahead, sir.
So this is the subject property here. Mm-hmm. And the sales were right here.
Okay,
So can't get much closer than that.
okay. Okay, so what are you suggesting for value on this?
283 a square foot. Sorry, 283 a square foot.
Okay, versus the $3, okay.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Verheyen, what we got?
All right, the comparable sales worksheet can be found on page 3924. We have listed 5 comparable sales with similar zoning and characteristics in the Henderson submarket. The sales range from $283 per square foot and to $697 per square foot. Consideration was given to all comps with the most weight given to comparables 1 and 2 as they're located on the same street as the subject. However, the subject does have slightly closer freeway access. Based on the comparable sales, the county recommends to hold the current taxable value of $3 per square foot.
Okay.
So comp three is located up here, and this is the 697 a square foot compared to our property, which is down here.
That's why you have him standing there. He's your Vanna White, huh?
Trust me, he's better than Vanna White. This is this is comp 5. This is comp 5 over here, all the way, and our property is over here. So they're not extremely comparable.
Okay, let me turn this over to the board and see what they think. Members of the board. Jafar, you've been doing some work out in that general area?
Yeah, we just appraised the most recent sale up in the corner, and I've spoken with the owner, and he feels that he got a bargain on that property, that he paid less than market value for that. At this point, I'm inclined to concur with the assessors.
Okay. Yeah. Mr. Bowers, Mr. Coldwin, any thoughts? Mr. Coldwin, did you have it?
Yeah, to the assessor's office, the size of the sales, did you consider any adjustments for the size? Because I noticed that comparable sale 2 was only 3.5 acres. And we're comparing it to what, 15 gross acres?
That's correct.
Right.
We did consider size, but we did end up leaving that sale in the comparable sales grid because of its proximity to the property.
Yeah, I noted that sale 5 at 27 acres was 478, so I don't see any reason for a size adjustment. I'm just wondering if you considered it.
Well, on this particular case, we did not make any direct size adjustment, as you can see here. So,
Was the taxable value changed from last year? I can't find.
No, it has not.
It was the same. Okay. All right. Anybody? Anything else? Mr. Farr, do you want to make a motion?
Make a motion to concur with the assessor's value.
Based on the evidence provided?
Based on the evidence provided.
You heard the motion. Please vote. Motion carries to hold the value at the $3 a square foot. You do have the right to appeal that. The appellant is giving us some information. Thank you. Okay, next case is 1274, Mars Partner Limited. Let the record show the same two representatives for Mars Partner. And Mr. Verhane, what do we have on this one?
Case 1274 can be found starting on page 3943 of the master book. The subject property is an owner-occupied 366,800 square foot industrial warehouse distribution building situated on one 45.39 acre parcel with rail access. In this particular case, of the 45.39 acres, an estimated 8.2 acres is considered surplus land. The subject is located in Henderson, just south of Highway 95 near Wagon Wheel Drive. It's concrete tilt construction with 37-foot average ceiling height, built in 2005. We are recommending a reduction of the total taxable value to $21,350,168.
Okay. And Mr. Fink, you're aware of the recommended reduction to $21,350,000?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. Tell us what you've got.
From the comps that he's using from an income approach, on page 3950 are a combination of asking rent as well as published rent. Yes, while we would all like to get asking rent, that often does not happen. So we propose to go with actually published rent, which has been documented and is out there in publications, and as well as using the top five, the largest five of the rentable buildings in the assessor's schedule.
So what rent would that be?
We suggest a rent of 38 a square foot.
Which is what the average of the largest five of the assessors' comparables is.
Okay, go ahead. Is that the main thing you're going to put forward? Okay.
Yes, increased rent.
And so if you put the 38 cents in there, excuse me, Mr. DiFederico, if you put the 38 cents in there, I'm sure you did the math, what does the value come out to be?
19.8 and change.
Okay. Using everything else the same
Yes,
as what the
yes.
assessor had? Okay. Mr. DiFederico?
Well, my problem is that you're cutting it off at the top five, which are all in North Las Vegas, which has historically got lower rents, the lowest rents in the valley. And the next two are located at the airport submarket and at the, there was another one. And that one's at 68 cents. And then the next one I've got.
Which is 100%, and that 68 cents is 100% HVAC.
Okay. The next one is 200,000 square feet at 52 cents a square foot. And that's in the Southwest submarket, which is probably better than this submarket, but I don't see that you can limit yourself to the North Las Vegas submarket. That's kind of, I think every appraiser up here would make an adjustment for the North Las Vegas submarket, and 3 cents a square foot, I don't see that it would be different than that.
Okay, let's let Mr. Verheyen put the assessor's case on, and then we'll come back to your comment, Mr. DiFederico. Go ahead.
The cap summary is on page 3946. Because the building's owner occupied, no income and expense data was available, market data was relied upon. After reviewing comparable space available for lease throughout the Las Vegas market area, monthly market rent of 41 cents per square foot is indicated. Fourth quarter 2015 CoStar reports Henderson vacancy rates at 6%. Colliers reports 0.8% warehouse market C in that submarket. A rate of 6% was selected for the vacancy loss. 8% triple net expense rate was deducted, resulting in NOI of $1,560,667. Typical cap rates for similar properties reported by CoStar is 6.82% in the fourth quarter report and 7.1% by Colliers. In addition, PricewaterhouseCoopers fourth quarter indicates Pacific region warehouse sales ranging from 3.25 to 7%, with an average of 5.25. We selected a cap rate of 7.5, which is on the conservative side based on age, condition, and location of the property. The indicated value based on the income is $20,808,893, or $56.74 a foot. In addition, we added back in the surplus land of 360,850 square feet at $1.50 per foot for a surplus land value of $541,275. And after adding that back in, we come to a total value of $20,350,168, which is what the county is recommending.
While the market rents that the appraiser is using are entire rentable building, that is not what is available. So there is not one, but for the exception of the 214,000 square foot building on Annie Oakley, there is not one building here that is 100% leasable, from what we could tell. So
It must be rented in much smaller portions.
it's not a contiguous space. It's a much smaller subdivided space. So therefore, asking rents are much higher.
Madam Chair.
In addition, I'd like to also look at if you go to page 3947, we have unadjusted comparable sales. The unadjusted sales range from $41 to $83 per square foot, which does support the recommended value. And also on page 39, sales 1 and 2 are also have reported cap rates of 6.81, 7.435, and again, we're recommending a conservative cap rate at 7.5% for industrial properties.
Okay. All right, members of the board. Mr. DiFederico, you've already indicated on the rent.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't like taking the North Las Vegas stuff. But on the other hand, I also wouldn't use 41 cents. I wouldn't use an average. I would say 40, just because I'm not good enough to say 41. And using that, and then I would use 5% vacancy, 5% expenses. I bumped the cap to 775. I added the excess land, and I came up to 21,044,212. If I were to be looking at the property, that's how I'd be doing it. So that would be how my value. So I'm a little less than the assessor here.
And that's including the excess, the surplus land.
That's the surplus land at 50%.
Okay, and that comes out to probably still about $56 a square foot on the building? Gotta guess.
50, it says, because it's got the land in there, it's 57.37.
But just the building?
I'd have to go back then.
Sorry.
$55.90.
So $56.
Yep.
Other members of the board, what about from a dollar per square foot? Mr. Coldwin first?
Well, I wasn't going to talk about dollar per square foot. I was more concerned with the cap rate. These properties have more regional investment. I guess would say a buyer would be more interested in this property at a lower cap rate. A 7.5 cap rate, to me, seems to be pretty conservative. And I think you found that in your surveys that we've looked at a lot of these properties in town where I am, and we would think closer to a 7, 7.25.
Okay. Mr. Bowers, did you have something that you wanted to add?
Well, I was going to say, even if you don't get the reduction here today, it certainly appears like you're getting a break on that excess land at $1.50.
Yeah, we got that last year.
Yes.
Yeah, because the other parcel you were saying was you wanted it $3.87.
But it's surplus land of which nothing is being built on. So
Right.
it's not vacant land, it's just surplus land.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, so Mr. DiFederico, are you putting forward a motion to reduce or to hold the assessor's value since I can't do the math, but it's got to be like a 1% difference?
It is. It's less. It's 0.76. And
Okay.
I'm looking at this thing on a more per pound basis because it's a single tenant facility.
Yeah.
I don't think an investor would be looking at this as much as someone looking at it to go take it. So I just don't see that within 1%, I wouldn't argue with the assessor. And I'd make a recommendation. We accept the assessor's value. Reduction of $21,350,168 based on the information provided.
All right, unless anyone has anything else, you've heard the motion, please vote. Motion carries to accept the assessor's recommended reduction to $21,350,168, and you do have the right to appeal that to the state board. And the third case is 1269. Mars Partners Limited. Again, let the record show the same two representatives for the appellant. And Mr. Burhan, what do we have here?
The case starts in the master book, page 3893. The subject property is an owner-occupied 150,192 square foot industrial distribution warehouse building situated on 8.16 acres over 2 parcels. It's located in Henderson, just south of Highway 95, near Wagon Wheel Drive. It's a metal construction with 30-foot average ceiling height, built in 1991. And we're recommending a reduction of taxable value to $5,867,800, or $39.07 per square foot.
30 what? I'm sorry?
$39.07.
Okay. Gentlemen?
As Mr. Verheyen just mentioned, several published articles have put the vacancy at 10% in the area. So we would propose a value of 5.6, utilizing a 10% vacancy versus the 6 that he has proposed. And again, this is just from what he said in the previous case.
Okay. Did you say 10% vacancy in the previous case?
I did not.
I didn't think so.
Yeah, fourth quarter 2015 CoStar market vacancy was reported at 6%, and Colliers actually reported a 0.8% vacancy for warehouse in the fourth quarter.
Where are you getting the 10% from, gentlemen?
I must have misheard.
Yeah.
I apologize.
Okay, Mr. Verheyen, why don't you put your case on?
Again, the building is owner occupied, so we relied on market information. After reviewing comparable space available, we used a market rate of 32 cents. Again, vacancy at 6%, and we applied a 8% triple net basis deduction for expenses. We used a cap rate of 8.5 on this property due to the age, construction class, and deferred maintenance indicated by the owner of the property, which gives an indicated value of $5,867,800, or $39.07 a foot, which is the county's recommendation. There are unadjusted comparable sales on page 3897 and 3898. The sales price ranges from $33 to $60 per square foot, which does, again, support the recommended value.
Okay, members of the board? Mr. DiFederico, you have your microphone on.
Yeah. I think the problem was with the vacancy rate, and to go to 10 doesn't make any sense. Number one, it's single tenant. Number two, that's not our industrial market and hasn't been for a while. So I would make a recommendation. We deny the appellant, accept the assessor's information or recommended value based on the information provided.
Okay. And that's the $5,867,800, which is a reduction of over $1 million, if I'm reading that correctly. So, okay, you heard unless anyone has anything else, you've heard the motion. Please vote. Motion carries to accept the assessor's recommended value. You do have the right to appeal that one also. Thank you, gentlemen. Have a great day. Okay, next case is 1564 Fresh Investments, LLC. That's okay. I don't want you falling. The steps look like they're easy, but they're not paced for a human being to.
Yeah, and I got all this information.
Yeah. Okay, name and address for the record.
Sure, Wayne Tannenbaum, Pivotal Tax, 202 North Lindsay Drive, Suite 201, Mesa, Arizona, 85213.
Hey, Mr. Verheyen, this is you again.
Tom Verheyen for the Clark County Assessor's Office. The case starts on page 4650 of the master book. The subject property is located on Escondido Street, south of Sunset Road and east of Paradise in the airport submarket. It consists of an 118,336 square foot cold storage distribution facility built in 2007 and is situated on an 8.44 acre parcel.
And you're recommending a reduction?
And we are recommending a reduction to $11,262,637.
Okay. And you're aware of that, Mr. Tannenbaum?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
We do have 10 packets to pass out.
All right.
Fine.
Has the assessors, Mr. Verheyen, had a chance to look at that already?
I'm not sure. Of some of the evidence, yes, and we just put it in packet form.
Okay,
We did request information, nothing was provided.
okay. Thanks. Okay, go ahead.
All right, the assessor went over the basics of the property, but if you turn to page 3 of our packet, what's important to note is I called the Clark County Assessor's Office, and they explained this is a masonry building and how they look at it in a sense of a Class C building, and that's directly from Clark County. Now, I think that's important because we're talking about what type of building this is compared to our sales and the assessor's sales. If you turn to page 7, if you look at our sales, you'll notice a few things. Of course, that our sales, the price per square foot you'll have there, which is tremendously lower than the current subject value and also lower than the recommended value from the assessor. Also, what's important to take into account is, as you look at the square feet of our sales, the majority are much less than the subject, and of course, the board will take into account, hopefully, economies of scale. We're looking at the subject, which is 129,186 square feet. Only one of our sales is larger than that. On page 8, starting, is our sales in detail. For example, sale 1, which sold in 7/15 of 15, is a Class A service building, which sold for $41.91. The rest of our sales are given on the following pages.
Excuse me, can I ask you one question?
Sure.
These are the sales that you're suggesting? They're not the sales that the assessor
Well, we're
did?
suggesting, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And the sales follow on the following pages. On page 28, for example, the nearest comparable, which seems extremely close to the subject, built in 2003, again sold for $69.14 a square foot and was 100% leased at the time. It was, only 52,067 square feet. Again, taking into account economies of scale, the subject is 129,186 square feet. However, this comparable property sold again for $69.14. We're on for $112.66 a square foot currently. The following page, after page, let me just get the last page here.
Excuse me, I think you're on there for $95.18.
Is that what he's suggesting, or is that the value we're on currently?
That's the recommended value,
Yes, recommended value.
$95.18.
Correct. So recommended value, as you said, we're obviously, our comparables sold for obviously less than that, than even the recommended value. After page 32 in all our comparable sales, we did supply some for-lease properties similar to the subject. However, this is owner-occupied property. Not only is it owner-occupied, but given the size, over 129,000 square feet, and the type of property it is, looking at this, our market sales, we believe, represent the best way to look at this property, given, again, the type of use of the property, it is owner-occupied, and the size. So we looked at our for-lease comparables more as a secondary approach. We're really looking at our market sales.
So does the owner have a recommended value, or?
I wasn't aware that, I thought I was aware that we're not necessarily supposed to give
You notice
value.
how
I think
phrased the
it's more
question?
if you add up the market sales and get an average of per square foot what they sold for, that would be our recommended value.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Verheyen, what do you got?
If you can please refer to 4653 of the master book for the capitalization summary. Again, it is owner occupied, so we looked at market data. I selected a monthly rent of 75 cents per square foot. Both Colliers and CoStar report a market rent of 67 cents per foot for distribution space in the airport submarket. I did use a slightly higher rent to account for the added value of cold storage versus the distribution. In addition, there's not a lot of cold storage space for lease, but I was able to find one reported in-place rent of 78 cents per square foot, which indicates to me that the expected market rate of 75 cents is reasonable. And I applied a 6% vacancy loss for the property and deducted 10% expenses on a triple net basis, which is slightly higher, but we did increase the expenses for the potential added expense of the cold storage facility. And typical cap rates for industrial properties, again, by CoStar, 6.82, Collier, 7.1, and Price Waterhouse, again, ranging from 3.25 to 7, with an average of 5.25. We used a cap rate of 8 to account for the limited market or limited buyer pool of potential cold storage users. And the indicated value based on the income approach, $11,262,637, or $95.18 per square foot. I've also included unadjusted comparable sales of cold storage facilities in the Las Vegas market over the last 5 years. Those can be found on page 4654. These are all cold storage facilities, and the sales range from $56 to $115 a foot. However, if you look at the sales 3 and 4 are buildings that are over 30 years old, and maybe a little, and represent the lower end of the range. Based on that, it appears that the sales of cold storage facilities over the past 5 years do support the recommended value of $95 a foot. In regards to what the petitioners provided, we did go over some of this information. However, none of the sales that were provided, none of the information have any cold storage components to them whatsoever.
Mr. Farr?
How much of this building is cold storage?
I felt that question was coming, and to be honest, the fact we don't know means that it's far less from what all our experience of our clients than we even assume. Unfortunately, we don't know. I know that the majority, or more than the majority of the time, we have a vast majority of cold storage. The client will give us that information. I do not have that information. So I don't know if the assessor knows what percentage is cold storage.
Mr. Verheyen, do you know?
We did request that information from the petitioner. It was not provided. I have spoken with the owner of this property in the past, and again, he did not give exact square footage, but he said the predominant portion of the building has cold storage capability, and there is an office build out and also some distribution, but it is a large portion of the building, he indicated.
Okay. Members of the board?
They gave me a lot of sales, but I'm trying to look at,
Well, here's the problem with the sales, and there's a couple that I can't find, but they're all from 2012 and 2013, except for one.
Well,
Two, excuse me.
The first sale, the company laid off all its employees, and this was an auction of a building that was built in 12 years before the subject, and it doesn't have a good land-to-building ratio. I mean, there's a lot of problems with that building, so it's hard to go through 20 sales real quick.
The next one is a multi-property sale, and it's sold in 10 of 12. The next one, I think it's part of the same. The next one sold in May of 13. The next one's multi-property, sold in 12 of 12. The next one's multi-property, it's an office. The next one is 5 of 12. The next one is April of 13, and the last one is 6 of 15. So,
Can I respond to that?
yes.
Okay, first let me say initially, the assessor sales, sale 1 is 6 of 12, 2 of 12, 10 of 11. Those are the first 3 sales they give. So we actually have newer sales in the assessor's first 3 sales. Their 4th sale is in March of 2012. Okay. The only 2 sales they have that are even within the last year or two sold for $67 a square foot and $56. They're not very comparable, even I admit, to the subject.
Well, wait though. Sorry. Be fair, because their first 3 sales are all cold storage. Yeah. Those were cold storage sales that would be similar to yours.
Correct.
You're giving us old sales.
Right.
You're proving their point, because these cold storage facilities sell for more because they cost more.
Well, I understand that part, but the issue with the subject is it is partly distribution, office, and cold storage. I don't know what percentage these properties are. They give some of it is cold storage. They don't give all the information. And beyond that, they had some information, I think it's important, in the income approach saying there's limited users for cold storage. Well, then there's obviously limited buyers too. And we don't know what the cold storage market is now and how many buyers are in the cold storage market today's value versus what was there in 11 or 12, given even what the assessor was saying in limited users or buyers of the property.
But you can't tell us what yours is either.
As far as the percentage, no, I cannot.
Okay, anybody else have any thoughts or comments? Mr. Bowers?
You know, haven't seen a lot of cold storage sales. I do know that sale 5, I do know Dave Martin, he sold that building.
Whose sale, theirs or the assessor?
The assessor's
Okay.
sale 5 on 2955 Westwood. He was under extreme pressure to sell that one. It was probably half cold storage, and the build out there was a lot of deferred maintenance, so it's probably not a very good sale. It was a really old building, and he was highly motivated, so I'm not sure we can really put a lot of weight on that one.
Okay. The assessor's recommended value is a 23% reduction from what's on the tax roll and a 2.6% increase from last year. So my question to those of you that are looking at the industrial market in Nevada, has the industrial market held value, decreased in value, or is it generally increasing in value?
Definitely increasing in value. We've seen and talked to several brokers, as I indicated before, and cap rates are compressing for this type of property. There are a lot of buyers. It's my opinion. I think the assessor's done a good job.
Okay. Mr. DiFederico, you have your mic on.
I mean, that's probably our hottest market. Apartments might be tailing down a little, so I'd still say industrial's what people are looking at, and it's gone up more than 2%.
All right. So does somebody want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to deny the appellant and accept the assessor's recommended reduction, which was the $11,262,637 based on the information provided.
Thank you. You heard the motion. Please vote. Motion carries to accept the assessor's recommendation. You do have the right to appeal that to the state. Thanks, Mr. Tannenbaum.
Thank you.
Okay, next case is on page 4. It is case 440 Western Equities Development. Thanks, Mr. Verheyen. Good morning.
Name is Tom Perito. Property address would be 4580 East Lake Mead.
Okay. Good morning, Ms. Yamashita. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Tell us what we have, ma'am.
The subject property is an auto repair center consisting of two 5,400 square feet metal buildings built in 1998. Also, approximately 0.4 acres is used as a car lot on the east portion of the parcel. It is located on Lake Mead, East Lake Mead and east of Lamb, and we are recommending no changes to the total taxable value of $1,038,194.
All right, Mr. Harino, go ahead.
Yes, we are asking, of course, to have the taxable value reduced for at best at least remain the same as last year's, due to the fact that since the conception of this project and the opening of the project, rents have not increased. We've actually reduced our rents. You have a notice of a recent rent sheet. I believe that was page 406, I think it is. 409, I'm sorry, I apologize. And the rents have been decreased since, well, in the last 10 years it's been decreased. Also, the increase of our graffiti issues that we have, which of course you assess us with every month, and the uprising of the trash disposal, and also the depreciation. Due to the depreciation of the building, it's now approximately 18 years old. The maintenance has gone up. If you notice the record on, I think that's on page 208, each year the maintenance is increasing. So we're asking, to have those things reduced. If not, like I said, best we feel fine with keeping it the same as last year's. Now, I did notice that your paper that you've given me here on page 406, showing that the square footage price per square footage is $1, $1 per square foot. It's actually a little bit less than that. And also I have something I don't quite understand here on the bottom portion. Right below that same line, under the salient facts, you show a car lot as being basically 17,000 square feet. It's a vacant lot, which is next door. I think that's off a little because it says approximately 0.4 acres. It is a little over 1 acre. And if you look at the map there, you'll see that the car lot portion is 1 acre, which bringing the total on the very bottom is 10,801 square feet, which brings this square footage price per rent is $1.22. I think that's incorrect right there, of course, and if you see that, you'll notice that as well. That's probably not our big issue on that portion, but I think that's about all we have, is just to try to keep it maintained because the maintenance is going up, and I'm sure you heard this a lot, due to the economy, we've reduced the rents to keep it maintained. So, and I know you only have 1 year's record of the rents, and I think the assessor was fair on the fact that she's given us 15% of rented space and time. I think that's fair as well because previous years we've had vacancies as well.
Okay, Ms. Yamashita, what do you have?
I actually have I just want to hand out an addendum. This is just all the sales of auto repairs that didn't go into the master book. So instead of going back and forth, I just printed that out.
Does the appellant have this?
I'm sorry, I can't.
Do you have this?
What, is there a page number on the bottom there?
No, this is from the addendum.
This is, it's an addendum.
Ms. Widener, would you give one to the appellant, please? Ms. Yamashita, I need you to speak a little bit louder into the microphone.
I'm sorry. Is that better?
That's better,
Yeah.
much better.
I can hear you, but he couldn't.
All right, if you turn to page 406 in the master book,
Okay.
you'll see my income summary. And I'm not sure why I actually changed the rate on this, and it's showing $1, and for some reason it didn't update. I actually used the appellant's actual rents of 96 cents per square foot for the rentable area, along with the $2,300 a month for the car sales. According to the appellant, the property is currently 100% occupied. We did use a market vacancy of 15% with expenses of 15%, capping it at 9% and coming up with a total value of $1,220,355, which supports our current taxable value of $1,038,194.
Okay.
And if you go to page 411, I have 3 comparable sales, ranging in square foot price from $91 a square foot up to $181. Sale number 2 is a older sale. The reason I put that in there, it was also located on Lake Mead near Civic Center, and it was vacant at the time of the sale, along with sale number 3, which was vacant, which supports our value of $96 per square foot.
And the $2,300 a month for the car lot, that came from?
That came from the appellant's actual income rent roll on page 408 and 409.
Oh, okay. So the question to you, sir, the 23 on page 409, it shows the $2,300 for the car lot. Is that the typical monthly rent, $2,300?
Yes, that is
Okay.
typical months.
Okay. All right. Members of the board, what do we think?
Can I mention one more thing?
Sure.
Is okay? I'm just looking at the front cover of this summary sheet here that you have, showing at the bottom section there. I noticed that the increase for last year, or the year prior, 2014, was approximately 12%. This is for the land value, and of course this year it increased to 11%. But I noticed the improvements on the improvement value there from 2014 to 15 was only a 1% increase, but yet the 15 to 16 is a 6% increase. If anything, I would think the building has depreciated a bit, and the fact that the maintenance has gone up considerably. If you look at the page 208, or 208, it specifies the increase of maintenance there to maintain it and repairs. I would think that would be a portion as well that shouldn't be increased, just because I don't believe the value of the building has gone up. It's a metal building, which does get damaged quite often.
We'll ask the assessor's office.
Madam Chair, the differences in the improvement value year over year is, as you know, we do try to do an income model prior to our roll close where we do adjust the values. So regardless of whether someone's actually appealed their value, we've actually attempted to make sure we haven't exceeded market value for those given years. And so you will see a difference in those improvement values. I believe that is probably what happened in the last 2 years. I don't have the information right in front of me. We again evaluated it again this year, and that would be the difference in the improvement value. But I believe there was we did override it for this year. Okay, so we did override it for this year once again. This is not the replacement cost value. This is actually a replacement cost less an obsolescence that we derived from our income model. The other increase was just the increase in the land, which we've seen pretty much across the board in the valley.
Madam Chair, just for further clarification, this year was, or last year was valued on income at a slightly lower value, which is the value you see on there. And then when we valued on income this year with a higher value, since we take the value off the improvements, that would explain the increase.
So the answer to the question, sir, is it's a combination of the way property has to be valued, which is using the cost approach. We're one of the only states in the union that still mandates that. And then the assessor has the ability to override that, if you want to call it, based on income. And in this case, and then they also have some tailing economic obsolescence reductions on there from still coming from the recession. So it's not an easy equation where I can show you 1 + 1 minus 0.5 equals 1.5. It's something that's beyond my pay grade from that, but they have taken that into consideration. So, and because we're coming off of the recession, comparing these sometimes is a moving target, and it's not as easy to look at it because of those factors. So, members of the board, Mr. Coldwin.
The car lot, how did you calculate the value in rent for the car lot?
You know, that was just, I guess, an agreement which we negotiated with the car rental people.
They use it as storage? Automobile storage?
Well, they actually just sell cars there. I think from the picture you could see that as used. They park cars and sell them.
So there's no improvements on it other than?
No, there's some trailers.
Asphalt.
They have sales trailers on the property.
Is that like motor home, mobile home?
Yeah, it's like a
trailer?
mobile trailer facility.
Is it excess land? Is it land that could be sold off from the, your whole portion?
It probably could be. At some point we even considered that, but at the time we developed it, the cost wasn't there for us to develop it at the time. So
All right.
we left it a blank, and then with the interest of that person, that helped to do it. Now, one of the last final factor, as Rick said, hoping it has some value to it, but the fact that our income hasn't increased at any point from the time we've done this, and yet our taxes are still increasing every year by approximately 12%. I hope that would have a little factor.
Well, your taxes are only going to increase by the mandated maximum cap, which
and I understand
has been 4%, Mr. Payson?
3.2 for this year.
3.2 for commercial?
Yep.
So, okay. Mr. DeFederico, you have your microphone on.
Oh, yeah. At first, the 2,300, I was like, what? Because that's,
but they're getting
the land's worth like 12, 13 bucks a foot, but they're getting it. I don't see anything in there that I could say, oh, this is wrong. I mean, I think they're fair on the vacancy. They're probably high, the expenses, I think they're covering it. It should be. I know you've included interest, which we don't include on that. So, I mean, you said you didn't use the dollar, but it's showing the dollar?
Yeah, I mean, it's I think it was 96
Yeah,
cents.
it's
A little
96
she
cents.
corrected a little bit less.
So
And
is
then-
that the math on this sheet, the worksheet on 406?
For some
incorrect?
reason, it didn't update when I redid it
But
at
is the
96 cents.
$1,038 right?
And it's showing it at $1.22.
Okay, hold on, Mr. Harito.
Sorry.
Things are in your favor at the moment, but
I'm sorry, what was your question?
so Mr. DiFederico is asking, is that income sheet right if that,
Yes, it's just changing the rent from $1 to 96 cents.
but is the 96 cents reflected in the income?
It is when, not on the sheet you're looking at, but when she does her evaluation, she's concluding to a total amount of $1,220,355
Oh, so it's different.
as opposed to what's on this sheet, which is $1,261,966. So if you do the math from the top to the bottom, we're going to come to a different conclusion. However, both numbers support the value that we have on record. So we're not recommending reduction because our value on record is $1,038,194.
Madam
I see what
Chair,
you're saying.
it would be $1,220,351.
I'm sorry,
If
okay.
they corrected the math.
Okay.
Yeah, I got nothing to help them. I mean, if
Say you don't like it, that's a good way.
All right, so now I think we're saying, we've talked around it. Mr. Farr, did you have anything else? I'm going to make a motion to accept the assessor's value of the $1,038,194 based on the discussion and the income provided, the information provided. Yeah, I don't see any way to cut it down. Please vote. Motion carries to hold the value. You do have the right to appeal that. Good luck, sir.
Okay,
Thanks a lot. Okay, next case is 1356 Zimmerman Properties. 1356, and it looks like 1362 is a different property, but same people. Mr. Costello. Good morning, sir. Name and address for the record.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, board members, and good morning, Mr. Costello, our assessor. My name is Charles Suggs. I reside at 1712 Serafina Street, Las Vegas, Nevada 89102.
Okay, Mr. Costello, what do we have?
Well, I have some materials.
Hold on a second. Mr. Costello is going to tell us what the property is.
Good morning, Madam Chairman. Board,
Nope. Third one. There you go.
Thank you. Subject property has a physical address of 5140 South Decatur Boulevard. The 1.67 acre site is situated on the southeast corner of West Reno and South Decatur Drive. The improvements were constructed of frame stucco with 100% package climate control, 26-foot wall height in 2008. The industrial flex building has a retail build-out with multiple tenants and appears to be in good condition. Based upon the analysis below, I am recommending holding the closed roll value of $1,098,303.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
The assessor is, first of all, I'm only appealing the land portion of the property values, not the building. The assessor is asking for $7.50 a square foot of taxable value, and we are requesting $6.34 a square foot. I'll make two arguments in favor of my request, and firstly is the $7.50 per square foot represents 15% increase in value from the year before, but on the second page of the handout that I brought in this morning, there's a screen grab from the LoopNet real estate website that indicates that retail asking prices for sale in Clark County have actually declined 7.3% year over year. And furthermore, the assessor's comp sales that he's using in his package are from 2014 to mid-2015, and these would mostly be before the LoopNet indicated 7.3% decline in asking prices. The second argument I'll make is based on the comps that I collected, and I wasn't trying to base anything on the sale prices with these comp reports. I was just looking at the taxable values per square foot of nearby similar kinds of properties. And I collected 7 of those that average $6.34 a square foot of taxable value. So that's what I determined that we would be asking for this morning.
Okay. Mr. Costello?
Madam Chair, if you look on page 4223, you will see a comparable land grid that was performed by the land appraiser that has this market area. And these are the most current sales with the proper adjustments. And we have concluded a range of $833 to $1688 with a concluded value of $7.50 per square foot. As a check-in value, I did an income capitalization approach. And while the petitioner's representative refers to this as a retail building, it is actually built as an industrial flex building. It has finish out for retail. I think they have enterprise rent-a-car there and other things, but it's still a flex industrial building, has grade level roll-up doors and your typical storefront. Another thing about the site is it is a actual corner site on one of the major roadways in town. So with that be said, as you can see on page 4219, I did an income capitalization rate, income capitalization using industrial flex rents. The subject property is 11,532 square feet. I concluded to a monthly rent of $1 per square foot. Surveys and market studies says the vacancy rate for the Southwest submarket is as followed. Applied analysis overall 6.6, flex buildings 5.1%. Xceligent overall reports an 8% with flex and RD at 6.2. CoStar Analytics for flex properties of 5,000 to 20,000 square feet showed an 11% vacancy rate. That is what I applied. As is typical with the industrial properties, a triple net expense rate was applied, and a capitalization derived from the market of 7.5 was utilized to derive a value of $1,510,800. And that equates to $131.01 per square foot. Our concluded value for the closed roll was $1,098,303, which equates to $95.24 per square foot, and is supported by the sales and rents that start on page 4224, and then the rents start at 4241 based on its size and its southwest submarket location.
And Madam Chair?
Yes, Ms. White.
I would just want to point out that the information that the appellant provided is really comparing our taxable value. These are not comparable sales. The grid that we're providing are the comparable sales to support our value. We'd be happy to discuss the differences if that's where the board would like to go with regards to ARC value and other values on these other indicated parcels, because it appears that this is an equity issue that he's concerned about more so than maybe exceeding market value.
Are these comps that have been provided in that same area?
Yes, they're all in that general neighborhood.
Madam Chair, yeah, they're up and down the street, but there's the one that's opposite the subject, the opposite corner, is at $7.50 a foot.
You're on the first page?
Yeah, if you look on the first page, that's
Yes.
number 2.
Okay.
That's directly north. That's the corner of Decatur and Reno, where this one is the southeast corner. That's the northeast corner. All the rest are interior.
I thought this was Decatur and Desert Inn.
Decatur and Reno.
Madam Chair.
It says, am I looking at the wrong thing?
Yeah, Desert Inn was a different parcel.
This is the
13.
southeast corner of Reno and Decatur.
This is 1356 case, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm just reading the description, and it says it's on Desert Inn and Decatur, so.
I think you have the wrong, we have another case with this petitioner, and that might be 13.
I'm looking at case 1356.
Yes, ma'am.
But, okay. Go on.
The other sales that are lower are all interior, or they're inferior corners on Procyon or Rogers. They don't front on Decatur. So your argument, you kind of supported the assessor because the only truly comparable you provided is assessed at the exact same land value you're at.
Well, the bottom two of my examples are on Decatur.
They're interior lots on Decatur. They're not corners. It's pretty common knowledge in the real estate industry, especially industrial properties and commercial, they prefer the corners because you have increased visibility and access.
Okay.
So you pay a premium for those. So based on that information provided, I would deny the appellant because I believe that they are assessed at a fair rate compared to all the neighboring properties.
I'd argue that the LoopNet shows that retail properties have actually gone down in value in the last year, and that doesn't support a 15% increase in our taxable value.
That 7.3% decrease. I don't understand that. Does anybody here who's dealing with that?
Madam Chair, could I just make a comment about
Yes.
that? It is on asking prices. It's not on necessarily sale prices, and I think that's a distinguishing difference because people can ask whatever they want, but maybe people that have been asking, thinking the market's this high, have realized they've needed to come down a little bit, but that doesn't mean that the overall sale prices have decreased.
So it also could be the mix of the properties that are in the group from a year ago compared to now.
I have a question for the assessor. The land area includes a billboard. Are the improvements, the assessed figure for the improvements?
That does not include the billboard in my analysis. No income and expense information was provided to me about that, and billboard would be personal property, so it would not be.
Well, you're collecting rent on that billboard, correct?
I believe the owner is, yes.
Yeah. That's the problem I have with this appeal.
From a sense of?
Because there's rent being collected on the billboard, which increases that land value. So based on that fact, I recommend that we go with the assessor's value.
All right, unless anybody has anything else. Mr. DiFederico, did you? Okay, then we have a motion to deny the appeal and accept the assessor's recommended value. Please vote. Did you vote? Motion carries. You do have the right to appeal that to the state board. Next case is 1362 Zimmerman Properties. Let the record show the same representative for the appellant, Mr. Costello. Please tell us about this property.
$15.62 or
1362.
I don't have that one in front of me. The case I have is 1356.
We just did that one.
Did that, and then the other one I have is 1362. Okay. Subject property has a physical address of 906 George Avenue, which is located in North Las Vegas Industrial Submarket. Access to the site is limited to George Avenue via North Bruce Street, which has direct access to East Gowan to the north and East Colton to the south. Both of these roadways intersect with Losey Road, which connects to East Cheyenne to provide south access to I-15 and US 95. The 2.3 acre site has been developed with a 2,400 square foot dock-high truck terminal building and a small 900 square foot cross dock. An additional 1.44 acre net site is considered truck storage yard that is paved and fenced. I recommend holding the closed roll value of this subject of $496,691.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Again, we're appealing only the land portion of this property. The assessor is asking $3.80 per square foot of taxable value, and we are requesting $3.25 per square foot. And that's based entirely on the comparable properties that I've collected according to the taxable square footage of those properties, averaging $3.25.
Okay. Mr.
Madam
Costello?
Chair, members of the board, if you turn to page 4263, you will see that there is a comparable land sale grid where the indicated range of the comparables range from $2.96 a square foot to $7.32, which supports our closed roll value of $3.80 per square foot. This is Ms. Slaughter's industrial land area. And as a check to value, I prepared an income capitalization summary where no income and expense information has been provided for the subject. Industrial rental rates for the north submarket with a size range from 1,000 to 25,000 square feet have an average rental rate of 62 cents per square foot and a median rental rate of 52 cents per square foot. Closer analysis shows a low of 35 cents per square foot to a high of $1.33. Based on the use, size, and age of the improvements, a rental rate of 40 cents per square foot has been utilized for the subject. Listing for the storage yard, various sizes and qualities indicate a range from 5 cents to 15 cents per square foot, and that's just for the paved or unpaved storage yards. The site consists of 2.30 acres, of which approximately 1.44 acres, or 62,934 square feet, is considered to be the truck storage area, to which the 8 cents per square foot has been applied. Overall vacancy for the submarket is reported as follows: applied analysis 6.9, Excelligent Northeast 4.9% with rental rates of 39 cents overall. The subject property is currently listed for a lease rate of $5,900 per month. This asking rate well supports my analysis, with 2,400 square feet at 40 cents a square foot, equating to $960. $5,900 minus $960 equates to $4,940, divided by the parking square footage equates to about 8 cents per square foot. Listing sales and rents are included within this report following this analysis. With that being said, I took the 2,400 square foot truck terminal, applied a 40 cents rental rate, took the paved and fenced yard, 6,238 square feet, and applied an 8 cents per square foot rental rate. They indicated PGI was $71,936, applied a 5% market vacancy, 8% triple net expenses, and recognizing the risk and the location of the property, I use a capitalization rate at the higher end of the range at 9.5%. This concluded value is $661,810, which well supports our closed roll value of $496,691. So with that, the imputed cap rate for this is at 12.66%.
And Madam Chair,
Yes,
I would just add that I think the appellant's argument is really more, what they've provided is comparing our taxable value to the taxable value of the subject. And what I've just noted is just some of the minor differences without looking them up, and we can get into more detail if you prefer, but the size of the parcels that he's comparing them to, this one is a 2.3 acre parcel, and the subject is 2.3 acres, and then we've got 3.88, 8.34, 9.04, 9.14. I did notice that some of them have some corner adjustments and possibly size adjustments. And then the first one would be mostly just the difference in size between almost 4 acres to a 2-acre parcel. So those would be the reasons for the differences in the valuations that are on those parcels.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Pace.
Yeah, we were looking up that first comparable there. In addition to the size, it also has an airport environs minimum adjustment.
Okay.
Downward, all of them. All of these do have an airport environs adjustments. I believe it's AE 65, and so they've been adjusted down for that, and the subject.
And the subject does not?
Subject does not.
Okay. Okay. So you understand, sir, that some of the, taking the taxable value or assessed value from the various parcels and not looking at what kind of differences there are, including the zoning, there would be differences in the end result values from that. So
That's based on the comp properties being in an airport area?
yes, they're falling under either North Las Vegas or Clark County's AE zoning of some kind.
Well, most of these comp examples are in the same neighborhood as our property. Would our property not also fall under that?
Mr. Payson?
Not according to the zoning that we're looking at.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I've got one other comment. I didn't really do comparable land sales, but looking at the assessor's comparable land sales grid, I do note that 2 of his comp properties actually value out at lower than my asking price. His comp number 1, if my calculations are correct, works out to $3.13 per square foot, according to the assessor's information sheets. And his example number 4 works out to $3.20 a square foot, according to the assessor's sheets available on the web.
You're talking about the taxable value again?
Right, taxable values.
Okay. So again, on comp 4, I can tell you right away that it's more than double, twice as large. So I would expect right away that it would be a lower taxable value per square foot simply because of that. Not knowing the zonings of those or anything else and corners or anything, I can't. And I noticed that comp 1 is an AE 70, so that's going to have an environmental, an AE overlay reduction. So unless anybody's got anything, I don't see anything that's going to support reducing this. So I would make a motion to deny the appeal and accept the assessor's recommended value of $496,691. Please vote. Motion carries. You do have the right to appeal that to the state board, and those forms are in the back.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's do one more on this page, and then we're going to take a break. 1573 R.C. Willie Home Furnishings. Mr. Tannenbaum. He's getting his Fitbit steps in today by sitting in the back. Mr. Costello isn't, so. Okay.
Ms. Nyland, before we put the case on, we usually meet this time of year, and I always wish you a happy Valentine's Day. It comes this Sunday. We won't be seeing each other.
Oh, we're not? You're not taking me to dinner?
I don't think so. Not this year.
Thanks, Mr. Costello. Go on, Mr. Tannenbaum, with that act to follow.
I was going to say, I'd like to wish everyone happy Valentine's Day. Okay, well, I'll wait till you pass out the packets, but this particular property is a large, mainly retail and warehouse type.
Madam Chair, I didn't introduce the property yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, just name and address for the record. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Wayne Tannenbaum, 202 North Lindsay Road, Mesa, Arizona.
I'm still just,
No, it's fine. Sorry.
mellowing in the fact of Mr. Costello's wish.
Thank you, ma'am.
Tell us what the property is, sir.
Yes, ma'am. This property is the R.C. Willie's Home Furnishing. The subject property is a 164,680 square foot big box retail building doing business as R.C. Willie Home Furnishings. The physical address is 3850 South Town Center Drive, which is located south of I-215 along the east side of the roadway. The site consists of 13.8 acres and was developed in 2003 with concrete tilt wall, package HVAC. 74% of the total building is HVAC, with a balance evaporative cooling, and is ranked above average in quality and has 31-foot wall height. The improvements also have 1,600 square feet of mezzanine storage. Now, as this is owner-occupied, no income and expense information has been provided. My conclusion has been derived from market analysis, and I recommend holding the closed roll value of $13,680,114. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Costello. Mr. Tannenbaum?
Okay, if you turn to page 2 of our packet, you'll notice the difference in values for this property since 2014. In 2014, the value given by the county was $10,334,274. We actually have as 15 here the starting value, which was $13,582,486. However, we actually stipulated to a lower value with the assessor last year. That value, which I don't want to skip around too much, but the stipulation from last year is on page 11, which gave the value again lower from the assessor to $12,441,714. From that value, the assessor decided this year to raise the value to $13,680,114. Now, they signed the stipulation last year, and we seem to agree that the income approach, mainly retail property here, would be the way to value this property. However, the issue is, first, let me say that the building itself, which is, as the assessor mentioned, over 164,000 square feet. So there would have to be a vast, or at least a few, actual leased properties similar to the subject, in the subject area, that size, in a sense, to raise the value. Because if not, and it's based on the income approach to the assessor, how could that be the case? I'll go over the assessor's comps, obviously, after they talk, but we did supply 2 for-lease comparable properties starting on page 8 of our packet. Again, these are for lease, and as you know, that there's negotiation, and obviously the lease rate could be even lower than that once signed, possibly. But I think more important than even our, as I said, 2 lease comparables is the fact that they've raised the value based on the income approach, and after they speak, we'll explain why we don't think their lease comparables are necessarily the same as the subject.
Okay, and before Mr. Costello starts, Mr. Payson, can you go back and tell me, just humor me and tell me with this, do we have the assessed values or taxable values going back in time? Can you go?
We can, we'll look that up back here.
I'd like to know 2007.
However, I'd like to take the opportunity to address this whole going back issue a little bit, because I know we do have some new board members up there. We also have a petitioner who I don't think has done much assessment work in Nevada, and I don't think he has a real understanding of the way we value properties from year to year. And the main point being, we do not look at a prior year's value. As a matter of fact, I tell our appraisers the prior year value is really irrelevant to the reassessment that we do every year. We don't look at the prior year value and say, oh, this type of property has gone up, and make some sort of an increase. We also do our initial valuation, as some members of the board know, and I don't know if the taxpayer does, but we do our initial evaluation based on the cost approach, strictly. We then test that against the market. We do not look at the income and change the valuation based on additional income or not. The only value that we look at, as it relates to the income, is whether we are in excess, our taxable value is in excess based on the income approach. So even though that value may go up over the years or not, it's really not an increase based on income, it's less of a decrease based on our current analysis against our taxable value. So we've had a lot of discussion. Almost every case, it seems like we're going to a prior year. Prior year really isn't relevant. We reval these properties each year based on our taxable value requirements and then test it against full cash value. That's where we're at. With that said, we can get you the prior information.
And don't share it unless I ask you for it.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. Go ahead and I guess Mr. Costello. Mr. Tannenbaum, you were done at that moment?
Well, can I make a comment?
Quickly.
Just quickly. I'm not sure if counties are different, but basically, how does a stipulation when you've looked at the value from just the prior year have no effect on value when you said the value was even lower than your starting value last year, have no effect on this year? I don't understand that.
Because it's a one-year reduction. Every year, it's a 1 year. That's the way the law is written in this state. It doesn't, the property value, unlike other states where once the value is assigned, it stays with it.
I understand.
Like was it Prop 13 in California or whatever it was? Doesn't happen here. Okay.
Ready.
Mr. Costello.
Yes, ma'am. The property is owner-occupied and built to suit, and as such, there is very limited information with regard to rental rates of similar properties. Based upon rental rates of big box and large industrial buildings, a market rental rate of 70 cents per square foot has been concluded to due to the superior interior finish, location, and the 74% HVAC climate control. The mezzanine storage rental rate has been based on a 30% reduction of the market big box rate of 70%, and it was rounded. Included in the following pages, I have all the rental rates and sale prices per square foot. With that being said, I capitalized the income based on 70 cents a square foot, mezzanine at 20 cents a square foot. They give me a potential gross income of $1,421,712. That submarket indicated an 8% vacancy, which was applied, and I applied an 8% triple net expense to give me a NOI of $1,203,337. I capitalized that income with a market cap rate of 8.5%. This concluded value of $14,156,905 well supports our closed roll value of $13,680,114. $680,114. That indicated a value of $83.08 per square foot, with our concluded value at 85.97. Market sales will support that value range, and the imputed cap rate is 8.8%.
Mr. Tannenbaum, anything else?
Yes. As we said before, we did supply four lease comparables. I don't think the assessor mentioned, and while they were talking, the size of the property compared to their comparables and any type of economies of scale argument. I'd like to know on the comparable lease comparables, I might have, I don't know, does the board have the assessor's lease comparables that are almost unreadable?
Yeah.
So the first issue is I can't read any of the comparables, but I'm going to take a guess and say that most of them are not 164,000 square feet. So obviously they're 164,000 square foot building. You'd have to take economies of scale into account. And again, how can I argue when I can't read? Maybe the assessor can go over some of their lease comparables. It seems like there's hundreds of them that we can't read.
Mr. Costello?
Madam Chair, what page is that? It's 4757 starts. I have sales based on size per square foot.
What page, I'm sorry? Oh, the one that we can't read, okay.
Right. Unfortunately, to get it all in there, it has to be compressed so small, but we can enlarge it. So.
Oh, I could have fixed that. all those columns could have been narrowed. Right, Bart? Yeah. Well, no, you can abbreviate.
What I have is on
Giving you a hard
the
time, Mr. Costello. Go on.
last page of the sales, we have properties that are from 100,000 to 1 million square feet. And these sales range from a low of $44.92 per square foot. Well, here's one, $41.91 a square foot, to a high of $122.92 per square foot. And they're located in different parts of the Valley Airport, East Las Vegas, North Las Vegas. The Southwest Las Vegas has a 610,140 square foot. That was a multiple building sale that came out to $122.92. I mean, even if you throw out the highs and lows, we're well within the range at whatever it was per square foot.
Now, you're talking sales.
Just
Mr.
sales.
Tannenbaum was talking about rent, I believe. Were
I
you
also
not?
have rents. I just wanted to show
Okay.
that. All right. Warehouse rental rates. Okay. One second, ma'am. Even at this size, it's still hard for me to read. Okay. All right, for the industrial Southwest, our large buildings have a median rental rate of 56 cents and an average of 53 cents per square foot. They range in size from 104 all the way up to 288,000 square feet. You'll see that the range is 40 cents to a high of 57 cents per square foot. Now, these are just industrial buildings, not 100% built out showroom. Therefore, the rental rate I concluded to was a little bit higher. So there are rental rates out there of properties.
Can I respond to that? I'm sorry.
Yes.
I think you just mentioned industrial, right? Which has not only lower, but has nothing to do with retail. I think it's fairly clear that the comparables the assessor used, hopefully the board could read, or maybe Mr. Costello could give to them, whatever that rate is, economies of scale, and this type of building was not taken into account in their valuation and should be lower than the 70 cents income. And let me also just say that that was the only income and information on value given after the first few pages, and then the value was given. Only 2 market sales were given at the very end of the information of the assessor, which leads me to believe that looking at this on income.
Say that last thing again?
Well, it leads me to believe that obviously they seem to be looking at this, which is correct, on the income being a retail property. We just think it shouldn't be, given the size and the type of property, they did not take that into account from what I can see.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question?
Can I, hold on one second.
You bet.
Okay, so you're arguing that they didn't use retail prices?
Well, retail, no, the lease, I kind of skipped around. The lease actual, it's important to use the lease. He was talking about industrial rental rates. But if you used whatever the retail rates were, what is that for a 164,000 square foot building? They're using 70 cents, obviously taking into account the size and the subject just in general. It seems to be lower than that. They're not taking economies of scale into account.
So did you give us any retail
I did
rents?
give 2 retail lease, let me see what properties I gave you.
I see industrial warehouse, industrial flex. That's what I see in
Yeah,
this
I don't
package.
think we could have found retail properties. So the point is, leaving it up to the board, does the board really feel like whatever lease rate the assessor came up with takes into account a building that's 164,000 square feet and would be rented as such? And by the way, there's partly warehouse in this property. This is a RC really, it's not a 164,000 retail property.
Okay. Mr. DiFederico?
Well, I was just trying to understand why he was putting down the assessor's comparables, because they use these industrial spaces that are large, when he provided us with worse. What you provide, I mean, the Venture Point Speedway, out at the Speedway, is surrounded by dirt. that's been in and out of foreclosure forever. That's your comp.
Okay, we shouldn't use that either, I agree.
Well, yeah, again, so you shouldn't come in here putting the assessor down who gave us 150 that we can't read.
I can't read the
Yeah,
well,
but
can I ask you what retail
Could you bring
comps-
us one?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go on,
Could you
Mr.
bring us one furniture store?
No, I couldn't find one
Well, I
near
can
the
find you
subject.
15 furniture stores.
I couldn't find the rental rate, I'm saying.
Oh, I can tell
Well,
you that they're
can I
not
ask-
renting for 40 cents. They're not renting for 50 cents. They're renting for closer to $1 and higher in the retail corridors.
For this type of property?
This is larger, so they're not that large. Again, that's taken into the economies of scale. The 70 cents starts to make sense because you've got 164,000 square feet.
Then let me ask, can I ask, which is fair, the assessor, since we can't read these, what are his retail lease comparables saying and what size are they? I mean, we can't read them. If they say 70 cents and they're, 50,000 square feet, then he's not taking into account. I just can't read them, so I'd like to know.
Mr. Costello?
Ma'am, members of the board, of course you can't read it because it's printed out on 11 by 17 paper. You saw the paper I pulled out to have to do it. The rental rates I relayed to you and the sales that I relayed to you don't have anything to do with economies of scale. I'm using properties that are over 100,000 square feet to 1 million. Okay, the sales were supported in the same way. They're 100,000 square feet or bigger. The property is on, I think it is on as a loft, which is an industrial building. That's how I have to value it. I'm not looking at it as a retail building. We adjusted the rental rate from around 65 cents to 70 cents, taking into the fact the tenant improvements and the additional HVAC. So I think, our information has well supported it. If I were to look at
Hold on
this,
a second, Mr. Tannenbaum.
if I were to look at this, or if this was a department store, we would be analyzing it totally different. It would not be falling into industrial rates, rental rates, and I think I've well supported my argument. I'd be willing to answer any questions from the board.
Madam Chair?
Sorry.
Back here, Jeff.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, I'm going to have to interject again. Again, this is, I don't know if Mr. Tannenbaum has been appealing much in Nevada or not. We got the signed petition, really no indications on it, not much information. It's the taxpayer that has to come in and the burden of proof is on them, not to pick at our comparables. As Mr. Costello said, we put all those comparables in there as backup information. Basically, that's our file information with every type of sale in there. We try to pick out, if we can, some of the ones that are more appropriate in each case. In going through Mr. Tannenbaum's case, the only information I see that was presented, which causes me concern, and potentially this board, is an appraisal that he submitted on page 4766, where he is doing an income approach and actually reconciling to a value, which, as we all know when we've had this happen before, is a violation of...
Is that in the packet we supplied? I don't think so.
Yes, page 4766.
Oh, that
I
was a
hadn't gotten
mistake.
there.
I apologize. What
What's
page?
the pivotal letterhead?
Yes, 4766.
So it was a mistake. It was in the packet. It wasn't a mistake. It was submitted to us because it was submitted to us, or it wouldn't be in the packet.
Right, but in the packet we provided for evidence now, it's not in that.
I'm sorry,
Mr.
Mr.
Tannenbaum, please don't overtalk.
I'm sorry.
So then he comes in the day of the hearing, and I don't know, maybe he gave these comparables to earlier, but all he wants to do now is come in and say that our comparables aren't bad. He's not going to talk about the income approach that he submitted to us, and we're not going to talk about Mr. Costello's. Now, I know Mr. Tannenbaum and his firm have a whole bunch of appeals that are coming before this board, so I think we kind of got to get the rules straight right off the bat here. So those are the comments that I have.
Okay. Thanks for bringing that page to my attention. Mr. Payson, I hadn't gotten that far in the information, but you do realize, Mr. Tannenbaum, that is a violation and you could be turned in and your firm fined for that.
Which is why we didn't supply the packet. It was a mistake sent originally to the assessor, correct?
Pardon me?
It was a mistake sent to the assessor. We didn't supply it in this packet we've given you today because we realized, obviously.
Right, but once it was submitted to the assessor,
I understand.
You've got a problem. So if you've got any others where that type of information has been submitted to the assessor, you're going to have a problem on those too. So,
I understand that.
so members of the board, what do we think? Mr. Caldwin?
Well, I'm looking at your income approach, and you've got higher vacancy and collection loss.
You're looking at whose?
Mr. Tannenbaum's.
No, we're not going to look at it. It's against the law for him to have done that, so we really shouldn't even be looking at it.
Okay, well, the
Am I
vacancy and
correct,
collection
Ms.
loss
Wittenberger?
to the assessor.
Hold on, Mr. Coleman.
Can you clarify as to the submission of the income?
This is tantamount an appraisal, and if Mr. Tannenbaum is not a certified general real estate appraiser in the state of Nevada, he is not allowed to render an appraisal value opinion.
That is my understanding as well.
Okay. So based on that, I wouldn't put any reliance on it, Mr. Coleman.
How much of the building is actually air conditioned? I've been in there before, and it's a lot of showroom.
74% of the entire structure, so 74% of 164,680 square feet.
And so then we shouldn't really be throwing a distribution industrial rental rate, triple net.
No, we have to value it as what it currently is built as. So it is built as an industrial building that they're using as a showroom. It was put on as a loft, so that's how we valued it. But for its size and its use and the percent build out and air conditioning, that's why the rental rate is probably 5 cents higher more than if it were a distribution warehouse.
Thank you.
Unless anybody's got anything else, given the location of this property and the quality of the building and the information that's been presented, I think it's been well supported, and I would move to accept the assessor's value of $13,680,114 and deny the petitioner's request. Please vote. Motion carries. You do have the right to appeal that to the state.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to take a 15-minute break and be back about 25 to 11. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
It was Bill Kimmel that called me. Bill Kimmel?
Come on over this way, because you can hear your microphone.
Yeah.
Okay, let's reconvene. This is the Clark County Board of Equalization. And the next case is 1058 MCA McGowan Road X LLC. And is there anybody in the audience who's going to be testifying who has not been sworn in? Okay. Anybody else? Okay, Beth, do you want to do that? Please raise your right hand and the clerk will give you the oath.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give during the course of this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and the truth, so help you God?
Thank you. Okay, folks, name and address for the record, please.
Suzanne Druby, and the address is 1773 East Prince Road in Tucson, Arizona.
Okay.
And the zip code would be 85719.
Thomas Nafee, 1773 East Prince Road, Tucson, Arizona, 85719.
Okay. Mr. Lowe's, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. The subject is 4 industrial flex buildings totaling 45,850 square feet located at 2277 West Gowan, built 1998 on 3.15 acres. And we recommend holding our value.
And that's $2,226,605?
603.
603.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, folks.
Okay, good morning. First, I'd like to just, we're handing out a packet here. All of this stuff that's in that packet was priorly submitted, but because of some email issues that me and the assessor's representative were having, he didn't get them into this packet. So it's just kind of a supplement to what you've already seen, what we have in the main packet.
Okay.
First, I'd just like to start off by saying a few things about the property that kind of distinguishes our property from some of the other industrial properties that are in this area. I spent a good deal of time yesterday driving around in the area and did notice some significant differences in our property with a lot of the other industrial properties that are in the area. Our property is located on Gowan Road. Gowan Road, I noticed, is
Gowan.
Gowan, I'm sorry, is a second, more comparative to a secondary road. And our visibility actually from that road, because our property is an L-shaped property, and it narrows and then widens out in the back. We don't have a lot of the same visibility that a lot of the other industrial properties in the area have. 90% of it sits back off of Gowan. The parking is extremely limited, and driving in the actual property, the trucks and everything, it's very tight. We were there yesterday, like I said, and I was watching some of the trucks try to maneuver in there because they do have a large area that they have fenced off in the middle parking lot. The driving in and out of there is very tight. It's very inconvenient. The cooling on the property is evaporative cooling. The front of the building right now, the main building in the front that you see right there, actually has some foundation issues, and they can't get a C of O for it, so it's not actually rentable. We also have, it was a property that had sold 2 years ago, and since then it has rented out some spaces, but we were told by the leasing manager that we do have 2 more spaces coming available again at the end of next month. So we have, because a lot of these leases are month-to-month leases, we have a lot of people coming in and out. So that's kind of some of the problems, but the main difference that I noticed with our building is it's a metal building. Most of the industrial properties in the area, in fact, all that I've seen, unless they were in direct relation with the airport, were tilt-up concrete or concrete block. So I do believe that also makes our property less attractive to potential renters. What I did is, the reason I submitted this particular appeal actually was because of the income. And on page 3117 of the assessor's handout, the packet, you can see the income that I provided. What this income is it's not an appraisal. Let's just put that out there right now. What I did is I just directly transferred numbers off of the profit and loss statement and summarized it. And then the cap rate that I used was the cap rate that I received from the assessor's office. When I was talking to them about previous industrial properties, I asked them what cap rate they were using, and they told me it was the 7%, and I applied that. And that's how I came up with the value of $1,342,624. So like I said, that's using the actual numbers off of the profit and loss statement for this, and then the assessor's cap rate. One thing I do need to point out about
you
this.
are really walking the line, though, because you are putting forth an income, whether it's the actual income or whatever, and you're putting forth the cap rate. So the fact that if you are indeed using their historical numbers, and one could trace that from your document to this is one thing, and hopefully one of my fellow board members might do that just to make sure. But what I would suggest that you do instead is you refer people to the net operating income and then ask that the cap rate be applied that the assessor's using, and don't talk about value. So
Okay.
I'm just giving you that warning.
I thank you for
I haven't
that.
seen you, I don't think you've been in before us
This
before.
is the first time I've been before you, and I'm taking diligent notes.
Okay.
So in the future, that's how we'll proceed with that. I did submit the profit and loss, and that was in an email that I sent last Friday. And again, Mr. Lowe's did not receive it because he was having a problem with his email. So that is in my packet that I handed out, and that would be on page 5. And if you look at page 5, it shows the income and the expenses, and then on page 6, it does get down to the NOI, and you can see the NOI of $93,983.57. Now the expenses, I believe, are going to come into question because the assessor's office does typically use a triple net, is what I was told. This particular property is not a triple net property. This property is industrial gross, and there is a letter from the owner of the property in my packet, and that can be found on page 7 from the owner, stating that it is industrial gross, all of the leases, and so they are not triple net. That is why you're going to find the expenses on the profit and loss, and the expenses on the profit and loss back that up. So that's why you're going to see a difference between my expenses and the assessor's office expenses in my summary. And then when I was going through the assessor's packet last night, I noticed the sales, and like I said, I did a lot of driving around, and then a lot of looking up on my computer. The main difference that I found when I was looking at the sales, again, was the fact that all of the sales listed on page 3115, provided to you by the assessor's office, again, they're concrete, tilt-up or split-face block. With the exception of Goldfield, that one is wood frame, but on that one I called, and the office build-out is about 60%. So I was looking at those sales, and I don't feel that the sales are a good indicative value, and I believe that the sales in fact indicate that maybe a reduction would be warranted for the subject property. And then as I continued to go through the packet, again, I was looking at the entire list of sales on page 3121, and I mainly focused on the ones that were in the same area. and they are separated out a little bit. And again, I was looking at the sales and noticed that Marion Drive, I looked at that one. That's also a wood frame building. Again, the wood frame building is distinguished a bit from the concrete buildings and more comparative, I feel, to a steel building. And I noticed that that one sold, and it was an REO sale. I went further into it, and I want to point that out just to be above board with it. But it is, like, again, I looked at the construction, because I really feel that that is a big issue with our property, is the steel building and the swamp cooling, because in the summertime, it just doesn't function as well as central air, and it is an issue for most potential renters. I'd like to talk a little bit about the sale of the subject property. Subject's property sold and I've got, this was submitted to the assessor's office, so it's in both packets, but it's on page 2 of my packet. The property sold in 2013. And at the time of that sale, if I can direct you to the bottom of the page to the transaction notes, in there, CoStar has put down that it was an REO sale. They give you what the vacancy was at the time of the sale, and they also give you the NOI over an 8-month period annualized to the $100,500. And then it gives you the cap rate that was indicated by the sale amount. The reason I'm pointing this out to you is also because of the settling issues and the cracks in the foundation and the dry. None of that has been repaired. That's all on that front building that I was talking about earlier. They still cannot get a certificate of occupancy for that, so again, it's still unrentable. My comments to this sale is in 2013, it sold for the $1,117,000. And I do know that industrial is starting to pick up in this area. I researched it. And this property is no different. It is starting to come back. It's just not coming back because of the issues that we have and the extraordinary circumstances that we have with this particular property. It's not coming back to the same extent that some of our other industrial properties seem to be coming back in this area. So taking all that into consideration, if there's any comments that my colleague would like to add, I'm just respectfully requesting that we perhaps consider a reduction for this property.
No? Okay, Mr. Lowe's?
Thank you. I did my, if we go to page 3115 on my capitalization, I used 55 cents on all 4 of those buildings. I used 9% vacancy, 12% expenses. Normally on a triple net, they're 8%, but since that front building was vacant, I gave it 4 more points. I capped it with 7%, which indicated value at $3,474,642, which more than well supported our $2,226,603 closed roll value. I did look at their numbers and kind of jot them down. We're real close on a lot of things except for the expenses, and those expenses come in at, what, 64.4%, I believe. I don't know why that's so high when the market out there indicates they're a lot less. When I looked at the sales that we have through there, I listed a few on the bottom, and as you can see, and since they are all C, concrete block or concrete tilt-up, they are $60 to $97, and of course that last one at $172. But if you throw out the high and the low, you can kind of see where even if these are metal buildings, our value of $48.57 is our adjustment, I would say, to what our sales are. They're about, 20% less than what the going sales are out there, which is much lower. Also on the CoStar summary, page 3126, it's showing a range of $55, $65, and $99. Again, we're at $48.57. I do not think we're exceeding its full cash value with the information that we have provided. I guess it's up to your discretion if you want to allow them their expenses.
Okay, members of the board? Mr. DiFederico?
Well, I'm kind of confused on your income, profit and loss statement. You have reimbursable expenses of $104,738 on page 6 or page 2 of 3 on your income and expense statement. The first page has your income, and then you have your reimbursable expenses. So are those not reimbursable? Because they say they're reimbursable.
Members of the board, because this particular owner has both types of properties, this is not one that is a reimbursable expense, but when they do retail buildings and that, and office buildings, in some cases, they do have reimbursables. They keep it in the same format for convenience sake, but in this particular case, they are not actually reimbursable.
Okay, a couple other questions. You have under non-reimbursable, you have an asset management fee of $12,000, and that's separate from the property management. So I'm curious what the asset management fee is, and I'm also curious about the legal fees and other professional fees that are almost $30,000. So, because those things together, I mean, we've got $35,000 worth of expenses that seem.
Yeah, I was wondering about that too.
Members of the board, I don't have an answer for you on the legal fees. I don't know if that was a cost of litigation of some sort or not. I'm sorry, I don't have
So from a
that
stabilized value, as an appraiser, you don't look at those. It's a one-time, I mean, again, someone looking to buy the property wouldn't be plugging that number in. So
not without knowing what it is, I agree.
So there's, that's almost 36,000. Did you say you found other?
Yeah, there's more that is not normally included in terms of a direct capitalization. 6,400 admin and other, none of that would be included. Leasing commissions would be excluded. And all of 6,900 would be excluded in terms of a direct capitalization.
So you're up over 60,000.
Right, and I think at this point, utilizing the NOI as you presented would be misleading.
Understood, members of the board. The only thing I could think that the one thing that says asset management is that they're charging $1,000. I didn't see a management fee just quickly.
It's on the first page, $10,580.53.
Okay, again, I was trying to read through.
Okay, so if we make those adjustments, just for those issues we just brought up, leave everything the same, but add back that $60,000 that wouldn't be considered, and then cap it at the 7%, it's $2,266,671.
Which is within $70.
It supports the assessor's recommended value, or actual taxable value for the taxable year.
The only question that I have of the assessor, I guess, is they indicated that one of the buildings, either part or all of the building, is not rentable.
I don't know if it's not rentable. It was vacant. I drove out there yesterday and looked, and the front building is not, it was just closed up. There was no cars. Nobody was in there.
So there's no indication in the file that they've notified the assessor that they've got some building issues or construction issues or something?
I believe last year they said that there was a pipe that had burst, and they had in the process of fixing that at that time. But I haven't heard anything further other than that. And like I said, when I did drive the property yesterday, it was vacant. There was nobody there.
So a question, just in general, if a property owner has an issue where a building for structural issues or whatever is not rentable or usable, occupiable, whatever, they should notify the assessor's office of that, and perhaps some kind of a adjustment can be made if you're notified. Is that, or at least considered? Is that correct, Ms. Weiner?
Yes, that would be correct. And we can look at that even outside of this hearing.
Okay.
We can still go back and look at that.
Okay.
I think we have a form that they can fill out, and we'll come out and take a look at that.
Okay. All right. So, Mr. Farr, did you have a comment?
Yes, the profit and loss 12-month recap that you provided, is this also reflective of that front building being vacant for the past 12 months?
It is accounted for in the vacancy and loss portion, yes.
So the fact that there's no rent,
It's already reflected then in what
Exactly,
you've
yes,
provided.
because there is no rent.
I think that we're coming in right on top of the assessors. I would make a motion that we deny and
deny the appellant,
deny the appellant and concur with the assessor's value.
okay, based on the information provided.
Yes.
We'll get you there. Okay, please vote. This is his first time too, so Mr. Drew,
I concur, and I went back and said, okay, let's say we take that building out, and I played with it that way, and we're still leaving $24,000 to fix that building. So I just think that's totally supported.
Okay. So everyone voted?
Madam Chair? Me again.
Yes.
This isn't really pertinent exactly to the case, but regarding the petitioner had stated that she's new and she's not familiar with how we do things here, I guess, in Nevada. Well, unfortunately, she submitted this page 4. She works for Paradigm Tax Group. Paradigm Tax Group last year, different representative, did the exact same thing, and we've actually submitted that to the real estate division as an appraisal. So I understand she's new, but this company is continuing to do the same thing, and I think maybe this company needs to address that with their new tax agents.
Okay.
Sir, just for the record, we will, that individual is no longer with our company and hasn't been. We didn't know about that until right now. My apologies.
Okay. Has everyone voted? Okay. Motion carries to accept the assessor's recommendation, deny the appellant. You do have the right to appeal that to the state. Okay. Thank you.
So much.
Next case is 1619 Bixby Land Company. Here comes Mr. Fitbit. Mr. Tannenbaum.
It'll tell him if he's pregnant.
What?
Fitbit will tell you if you're pregnant.
Tells you if you're pregnant?
Just right.
Okay. That's TMI that.
That's TMI. Sorry.
Okay, name and address for the record.
Wayne Tannenbaum, 202 North Lindsay Road, Mesa, Arizona.
Mr. Lowe's.
Yes, thank you. The subject is a 112,674 square foot building with 17,326 square feet of mezz, industrial light manufacturing building located at 7600 East Gate Road, built in 2003 on 9.93 acres. And we recommend holding value of $7,012,457.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Tannenbaum.
Sure. We do have 10 more packets.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Given the type of property this is, the size of the property, et cetera, we supplied on page 12 2 market sales of industrial service and industrial warehouse type properties. The details of those sales start on page 13. And we'd like the board to take a look at those sales.
Okay.
That's
Anything
it.
else? Anything else, Mr. Tannenbaum?
Nothing else on this one.
I'm sorry?
Nothing else on this one.
Okay. Mr. Lowe's.
Yes. Excuse me. If you turn to page 5193 on my capitalization summary, I used the 130,000 square feet, which is the 112 plus the mezzanine. Used 50 cents for the rent, 10% vacancy, 8% expenses on a triple net, and then capped it with 8%, come up with an indicated value of $8,073,000. The imputed value is $53.95. The indicated value, according to our $8,073,000 income, would be $62. On the information that was supplied and using the current market data and current lease listings and sales, we recommend holding our value at $7,012,457. But also, I've got some sales that I listed down there. In our main sheet that we have as sales, which go from page 5203 to 5207, one of them that I think is more relevant than the others was parcel 140-05-111-005. It was a 180,000 square foot building, sold May 28, 2015 for $83.89 with a cap rate of 6.88%. Also, this subject is listed for sale for $15,880,000, and that's on page 5201 in our packet. We can go through and look at the CoStar analytics and everything if you'd like. They're on page 5197, and it would help support our value also.
Point out anything that you think is relevant. If you want to, put in.
We've tried to load it to present everything that we possibly can. On this property, I also did go out and take a look at. There were some workers out there yesterday. Looks like they had two dumpsters with some. They're doing all kinds of renovation or some kind of TI work in there, but none of the workers knew what was going on other than they had to do the demo and stuff in there. So it's either getting ready to be leased out or they're doing some work on it. And that's basically it for us.
Okay, members of the board. Another industrial building. Different part of town.
Say it was listed for.
Yes, 15.88 million. Do you know anything about that, Mr. Tannenbaum?
Nothing at all.
Okay. Pretty big price.
Can I just respond quickly about
Yes.
something? It'll be quick. I understand the burden of proof is on our side, but just to say again, the comparables, the assessor lease comparables provided, again, aren't necessarily readable. And the only thing I say is if they're all 10,000 square feet and supply the actual lease rate that is given here, then economies of scale would say differently. Unfortunately, we can't read them, and I won't bring up that point again. So.
Mr.
I'm
DiFederico.
going to make a motion to deny because I just don't see anything in there that supports a lower value. So I'm going to make a motion to accept the assessors. Is that the closed roll number or a recommended number?
I think it's a
Closed
roll, isn't it?
Yep. So I'm going to make a motion to accept the assessor's closed roll number of $7,012,457 based on the information provided.
You heard the motion, please vote. Motion carries to deny the appeal. You do have the right to appeal that to the state board. Next case is 1472 Smoke Tree NLV Property LLC, J&J NLV Property LLC. Let the record show Mr. Tannenbaum is again representing the property owner. Mr. Lowe's, what do we have?
Actually, we'd like to agree to the assessor's value on this. We meant to withdraw this, but we did not.
All right. Refresh my memory. Do we have to vote on that? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so I make a motion to, well, let's
Can I read this?
read it into in the value.
The subject is a 277,380 square foot mega warehouse leased on long-term to R.C. Willie, located at 4300 Flossmoor Street, built in 2002 on 11.44 acres. We recommend holding our closed row value of $11,701,223.
Okay. I make a motion to accept the assessor's value as stated based on the concurrence of the appellant. Please vote. Motion carries. Next case is 1609 Eastgate LLC. Let the record show Mr. Tannenbaum is again representing the property owner.
Yes, I have 10 packets on this one.
Okay, and while that gets distributed, Mr. Lowe's, tell us what we have.
The subject is a 15,557 square foot storage warehouse with 1,747 storage mezzanine located at 7501 Eastgate, built in 2005 on .91 acres. We recommend holding our closed row value of $997,686.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tannenbaum, go ahead.
Okay, given the type of property, the subject is masonry type property. Building, we supplied market comps in close proximity to the subject, market sales, which you'll find on page 7. The subject is currently at $64.13. You can see our market sales and what they sold for in the chart on page 7. We supplied 5 market sales. As you can see, the property is within a few miles of all of our comparables. That's actually a 1,000-yard scale right there, as you can see in the bottom right corner of the map. So all our comparables are very close to the subject in relative terms. The details of all of our market sales, which are similar to the subject, start on page 8. And we do have 5 of them, and the board will hopefully take that into account. And I'm not sure why, but I don't think the assessor has supplied any market sales for this property.
Why what? I'm sorry?
I'm saying the assessor has not provided any market sales from what I can see for this property.
Okay, we'll find out.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Lowe's.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I used 55 cents for the monthly rent, 10% vacancy, 8% expenses on a triple net, and capped it at 8%, which gave an indicated value of $1,062,700. Our value of $64.14 is supported, I believe, if we look at our sales sheets, between 5092 and 5096. I don't know if you all can read those, but I think you can expand it out. But for the Henderson area, the sales there, they average $89.06 with a median of $79.36. Our $64 is on the outside of the low-end range of those unadjusted sales for that Henderson market. But if you looked at all the sales, they'll all show the same thing. We can well support that value for that building.
I just want to make a comment. You realize when they say Class C, that's just construction.
Oh,
That
I
means
understand.
concrete.
Yes, I understand. We shouldn't have put that in masonry C. It's not really a C building, correct?
Right. It's okay. Just so.
Correct.
The sales that you've given us, Mr. Tannenbaum,
yes,
3 of them are from 2012, 2013. 4 of them, excuse me. At least 2 of them are REOs, number 1 and number 5. Do you know if those properties have sold in the last 3 to 4 years?
I do not. What I do know is that we try to find properties that are as close to the subject as possible. We could have found properties that sold maybe 3 months ago that were 10 miles away possibly, but this is within a mile or 2 miles of the subject. So how the board wants to look at those properties, they range 2012 sale all the way to 2015 we have in there. I don't know how I can look at or even talk about the assessor sale since it's not readable, and I don't know how the board's looking at their sale information.
Mr. Lowe's, I apologize if you said something about sales before, because I was looking at the appellant's handout.
What I ended up doing was just kind of expanding it out into a print screen where
Okay.
you could read it.
So tell us what you relied, not what you relied on, but you,
Yeah, on the sales that we have there, they're from the different market areas, and the one I selected was staying in the Henderson market, in the range from 2,600 square foot to 21,900 square foot buildings, all sold in the year 2015. And again, the average on that came up at $89.06, and the median was $79.36. Also on that one, it has for the airport, since it's on my paper, I'll just read it. The average is 112.77, and the median 115. And the West Las Vegas was the average of $82.26 and 73.92 for the median. These were all the what we broke them down into sizes to fit the range for this particular warehouse. So those are some of those sales that you can't read that are on that paper spreadsheet.
Of the comparables you provided, number 5, 730 Susanna Way, you indicated that sold in 10 of 13 at $260,000. That has since resold 10 of 15 for $409,000.
And also, you're telling me those are the only comps, and that's why you had to go back. Well, the property next door to the subject sold in 2013 for $82.50 a foot. That's adjacent to the property. So if you're going to go to 213, I guarantee I could find 50 sales.
well, particularly if as Mr. Farr just indicated, comp number 5 that Mr. Tannenbaum's giving sold again.
Right.
So
It's just-
should have picked up. So, okay.
It bothers me when you come in here and try to, come in here with legit stuff. You could have 15 sales all over the board. It was a very active market. So to come in here and it's insulting to bring us 12 sales and say, oh, they're the only things closed. And I click on the one next door and it's sold.
I apologize for that.
Yeah. Okay. Do we have a motion from anybody?
Well, I'd make a motion to accept the assessor's recommendation based on the information provided.
Okay. And that's at 997,686, I believe.
Which is well supported.
Please vote. Who hasn't voted? Motion carries. You do have the right to appeal that.
Thank you.
Don't go anywhere. You're next. Oh, you got to get your stuff? Okay.
Actually, there's a different agent coming. Is that acceptable from our firm to do the next properties?
Next case is 1588 Palm Mortuary.
Yes. Is it okay if he?
Sure.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Mage.
Good morning, Madam Chair.
So it looks like we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of these.
And then we get to do automobile dealerships.
Yeah, I saw that. Are these the gentleman is coming with a ream, 2 reams, 3 reams of paper. Is this information you've seen already, Mr. Mage?
I rather doubt it.
Okay. All right, name and address for the record.
Christopher Glidewell, Pivotal Tax Solutions. And so it's 202 North Lindsay Road, Suite 201, Mesa, Arizona, 85213.
Okay, is there something about the tax agents that no one knows their addresses? Because you're the second different group that had to pull out a business card.
Just want to make sure I'm clear on the record.
Okay.
No inaccuracies.
I kind of knew where I worked after the first day, the address. Okay, Mr. Mage, are we doing these individually?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we're doing 1588. Tell us what we have.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Leon Mage for the Clark County Assessor's Office. The subject property is the Palm Mortuary located at 7402 West Cheyenne, east of Buffalo. The property is 12,033 square feet, and it was built in 1994.
And
We are holding value.
and what is that? Please.
Just go to this.
Oops, I might have it.
Summary's at the beginning. Oh, it's not?
2,662,531.
2,662,531. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Before I get into all these cemeteries and mortuaries, I want to just clarify a little bit about these properties. I believe we're on the same page with the assessor's office. Mortuaries and cemeteries, there's a limited market for those. And according to the Appraisal Institute, these type of properties are best suited for the cost approach. And so that's the way we've been looking at them. We are submitting a number of land comparables for the board's view and discretion. And so I wanted to point those out for the board's information. Just to take you through our packet a little bit, on page 2 of our packet, we have a history of the assessed values. On page 3, we have a property summary. I don't think there's anything that differed from what the assessor had pointed out. This is a property that's on 4.22 acres. It is just a mortuary, not attached to a cemetery. On page 4, starting on page 4, we have a map of the where the subject's located at, which is near Highway 95 and West Cheyenne Avenue. And on page 5, we have aerial maps, and after that we have pictures of the subject property. Page 8, we identified there is access land behind the subject property for the board's note.
How much excess land are you saying there is?
You know, I don't have an exact calculation. It's probably about a quarter of the overall property, though.
Okay.
On page 9, we were providing a number of land comparables. These are straight from CoStar.
Okay.
And we believe that they are comparable to the subject property, and we'd ask for the board to review those and, if appropriate, offer reduction on our behalf.
Okay. All right, so the issues with the land.
Yes. I'll just say what other comments I have for rebuttal.
Okay. Mr. Mage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you look at the land comparable grid on page 4917, you'll see that I have 5 comparables that range in value from $8.03 to $22.17. All the comparables front main streets. Adjustments would be indicated for comps 2, 3, and 4 for size. And based on the land comparables and where they're located, we feel that there should be no change in the value at this point.
And that comes to $8.10 a square foot?
It comes to $8.10 per square foot.
Okay. All right. Okay, sir, do you have anything else?
I do have a question. The assessor's office mentioned that they had made an adjustment for size. Is that done on an individual basis, or is that based off of just the overall reconciled value?
We would make adjustments based on size for the comparables.
Okay. Because I'm trying to see where that is made on an individual basis here. So are you saying the market condition, because on there it says market condition adjustment 0. And then it says 13.51. Is that the adjusted value, or the?
That's the sales value per square foot on that particular parcel.
Okay.
If you look at the column underneath, adjusted dollars per square foot, zoning, location, size, etc., and you go across to sales 2 and 3, you see sale 2 has a plus and sale 3 has a minus and sale 4 has a minus. So that is where the adjustment is being made.
Okay.
And it's a qualitative adjustment as presented, not a quantitative adjustment. So they haven't said 25% or $2 or something like that. They've just said it's either inferior or superior. Am I stating that correctly, Ms. Widener?
That would be correct, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I just wanted to reiterate, we have supplied a number of land comparables that are close to where the subject is located, similar in size and location. The assessor's comparables, I did want to point out a couple things. They did make adjustments, however, I'm not fully confident those adjustments are complete and enough for the subject property. If you'll notice, the comps 1, 3, 4, and 5 are substantially smaller than where the subject is. Comps 3 and 4 are superior locations from the subject. And in addition, you have all that excess land in the back, which I'm not sure is being accounted for in some of these adjustments as well. Comp 2 is actually the same, I believe, same comp that we have.
Yeah, it's your number 1.
And you'll notice CoStar mentions that it's the gross versus the net, and the assessor's office has mentioned has the net amount down there. Then the CoStar's reporting it as the gross as being 13.95, which would
What's the difference?
It's a good question on land. I would think the gross would be
Wouldn't you
relevant.
compare
What's the
apples to
difference
apples?
between the two? Why would you use one versus the other?
Well, maybe the usable part of the land, I suppose.
Right. Do you think, what comp was that, number 1 for there? Do you think that included streets?
I wouldn't be able to say.
Okay. It does. So if it's gross, it means it's going to the center line of all the streets that haven't been improved. If it's net, which your property is because it's improved, it's going to the, for lack of anything else, we'll say the sidewalk. Unless your property ownership is half of the street, which it wouldn't be because it's public. So that's why one would be net and one would be gross.
Okay. That's all I have. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. You already put your case on, Mr. Mage. Do you have anything else?
The only thing I'd like to say is that his comparables 2, 9, 11, and 13 go back to 2013, and there's been enough activity in the land in the Las Vegas Valley where I think the comparables, more recent comparables would garner more weight. Thank you.
Right. I also notice in going through them while I'm trying to listen to everybody is that at least several of them are for 2 to 3 residential units per acre. So none of those would be comparable. You can't use, your property is improved, it's commercial. You can't use single-family residential land as a comparable for that. Okay, Mr. DiFederico, you?
Yeah, and we got a lot of bank sales here also. The first one that's close on Buffalo, which Buffalo isn't Cheyenne off of an interchange, but it's a bank sale. The next one's a bank sale. The third one is the same one, showing a bank sale with the same seller on a different date of the same property, which is why you have to call and verify these sales, because just because CoStar says it is so, isn't always. See, your problem is you're dealing with appraisers up here that do this for a living, and so you gotta, you can't bring us an apartment. I mean, that first one, it's bought for apartments. It's not the same animal. Gross and net. The reason yours is net, so you got to net everything. It's going to push the price per square foot higher. But if you want to use gross, then you got to gross everything and gross yours. And so you got to compare apples to apples, and that's all the assessor's doing. I don't see anything. I don't think the $8 number is out of line on this piece. If it was vacant, there's a reason there's nothing for sale there. This is a high-end, a high-density retail corridor going down that street. So I would make a recommendation. We accept the assessor's value. Is that a closed roll or
Yes.
a rec? Okay. Closed roll value and based on the information provided.
You heard the and consideration of the appellant's information. You heard the motion. Please vote. Motion carries with one dissension. Okay. You do have the right to appeal that. Next case is 1605, Palm Mortuary, Inc. Let the record reflect the same representative for the appellant. I'm sorry, sir, I threw the piece of paper out that had your name. It was again, what's your last name?
Christopher Glidewell.
Okay. And Mr. Mage, tell us what we have.
Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. The subject property is the Palm Mortuary and Cemetery, located at 7600 Southeastern. It includes 30,124 square feet of building, and it was constructed in 1973. And I would just like to say that I did a pretty exhaustive study on all the mortuaries and cemeteries in the valley this past summer, and we've applied a obsolescence or a depletion, if you will, on the cemeteries, and particularly on the areas that were used up or depleted, that were occupied, if you will, with graves. So on this particular property, we have a 40% adjustment to the 71.32 acres, and that brings the value of our subject down to $1.72 per square foot per land, and we're suggesting that we hold that taxable value of $9,491,889.
Okay. Do you have a handout, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Thank you. I know, I appreciate that. I just want to go to my pages. Okay, so this one's done. We're going to put it down here.
Thanks, Jim. Is this property zoned RE?
Yes, it is.
Interesting. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Well, unlike the last property, this is a cemetery, and I appreciate the assessor's office willingness to look into these properties and attempt to value them correctly. We have some concerns we wanted to voice to the board from our client regarding these properties. And these are just general concerns overall they have with cemeteries, that they have reoccurring issues, not just with this location, but across the country. Oftentimes, there's issues that are involved with the cemeteries that the public is not aware of, and they do not take into account when valuing these properties. One is that the marketability of cemeteries is extremely low, if not zero. Once a cemetery is put into being or creation, it gets approved by city council, and it becomes a restricted use property. The owners can no longer, after that point, go and change the use on the property. They can't dig up or move graves without court orders. It becomes a lot of problems, as I'm sure you're aware. In addition to that, so they're restricted on it. A lot of all the revenue and information that they get out of these properties are all up front. Once they sell the plots, the land is basically worthless to any potential buyer. So all the plots that have been sold over the years, if you were to revalue it this year, all the plots that have been sold have no value to anybody that was going. If it was a potential buyer, they would be interested in what they could get out of the property going forward. So any plots that have been sold in the past would not have a value to anybody. In fact, they're actually a burden because under contract, they have to upkeep these properties as well. So they have all the maintenance involved with those. And so for that reason, looking at the market of the property, sometimes the tendency is that the land value and the property should continue going up with the market. But in reality, these properties I think the value should stay stagnant, if not go down over time. Saying that, we have provided a number of land comparables as well, and would ask the board, in considering these, realizing that if you were to come up with a hypothetical land value on these properties, it would be the bottom of the market, if that. And so we provided a number of comparables on page 14. I think it was already mentioned, this is a residential zoning, which is considerably different than some of the past case we dealt with, and comes into play quite a bit with the land value as well. And we realize it is low, but it is quite a bit of acreage. I don't think that was mentioned. It's 71 acres. It's quite a bit. And even if you were trying to get land comps, which we did, 71 acres is quite a bit. And once you get over, the 40, 50 acre range, it starts dropping down in value on a per square foot basis substantially.
Okay.
And that's all we have. Our CoStar details starts on page 14. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Payson.
If I could, before Mr. Mays starts, I just wanted to address the start of his comments, and that nationally how there's an issue with these types of properties, cemeteries. Well, in Nevada, if you knew the Nevada law, there's a statutory way that we have to value these, and Leon's going to talk about that, so that those occupied units or whatever we're going to call them are removed as exemptions. So that's the way we are required by statute. So we don't have the same concerns nationally that this taxpayer is bringing forth.
And Mr. Mage is going to address that.
Yes, in fact, I addressed that when I introduced the property, because the property being 71.32 acres, 40% of that is depleted, if you will, or
Used.
Occupied, as Ms. Widener said. And we've taken that into account, and I think that's one of the reasons it brings the value of the property down to $1.72 per square foot. Having said that, on page 4975 is my comparable land sales grid, and I used comparables that were a mix of zoning designations of the comparables to indicate the utility of the subject as if it were considered vacant. The size of the subject would indicate adjustments for anything less than 10 acres. The larger comparables, although still smaller than the subject, were not indicated for size adjustments, which gives me an indicated value range between $5.17 and $21.55 a square foot, which well supports our current value of $1.72.
I haven't had a chance to look through the appellant's packet.
And the only other thing on the appellant's comparables 5, that was from 2013. Comparable 7 was from 2013, and comparable 8 was from 2011. And again, I think there's been enough activity throughout the valley to get more recent comparables.
Well, my favorite is sales 6, which Mr. Farr pointed out. It sold, it says, in 13, but it resold in September of 15 for $215,000. It's but it's not 12 acres. It's 0.06 acres because there's a house on it that was built.
Oh, that's a CoStar trick.
So that one sold for $82 a square foot if you look at land.
Yeah, that's a CoStar trick. I think I've pointed that out to gentlemen before, that CoStar will show land, 12.65 acres, but then if you get into it, you'll see that it's actually the recording for a house within the 12.65 acres. So it screws up their, and they claim they don't do it. I've brought it to their attention to the point they wouldn't answer me anymore. So the $1.72, you're applying it to the entire 71 acres.
Yes, apologize about that. I'm applying an obsolescence of what's been used up or depleted, if you will. And I'm applying that based on our aerial measuring tools and my visits to the property, talking to the groundskeepers. And it gets a little bit intricate, because you may find an area where there may be a headstone and 7 or 8 spaces next to it that are not used. But talking to the directors at the facility, they say, well, they're not used now, but they've been purchased by the family. So in essence, they are used up, even though there's nobody occupying them. And I've taken all that into account when I've adjusted all of these. And we'll get into several more of the cemeteries that are going to have adjustments on these parcels. So all of this is taken into account.
So the 40% is being applied to the $1.72, not to the 71 acres.
No, the 40% is being applied to what our dollar per square foot.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't understand you. I apologize.
Madam Chair, I want to make sure we're clear on that. The $1.72 is what the current value concludes to when you look at that. So he's already applied that obsolescence, and that's what it would be indicating after that's been applied.
Yeah, but it's being applied to this whole 71 acres or 72
Correct.
acres is my point.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Members of the board?
I'm just going to ask a question of you.
Sure.
I'm looking at the aerial here, and there's a lot of dirt at the back end of this thing over by the preschool, all the way to, it looks like Jessup. All of that is vacant, and that's in terms of business potential for the cemetery, future sites for occupancy.
Yeah, I believe that would be their possibility. What they usually do is they'll initially set out a certain part of the cemetery, and they'll block that off, and then as it gets full, they back it out all the way to the end.
So they still have, from a business perspective, another good bit of time, with all that land in the back there to sell sites.
Yeah, and it wasn't my indication to say that they didn't have any, but that there is land that is not usable.
So there is a market for the property, it seems to me, after reviewing a couple of these appraisals, we've looked at a couple of them, in the southwestern region of the United States, and they make a lot of money, and this has quite a bit, it seems to me, to be marketable. So, just comment.
So your point is that if somebody was going to come in and buy this particular cemetery, they're not buying a cemetery that is completely developed, they're buying a cemetery that's partially developed.
And future income.
Yeah, okay. All right. Anybody got? You want to make it?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'd like to make the motion that we hold to the assessor's value.
Which is the $9,491,889, if I'm correct?
That's correct.
Based on the land at $1.72 a square foot. Okay, I heard the motion. Please vote. And that's based on the information that's been provided. Thanks, Mr. Coleman. Can you get to it? Okay, Mr. Coleman's going to have to voice vote, and we need. Oh, you got it? Okay. Never mind. Motion carries to accept the assessor's value. You do have the right to appeal that. Next case is 1624, Palm Mortuary. Let the record show the same representative for the property owner. Mr. Mage, what do we have?
The subject property is the Palm Mortuary Mausoleum, located at 551 Adams Boulevard in Boulder City, and that parcel is 2.51 gross and net acres. And we maintain to hold the value at $602,383.
Okay. And we have another packet. Thank you, sir. Okay, what you got, sir?
Okay, another mortuary. On page 5, I'll just kind of abbreviate this a little bit, but going to page 5, you'll see the parcel map on our packet. You can see what the parcel lines are and what the property looks like. There is a and we're bringing up the issue of land as well on this one. Our understanding is that the zoning is R1, and we provide a number of land comparables for the board's review.
Okay.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Mage?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you turn to my comparable land sales grid on page 5285, you'll see that I've selected 5 sales, and although no sales comps were available in Boulder City itself, comparable 1, although industrial was selected for proximity to Boulder City, comparables 2 and 3 would indicate adjustments for superior location, and comparables 4 and 5 are adjacent to each other and were selected for their proximity to the residential neighborhoods, which is basically the way the mausoleum sits on Adams, if you're familiar with Boulder City. It's rather surrounded by residential development. And we feel that the indicated value range of $6.97 to $26.02 supports our value of $5 per square foot.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Pace.
Me again. I just wanted to point out, again, according to the Nevada statutes, that this is not vacant land, this is improved land. And according to NRS 361227, improved land has to be valued according to which the improvements are being put. So we really can't look at this as vacant residential land when it's actually a commercial venture, because that's what the law dictates that we do. That works both ways. If we have commercial property that has a house on it, which we've seen in the past, we have to value that land as a house, but it also works the other way. Thank you.
You're welcome. Again, sir, I have a problem with 4 of your 5 sales are from 2013, 2014. And I guess if we were talking about 2 or 3 years ago, that's what one would expect. But I don't think the market is that inactive anymore. My fellow board members have any comments about that? Yes, no? Mr. Baldwin?
Yes.
Mr. Bowers? So the $5 a square foot, and Boulder, topping that off Boulder City, which we know is just rolling in land sales. Anybody got anything? No. Then I'm going to make a motion that the appellant is not provided information to prove the assessor is not reasonably supported at $5 a square foot. So I'll make a motion to deny the appellant, accept the assessor's recommended value of, I think it was $602,383. I think I wrote it down real fast, but okay, please vote. Motion carries. Next, you do have the right to appeal that to the state. Next is 1631, Paul Mortuary. Let the record show the same representative for the appellant. Mr. Mage, what do we have?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And do you have another handout, sir?
I do not.
Okay. You do not? Okay.
Subject property is the Paul Mortuary located at 800 South Boulder Highway and consists of 3 parcels, 179-17-801001 through 003 for a total of 16.67 acres. This is also a cemetery. The parcels have a blended value of $3.85 per square foot. The property was constructed in 1967 and it has 8,876 square feet of buildings on them. And this parcel has also taken an obsolescence of 10% to parcel 179-17-801001.
And what's your value, total value?
And my total value is $3,441,811.
Okay. Sir?
Based on the feedback I've gotten from the board in the past, I'm going to go ahead and accept the assessor's recommendation at this time.
Okay. Mr. Mage, is there anything you want to put on record?
No, thank you. Not at this time.
Okay, then I'll make a motion to accept the assessor's recommended or taxable value of $3,441,811 based on the information in the packet and the concurrence of the appellant. Please vote. Motion carries. Next case is 1607, Paul Mortuary, Inc. Let the record show the same representative for the appellant, Mr. Mage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The subject property is a 4.34 acre lot located in southwest Las Vegas near Warm Springs and Buffalo. The intersection is 0.7 miles south of the 215. It has good commercial location near the St. Rose Hospital. Currently, there is a Paul Mortuary being constructed on the property. I do not know if it is complete as of yet. If you go to page, for my land grid, my assistant's a little slow, so.
Yeah, you get what you pay for.
She's a wonderful person. I just like to give her a hard time, which she'll be giving me very shortly if I don't get there quickly. Oh, there we go. Page 5038 has my comparable land sales grid. And comparables 1 through 5 are most similar with the subject market area. Comp 6 and 7 have corner influence. And Comp 8 was sold with full offsets. And I do want to say that comparable 6, 17604, 310003 was cut to parcel 4 and 5 just recently. But it's the same gross area, but just cut. Being that my indicated value range of comparables is between $9.26 to $15.30, and our taxable value is $8.10, we suggest to maintain value.
Anything else, sir?
No, I don't.
Anything from the board? And I'll make a motion to accept the assessor's recommended taxable value of, what, I don't have it written down, I'm sorry.
Taxable value was, I'm sorry, $2,809,700.
Okay, you heard the motion, please vote. Yeah. Motion carries. You do have the right to appeal that to the state board. 1610. Let the record reflect the same representative for the appellant, Paul Mortuary, Inc., Mr. Mage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Case 1610 is the Paul Mortuary located at 1650 South Jones. The subject is an improved 3.88 net acre parcel located at the northeast corner of Jones and Oakey. The subject is zone C2, and the parcel is improved with a mortuary of 16,182 square feet that was built in 1986.
And your value?
Value on the parcel is $997,686, and we suggest to uphold that value.
Okay. Sir?
We'll go ahead and accept that recommendation.
Okay. I make a motion to accept the assessor's value of $997,686 based on the information in the packet and the concurrence of the owner's representative. Please vote. Motion carries. Looks like we have one more. Paul Mortuary, case 1654. Let the record reflect the same representative for the appellant, Mr. Mage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The subject property is the Paul Mortuary and Cemetery located at 1238 North Main Street. The property covers 17.66 acres and includes parcels 13927, 603001 through 028, and parcel 13927, 504, 006, and 028. Currently has 47,104 square feet of improvements, and it was constructed in 1969.
And
we are suggesting to maintain value, closed roll value of $3,959,326.
okay. Sir?
We'll accept that recommendation as well.
Okay. Then I make a motion to accept the assessor's value of $3,959,326. Please make sure I'm saying the right number, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
Based on the information in the packet and the concurrence of the owner's representative. Please vote. Motion carries. You do have the right to appeal that one to the state as well.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, now we have a number of car dealerships. They all, looks like we got a couple of the same number, parcel numbers. So these combined, Mr. Mage?
No, to my knowledge, Madam Chair, they're
Okay.
all individual.
Okay, how long are these going to take?
I have approached these, I believe, on an equitable basis. My initial testimony should cover the testimony for all the car
All of them?
dealerships.
Okay. Everyone want to keep going? We're going to take a break for lunch after this or before this. Get these through? Okay. All right, so 1577, Finley Family Properties, LP.
Subject property, I didn't know if you wanted to.
Oh, hold on, we're waiting for them to come down.
I apologize.
I noticed there's a number of them with Finley, then we've got one Eastgate and one called Jones 215. Are those still part of the same? Are those auto dealers also? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And CDF property? So those are all auto dealerships. Well, maybe we won't do them all. You gentlemen coming down? We've got some lovely lunch sandwiches just calling our names from the cafeteria. Unless Mr. Costello's taking me out to lunch, I don't know. Yeah.
Let's see, which is the first property we have?
Let's do name and address.
Wayne Tannenbaum, 202 North Lindsay Road, Mesa, Arizona.
Thanks. So we got 1577. Mr. Mage.
Got it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Case 1577 is the Land Rover dealership located at 5255 West Sahara. It was constructed in 2001, has 20,437 square feet of buildings, and our taxable value that we suggest to maintain is $3,121,647.
Okay.
They do have some packets.
Do you have a handout?
I'm sorry?
Do you have a handout?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Mage, what page is your summary in?
4824.
Thank you.
But then we'll be referencing two other pages.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Tannenbaum.
Okay. We've approached these properties in two different ways. You'll notice by our packet, the information we have is both land sales, which we've provided, and we've also provided an equity table of Finley properties. If you look on page 8, we have a number of Finley properties, similar in year built. Some are newer than the subject property. You'll see that the values of those Finley properties, Fiat, Acura, Toyota, Honda, are noticeably lower as far as equity than the subject value. We provided a map below that, but again, keep in mind that they're all Finley properties, and two of them are the same year built, and one is newer and one is older. And the average of those equity comparables, as you can see there, is $146 per square foot. We are on for $170 per square foot. Additionally, we have provided quite a few land sales. On page 10, there's a map. 6 land sales, which are north, east, south of the property. a good range of land sales in different directions. The complete detail of all those land sales are given starting on page 11. And again, we've provided both the land sales and the equity table.
Okay. Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Mage?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you go to page 4325, you'll see the auto dealerships that I'm using to base my valuations on. First one being on 6175 West Sahara. Second one at 260 North Gibson, which is in the Auto Mall. Third at 3131 Fremont Street at St. Louis, definitely on the eastern half of this, what we refer to, as I refer to anyway, as the East Sahara Auto Dealership area. Also the fourth one at 1700 East Sahara, and then finally at 6501 Centennial Center, which is in the northwest portion of the valley. Now, if you go to page 4326, you will see that we've taken the sales and we've looked at the sales, what they sold to compared to our closed roll value. And we've made adjustments to the age of the property, the coverage or the land to building or building to land ratio, however you want to refer to that, and then we've made adjustments for location. We've taken these adjustments using our sales as a base, applied that to our taxable value, and made adjustments for location, land to building ratio, and age to see where, based on the sales, our value should be as indicated by the sales per square foot. So at the very end, you're going to see that PSF, which is per square foot value, based on the adjustments we've made from the sale to that existing property. Now, I've taken those adjustments that we make for location, age, and land to building ratio, and if we go back to our initial page with all of the car dealership appeals listed on them, we've adjusted all of these based on the sales, and then we have a predicted value based on what the square footage or dollars per square foot should be, what they would predict it to be, and what the new per square foot value is based on the sales. And in all these situations, we've treated all of these, we feel, equitably in terms of our analysis. And we've taken this application, we've looked at all of these conditions, and in each instance, on each of these appeals, we support value. Now, the appellant is concerned about equity. Now, on all these car dealerships, there is not one that is exactly the same in size of showroom, size of service garage, size of office area, size of storage area. That's a mix. That's up to the individual property owner or auto dealership when it's purchased or when it's constructed, how they want to do it, how much volume they think they're going to go through, how big of a showroom do they think they're going to need. Depending on what model it is, how big of a service area do they think they're going to need. So a lot of times these equity questions have come into play before, and there's other things involved on each individual property that make them unique to themselves. And we felt by adjusting things that we could control or we knew were constant, such as age, such as land to building ratio, such as location, these things can be adjusted and put a dollar amount on and apply to what we have to see if we are exceeding value. And in each instance where we've done this, and we've done this in the past and suggested lowering values also in prior years. And this, we feel, is an equitable way to address these properties, and we feel based on that, that in this case, in 1577, the value of $3,121,647 is the closed roll value, and it should be upheld.
Madam Chair, Jim Jacobs for the Clark County Assessor's Office. If I could address the petitioner's land comparables, or I should say non-comparables that he brought forth. This sale number one was 7 of 2013. REO sale that is now cut into residential lots. So obviously it was for residential development. Sale number two, 6 of 2013 is on Cheyenne, which I wouldn't think be comparable to Sahara. and there are no dealerships in the area, so I don't think its highest and best use would be an auto dealership. Sale number 3 is downtown. 8 of 2014. Again, no dealerships in the area. I don't think it'd be developed for an auto dealership. Sale number 4 is, actually there are dealerships in the area of that one. 7 of 2014 is when it sold. It's a back parcel. There's no frontage on any major street. So again, its highest and best use I doubt would be an auto dealership. Sale number 5, again, residential development. It has since been cut into lots. Sale number 6 is a quick claim deed. So I don't feel any of these comparables are comparable, and I think they're just putting something forth to see what sticks.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. And if you didn't point out, sales 1 and 5 were both REO bank sales.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
And I don't know, we're not trying to be nitpicky, it's important for us when we're reviewing an appeal, when somebody files an appeal, that they identify what the issues are with regards to that, and if it's a full cash value issue versus an equity issue. And if you look at the appeal form on page 4797, I'm not saying the board can't consider it, I'm just saying it's important that when they do check these boxes, that it helps us to know what we're actually looking at. And you'll see that they check the full cash value of my property is less than the computed taxable value. They didn't take into consideration, the second box would have been my property is assessed at a higher value than any other property. If they were concerned about an equity issue, that box probably should have been checked as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Tannenbaum?
Nothing else.
Okay. Members of the board? Mr. Barr?
I don't feel that any of the evidence provided gives us any reason to change the value presented by the assessor. I would deny the appellant's request and accept the assessor's value given the evidence provided.
Okay, and that's $3,121,647, if I'm keeping score correctly.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. If there's nothing else, please vote. Motion carries. You do have the right to appeal that to the State Board. Next case is 1471 Finley Family Properties LP. Let the record show Mr. Tannenbaum is again representing the property owner, Mr. Mage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Case 1471 is the Finley Acura dealership located at 315 in the Auto Mall Drive in the Auto Mall. It is currently valued at $3,304,828, and we're suggesting to maintain that value. It is 21,988 square feet of buildings, and it was constructed in 1998.
And your worksheet is on what page? Thanks.
4371.
Thank you. Mr. Tannenbaum?
Yeah, on same points we're making on this one, on page 7 is our land comparable sales for the subject property. On page 8 is our equity chart and map. And starting on page 10 is the detail of our land comparables.
Yep. Mr. Mage?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like the testimony from the previous case to be addressed to this one. And again, treating all these properties the same, we cannot adjust for showroom space, service garages, office, warehousing parts, but there are things we can adjust for, which is going to be age, location, land to building ratio, and those things we looked at against the sales, predicated those adjustments to our dollar per square foot value, and maintained our values. So again, I think that we looked at all of these fairly and equitably, and we are suggesting to maintain the closed roll value. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Jim Jacobs for the
Yes.
Clark County Assessor's Office. If I could, again, refer to the petitioner's land comparables
Thank
or
you.
non-comparables. Sale number 1 is 10 of 2013. Sale number 2 is 9 of 2014. Sale number 3 is 6 of 2014. That's off-street general industrial zoned. Sale number 4, 6 of 14, again off-street. Sale number 5 is on Gibson. It's a November of 2014, but it's not in where the dealerships are. It's kind of more in the residential area. So again, I don't know if its highest and best use would be auto dealer. Sale number 6 is KB Homes as a buyer. So I don't think they plan on using it for a dealership. And sale number 7 is 12 of 2013 REO sale. I just don't feel that these are comparable properties that would have a highest and best use of auto dealership.
And is it the assessors, either Mr. Jacobs or Mr. Mage, is it your testimony that there are more recent land sales than those that have been put forward in the market? I know that's up.
In a general sense, yes, absolutely.
Mr. Jacobs?
I don't know offhand. I can't answer that.
Madam Chair, I'll address, I guess Ms. Widener talked about this earlier, but as a general rule, the petitioner submits a petition with no information about really what they're appealing, or they're just saying the current market conditions. That leaves us to work these appeals with very little knowledge of even what they are appealing. And then they come in here and they want to talk about equity or land comps, and we're going forward. I don't think the communication has been very good from this particular group of taxpayers. They haven't been all that forthcoming. And quite frankly, it's almost an insult to the taxpayers in Nevada and to this board, as Mr. Federico pointed out, for them to bring this information in that doesn't seem to apply. I don't know if this
Can I
flies.
respond to that?
I don't know if this flies in Arizona, but.
Can I respond to that then?
Yeah, no, not yet. Mr. Payson's still talking.
Yes. So that's where we're at when you ask us specifics about something that we didn't really know was going to be coming up.
And I'd like to point out one other thing. In the case prior, Mr. Tannenbaum, you put forward on page 8 of your exhibit 4 of the other Finley properties for equity that ranged from $134 to $160 a square foot, including the one you're appealing now. And on this one, you kind of left those off.
That's correct.
You can't have it both ways.
I understand.
It would actually be better if you had just listed everything that Finley owned and showed where this fell in my famous little range-o-meter from that. So now if you want to respond just briefly.
I completely understand what you're saying. He was saying, first of all, the assessor to my left, when he says our comparables, or in other words, non-comparables, is that not the board to decide if they're comparables or not? But more importantly, the assessor to his left asked if whatever we're doing flies in Arizona. Well, we're in the majority of states, and we don't go through this. And what I mean by this is that we have an evidence deadline. We have an appeal form. We put, at that time, what we feel our argument is. They give us an evidence deadline. Why wouldn't we be able to supply, as long as we supply our evidence before the evidence deadline, why is that an issue of what we supply before that or communicate before that? I mean, we're going with the deadlines and doing exactly what we're supposed to do. If it wasn't on time, I understand. So I'm just confused at what we're doing wrong as far as that.
Well, I think what you're doing wrong is you're picking and choosing what you're putting in, which becomes more evident the more cases we see, particularly now if we go to the next Finley property and I see different equity properties in there again, not again, picking the ones that now support the highlight that you're saying. And the other thing is, and I agree with whoever said it before, if it was Mr. Di Federico or Mr. Payson, you are insulting everybody by putting putting forward land sales consistently on all of these cases that are 2, 3, 4 years old in a market that is not that sleepy anymore. And again, if we were talking about this being 2011, 2012, and we all dealt with that, we all have gray hair because of it, and I pay a lot to get rid of my gray hair, there weren't a lot of sales. But you know, you can't ignore the sales that have happened in the last year to 2 years. So that's what you're doing wrong.
Oh, I understand that part.
So, Mr. DiFederico.
Well, and my problem is my wife always asks me why I'm on this, because I've been doing this 20 years. And I tell her, honestly, I'd like to give back to my community. I'm giving up a day at work to sit here and try to help people. So I look at this as if I was in my office and you were working with me and you said, hey, I'm appraising this piece, here's some sales I'm looking at. First time you sent me that, I would just say, okay, come on, there's more stuff. Let's just take a look. Second time you brought that back, I'd say, you're having a problem here. You keep bringing the same garbage. This is garbage. These aren't comps. You got to admit this stuff isn't comparable, yet you keep throwing it at us. You're just wasting our time. So it does start, for us up here on this side, it starts to get insulting and it starts to bother me.
I understand that.
So I hope in the future you take this and say, you know what, let's bring good stuff, because I'd love to help you.
I got you.
But you're giving me nothing.
I will relay the message to.
And as far as the deadline goes, yeah, you might not have the sales that occurred in January of 2016 or even December of 2015, but I would think there's a reasonable expectation that everything that happened from 2012 or 2013, where your sales are anchored, to November of 2015, you'd have access to. So, do you have anything else, Mr. Mage? You put your case on? I think you did, didn't you?
Yes, I did, ma'am.
Okay.
The only other thing I'd like to bring up, and I apologize for not having the actual parcel numbers, but I believe as learned members and appraisers on the board, they're all familiar with the Chrysler dealership that's sold in the southwest part of the valley, in the vicinity of Rainbow and Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that sold for $11 and change a square foot, and it was approximately 5 to 6 acres. And I apologize for not having that exact
All right.
parcel number.
Unless anybody's got anything else, I'm going to make a motion to deny the appellant's appeal, accept the assessor's value of $3,304,828 based on the information provided and the discussion. Please vote. Oops, I already did. Motion carries. You do have the right to appeal that. Okay, 1536, Finley Family Properties LP. Let the record show Mr. Tannenbaum is again representing the property owner. Mr. Mage?
Yes. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Case 1536 is the Finley Cadillac, and the parcel actually shares a VW dealership also. It's located at 210 North Gibson Road. Parcel is 17811411002. Our closed roll value is $16,686,515. We suggest to hold that value. It was constructed in 2001 and has 103,627 square feet of building area.
And it's part of the auto mall, right?
And I'd like to include the testimony from the previous cases.
Okay. Mr. Tannenbaum?
Yeah, I mean, just to be honest, our rest of our cases are based on land and equity. If the board is not going to consider what we had previously, then that's our evidence on each one. Do you want to go over each one, or is the...
it's up to you. If you're going to appeal anything, yes, you can either put it on the record, or you can submit the information.
That's fine. I'll just hand out the... was this the one, docket 1536?
Yes.
Oh, can I keep one? Okay, handing out our packet again. The only difference in this one is this property is 104,331 square feet. And yes, we only supplied 2 equity comparables on page 10. However, that was to show in this sense that this is a much larger property. And all we're saying is we're just hoping that the assessor has taken that into account, the size of this property. And we also have land comps for this property.
Okay, and again, you've elected to show 2 that are lower than and not shown the others that are higher than or equal to as far as equity goes. And I'm going to guess that your land sales are again,
They're very similar, yes.
okay? Mr. Mage?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just looking at the dollars per square foot on this particular appeal at 161.02, even my mean sales, before we even did any adjustments to the auto dealerships, the 5 sales that I had, come in at $210.45. And the sale of the dealership in the auto mall itself went for $244.46. If we adjust that out to or if we look at our adjusted value at $272.93, I don't think we're out of line at all.
Okay.
That's why we're suggesting to maintain value.
Members of the board? Mr. Coleman?
No, I concur with the assessor's value.
And you make a motion?
I would make the motion that we deny the appellant and maintain the assessor's value, which is the closed roll, is $16,686,514.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You heard the motion. Please vote. Motion carries. You do have the right to appeal that. 1544 Finley Shack Properties, LLC. Let the record reflect Mr. Tannenbaum is again representing the appellant. Mr. Mage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Case 1544 is the Finley Honda located at 933 Auto Show Drive. Parcel is 17811411023. Our closed roll value of $6,029,176 is being recommended to be upheld. Property was built in 2000 and it covers 45,017 square feet of building.
Mr. Tannenbaum?
Yeah, I don't think we have a packet. What number is this docket number again? I'm sorry.
1544.
44. Okay, so I do not think we have any additional evidence, and I think we supplied some land comparables at the time of the appeal, if I'm correct.
Okay. Mr. Mage?
I'd just like to incorporate my previous testimony into this one, and the fact that at $133.93 a square foot in the auto mall, I do not think the property is overassessed at all.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Farr, do you want to make a motion? Or you have an opinion? Or
Make a motion to deny the appellant and accept the assessor's value of, what value did you have on that?
$6,029,176.
Based on the information.
Based on the information provided.
And also the previous discussion. Let's add that to the for the other cases. Okay.
And then the previous testimony.
Okay, you heard the motion. Please vote. Motion carries. You do have the right to appeal that to the state board. The next case is 1718 Finley Family Properties LLC. Let the record reflect Mr. Tannenbaum, who's desperately looking for his colleague who's walked out on him.
Oh, did he walk out?
I don't know.
No problem.
Either that or he's laying down. I'm
Is
not
Christopher
sure.
Glidewell in the building? Do you mind if I ask?
And Mr. Mage, tell us what we have.
Case 1718 is the Finley Kia, located at 5325 West Sahara, parcel 16312501023, with a closed roll value of $5,137,005. Property was constructed in 1991 and covers 33,218 square foot of building area.
Okay, Mr. Tannenbaum?
I think we supplied some land comparables with our original appeal, unless I'm mistaken. So that's, I think, the only evidence we did supply.
Okay. Similar in dates and what have you?
Correct.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I don't believe we have any in the record.
You don't?
I'm looking, I just want to make sure. I don't want him to
And we
assume.
did not supply evidence on that one.
Okay.
Yeah, we are not showing anything in the record.
Did we find, was there anything in the previous one?
There was.
Okay. Because I didn't check that. Okay. So you don't have anything you've submitted, Mr. Tannenbaum?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Mage?
I'd just like to incorporate my testimony from the previous cases, and once again, at $154.65 a square foot, I do not feel the property is being assessed and it is being treated equitably.
Okay. Mr. Farr, you want to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to deny the appellant and accept the assessor's valuation of $5,137,003 based on the previous discussion and previous testimony.
Okay. And the testimony that's been put on for this one, too. We'll get you right. Please vote. Motion carries to deny the appellant on 1718. You do have the right to appeal that. Next case is 1527 Eastgate Auto Properties LLC. Let the record reflect Mr. Tannenbaum is again representing the property owner. Mr. Mage.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Case 1527 is Audi of Henderson, located at 7740 Eastgate Road. Not exactly in the auto mall, but I put down what has auto mall influence because it's easily accessible over the, I believe it's Auto Show Drive, over the freeway. Our closed roll value of $5,246,809. We suggest to maintain. The property was constructed in 2010. And it consists of 25,858 square feet of improvements.
Mr. Tannenbaum?
Does the board mind if I see if our packet is up there? If they mind, that's fine. But
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
okay, what's the docket number again? I'm sorry.
1527. Thank you. And then you got 1580 and 1622, and then we're taking a break. Because those are auto dealers, right, Mr.
That's correct. And I'd also like to put on record that Mr. Jacobs was very instrumental in helping me do the adjustments on this with his SPSS program, and it's very much appreciated.
Okay.
And I think very professionally done as far as presenting this to the board. So thanks to him.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. Pardon me?
1527.
Yes. Eastgate Auto.
Thank you. Okay, this packet will contain on page 6 plan comparables and on page 7 equity chart. This property is valued at $202.91 a square foot, which is one of the higher per square foot values of Findlay properties that we're looking at. And that's on page 7. And detailed land comparables on page 9. That's it.
Mr. Mage? Thank you, Mr. Tannenbaum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just like to incorporate my testimony from the previous cases, and once again, being a newer dealership on at $202.91 a square foot, I do not think is unequitable with what we have, or I should say how we have analyzed the rest of these properties, and I suggest to maintain value.
Madam Chair, Jim Jacobs from the Clark County Assessor's Office. In looking at the sales that the petitioner just provided, first sale, 5 of 2004.
Pardon me?
5 of 2004.
2004.
Yes. Next sale,
12 years ago? Okay.
Next sale, 6 of 1999.
Okay.
The next sale, 6 of 1999.
It looks like the same sale.
Yeah, 6 of 1999.
Or those are all the pads.
Yeah, and then some of the land sales that we addressed earlier.
92.
Thank you.
92.
No.
Number 6. 6-2 of 92.
Sir, you know, if somebody's putting this together for you, you really need to go back and kick them.
I can't comment on that, but I'm sure we'll have
Or
talk
else
to
you
the
need
office.
to stand in the mirror and kick
I don't
yourself.
think that I got those comparables. I'm sure that was somebody's mistake. Yes.
1992 is just unbelievable. Mr. Mage, I think you put your case on. One question just on the equity issue. I noticed this one was built in 2010 compared to the, and I'm looking at the other three that the appellant has shown on his page for equity. One was built in 2001, 2007, 2008. So part of the difference in that dollar per square foot could indeed be the newer construction, less depreciation.
And it can also be, and it's included in the case, is the way the dealership is laid out, showroom area cost-wise as opposed to office and
Thank you.
service garage.
Okay, Mr. Farr, do you want to make a motion?
I would make the motion to deny the appellant, accept the assessor's valuation of $5,246,811 based on the previous discussion and current and previous testimony.
Okay. And the information or lack thereof that the appellant has provided. Please vote. Motion carries. To deny that, you do have the right to appeal that. 1580 Jones 215 LLC. Let the record reflect Mr. Tannenbaum, again representing the property owner. Mr. Mage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Case 1580 is the Finley Chevrolet dealership located at 6800 South Torrey Pines in the southwest part of the valley. Property was constructed in 2007, has 158,250 square feet of improvements, and we're suggesting to maintain the closed roll value of $14,533,803, which works out to $91.84 a square foot.
Okay. Mr. Tannenbaum?
We have the same land and equity arguments, so they're in there.
Okay. At least you're consistent.
We are very consistent.
Okay, and Mr. Mage, did you have anything else?
Just to incorporate my testimony from the previous cases.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I'll note again that from an equity standpoint, the appellant has only shown 2 of the other properties and not all of them, so it's a little skewed. Mr. Jacobs, do you have any comments on the land?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right. Mr. Farr, do you want to make it, or?
Make a motion to deny the appellant based on accept the assessor's value. I don't have that.
$14,533,803.
Based on the previous discussion and previous testimony and based on the previous discussion and current and previous testimony and the information provided.
Right. Thank you. Please vote. Motion carries. You do have the right to appeal that. And finally, 1622 CDF Property Holdings LLC. Let the record reflect Mr. Tannenbaum is representing the property owner. Mr. Mage.
1622.
1623.
1623.
1622 is
I'm sorry if I said it wrong.
I'm sorry. 1622 is the Finley Lincoln dealership located at 310 North Gibson in the Valley Auto Mall. Closed roll value of $5,846,511 is suggested to be upheld. The property was constructed in 1996 and covers 42,162 square feet of improvements and is currently valued at $138.67 per square foot.
Okay, I think I have packets. Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Incorporate my testimony from the previous cases.
Okay.
There you go.
Mr. Jacobs.
Thank you. Okay. Again, on this property, we have provided land comparable sales on page 8. And again, the equity on page 9, and let me say on this one that the property was built in 1996 and it's valued at $204.44 a square foot. So I'll let the board take care of that as far as the value versus other Finley properties.
Okay. Mr. Mage, do you want to?
Once again, to incorporate my testimony from the previous cases.
Okay, and this one is 20 years old, plus or minus, and it's at $204, which is considerably higher. I'm putting you on the spot, but is there anything particular about this one?
This is 1622 Finley
Yes.
Lincoln. Our value is $138.67.
138.
I'm sorry?
Our per square foot value is $138.67 for case number 1622.
Madam Chair,
Yes?
it looks like the problem may be that they don't have the total square footage.
Okay.
Possible.
We've got 4 different records for the building. Got an Automeadow showroom that's 9,823 square feet. Let me add these up here. 9,823. We have a service repair garage that's 18,774 square feet. We have a small car wash that's 880 square feet. And we have an office building that's 12,685 square feet, which totals 42,162 square feet.
How much again, 42?
42,162 square feet on the record for that parcel.
Which takes that one to 138.67. Is that what you showed, Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Which then is well supported. All right, anything else?
That's
All
it.
right, then, based on that correction, which we didn't do on any of the others, I don't know if there were, I'll make a motion to deny the appellant, accept the assessor's value of $5,846,511, excuse me, based on the information provided in this case and the previous cases, and also the, when you correct the appellant's equity comparison well supports the value. Please vote. Motion carries. You have the right to appeal that to the State Board as well. Thank you very much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Tannenbaum. Okay, we're going to take a about a 50-minute break. I'm not sure how busy the cafeteria is at 12:30 on a Friday. Any?
It's a little slower.
Is it? Well, let's be back. Let's be back here about 20 after 1. Am I reading that right? Thereabouts. Thank you.
Las Vegas, put your hands together. Woo! On the 2 and 4. Whoa. Can I play my saxophone for you? Make some noise for Dale Williams! And on the funky drums, y'all show some love for Mr. Alex Bailey! Dallas Bailey on the drums, yo. Daryl Williams on the bass guitar. We're going to feature Herman on this next song. This is a ballad that I wrote with a good friend of mine, Mr. Brian Simpson, on my Love and Sax album. I don't have the Love and Sax album with me tonight. You can get that one from on iTunes or Amazon or even from my website, elontrautman.com. But I do have copies of the Tropicality album, which I played trade rhythms from, and the new album, Live and Uncut, featuring the Elon Trautman Group, which I played Don't Stop the Carnival from. I believe the CD table is somewhere up there or over there. I think it's up there. And I'll be back there signing CDs. But we're going to feature Herman on this song that I wrote about 5 or 6 years ago. This was a big radio hit for me, and I got a very special person I need to acknowledge tonight. He's my radio promoter, based right here in the Henderson area. Goroff Music Marketing, Mr. Jason and Cliff Goroff. They worked this single for me. Got it all the way up to number 11 on the Billboard charts back in 2012. So Jason, Cliff, if you're here, thank you guys for supporting my music, and we'll play it for you right now. It's called Heaven in Your Eyes. Herman Jackson on keyboard. All right, you mind if we take you back down to the islands one more time? All right, we'd like to do the first single off of my latest album. The album's called Live and Uncut, featuring the Elon Trotman Group, and I brought a whole bunch of copies with me. If you'd like to take this music home with you tonight, I'll be more than happy to sign it for you. This song is simply titled Smooth and Saxy. Big shout out to KUNV for playing this single for me. Thank you so much. Smooth and sax beat. You guys feeling all right out there? All right. You guys feel like dancing? Here's something you can dance to. A song I wrote on a hot summer day in Boston. Not Vegas kind of hot, but it was hot for Boston. It was humid. It was 99 degrees, almost 100 degrees, so I named this song 100 Degrees. And it goes a little something like this. That's all right, you can clap your hands. Here we go, fellas. I need just about 10 people to come on stage and get this party started with me. Come on, y'all. Hey. Ooh. We got a party going on, y'all. Hey. Get your groove on.
Just ahead on UMC Digest, we'll take you inside one of our operating
to reconvene the Clark County Board of Equalization. And the next case on our agenda is 915 Prime Sonoma Shadows LLC. And it looks like 920 is the parcel that is next to it. Good afternoon. Name and address for the record.
Lisa Castro, 1750 East Karen Avenue, 89169.
And Ms. Castro and Ms. Peterson, can we hear 915 and 920 together, or?
Yes, we can.
Yes,
Okay with
that'd
you?
be fine.
All right, so let the record reflect, we're hearing 9:15 and 9:20 together. So Ms. Peterson, tell us what we have.
Case 920 is a 376-unit apartment complex located at 1750 Karen Avenue, southeast of Sahara and Maryland Parkway. And this is the sister property to case 915. The average unit size is 915 square feet. Amenities include a clubhouse, fitness center, pool, basketball court, laundry facilities, and covered parking. We recommend holding value to $11,367,214.
Okay.
And we also recommend holding value to the sister property of $11,421,994.
And that's on case 915. And is 915 another 300 and some units?
Yes,
Tell us about that property real quick.
that is located at 1500 Karen Avenue, southeast of Sahara and Maryland Parkway. The average unit size is also the same, 915 square feet. Amenities include clubhouse, fitness center, pool, sports court, laundry facilities, and covered parking.
And also 376 units?
376 units, and we
Okay.
also recommend holding value.
Okay. Okay, go ahead, Ms. Castro.
Okay, thank you. What I'd like to do today is basically just address a couple of the market conditions, some issues that are specific to the properties with the, I'm asking for adjustments to the vacancy and expenses, and then just briefly talk about some differences with the comps that were listed in the package. So with that, the market information would be the same for both properties. Recently, in the fourth quarter report from MPF Research, which is a industry leader for multifamily housing, for the fourth quarter, and I'd like to quote what they reported, rates have been generally stronger in upper and middle tier product and in higher end submarkets on the south and west sides of the metro. Though the central submarkets have improved substantially over the past year, vacancy in lower end products remain problematic. And that is exactly what we continue to see in the C product type, especially in this particular submarket. In addition, they say that there's volatility remains in the housing market in the lower end properties, especially with regard to vacancy loss, and that the shadow market and the single family homes will continue to be problematic for the apartment fundamentals. So with that, I'd like to just point out, and if we could start with, is this going to be a problem to do 915, which is the 1500 East Karen first?
Okay.
Okay, so, you know, both of these properties are located on East Karen. They are sister properties, identical in size and all of the same amenities. In October of 2015, the captain of the Southeast Area Command, Jack Owens, contacted me with an initiative that the police department had with specifically addressing 4 addresses that were problematic. 2 of them were these addresses. One is my other case, which is after this, and then the 4th address was Sportsman's Manor on Boulder Highway. So fortunately, that's not one of my properties. As a result of the police initiative, we really took a step to look at what we were doing operationally, improved our leasing screening criteria, and also opted to go to 3-month lease terms.
Can I interrupt you? What's your relationship to the properties?
I'm the senior regional manager.
Okay.
And I actually office at one of those.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. So, you know, in the meeting with the police department, we looked at ways that we could enhance the product quality and reduce the calls for service because they were substantial. To that end, by offering 3-month leases, we are increasing turnover, and we're actually seeing a reduction in our leases of about 20% from the time that we put those initiatives in place. Additionally, you will see that in the trailing 12 months that we produced, I mean, our economic occupancy is 78%. So, you know, the vacancy rate of 15%, while I understand if we were talking about Summerlin or Green Valley would be very high, it is actually lower than what we're experiencing. Our vacancy loss rate is between 20 and 22% at any given time. And the only way I see that we would change that is if we would continue to rent to potentially problem residents. Additionally, what you also will see is our security costs have increased substantially. In December, the middle of December, we put in a new security company. We're looking at expenses of about $60,000 to $75,000 a year just to provide security services at each individual property. And lastly, you know, just the age and condition of the property is concerning. We've had substantial issues with hot water heaters, their location in these units. They're in the master bedroom, in a closet that's between the bedroom and the bathroom. And so when these break, which they do quite often, we have substantial floods. So it impacts the upstairs and the downstairs when this happens, and our roof repairs have gone up, and we've actually had to take about 30 units offline just because we can't continue at $5,000 a unit to do those repairs. So, you know, we would like to have all that taken into consideration when we look at the value of the property. We're trying to be good owners. We've met with the Boys and Girls Club. We're in negotiations with them to actually close one of the offices and turn it into a Boys and Girls Club just because of the demographics. That in and of itself would cost the owners about $30,000 in upfront cost and about $5,000 in monthly maintenance. But again, you know, we're committed to Las Vegas, this particular area. This is where I office. I'm born and raised here. I come down, you know, Karen every day to work. And every day we look to see what can we do different. But as we continue to have increases in, you know, our taxes, we can't pass those along to the customer. Our CNOI was down 16% quarter over quarter for the previous year. So we're not seeing rent growth or really any opportunities.
Okay.
Okay, the capitalization summary page for case 915 is located on page 2449. The PGI is derived from the subject's current rent roll, which also reported a 9% vacancy. And the owner's bad debt and collection loss was 9.7% of the actual potential rental income. So we therefore used a 15% vacancy and collection loss. And other income includes utility reimbursements, laundry revenue, application fees, etc. We used a market expense of $3,500 per unit, which includes reserves, and a capitalization rate of 8.5%, taking into consideration the subject's age and location. The actual 2015 operating statement is located on page 2459, and if you notice, their NOI is slightly above what I have on the cap summary page. A sales summary table is presented on page 2450, highlighting 6 sales. A vicinity map on page 2453 depicts the location of the subject in relation to the sales. These sales are located within approximately a 2-mile radius of the subject, and they indicate a very tight range from $50,833 to $56,184 per unit, with a median of $53,092. With the exception of one sale, all of these were confirmed with brokers to the transaction. And if you notice, sale number 4 was remodeled prior to its sale. Excluding that sale, we have a tighter range, $50,833 to $55,344 per unit. In the cap rate, 3, I was not able to reveal the cap rate, but the median is 5.5%, and we used 8.5. The income and sales comparison approach value indicates a higher value than the taxable value. We therefore recommend no change in value. And by the way, the imputed value of the subject is $30,525 per unit, which is well below the sales.
May I address?
Yes.
Referencing page 2459, which is our trailing 12 months, where I'm asking for the adjusted vacancy is if you look at the actual potential rent, which is $2.6 million, and you were to take our total rental income, which was $2 million, and you divide that in, we're at 78% economic occupancy. We know that physical occupancy doesn't pay bills, economic occupancy does, and that is what we maintain in addition to the high skips and evictions. So you have a higher physical occupancy, but we're not collecting that money. Additionally, we're held to the statutes with regard to skips and evictions. We cannot even check for a unit until it's been 15 days late on rent, and then we have to hold the belongings for an additional 30 days. So when you have a property that the demographics where you have a high percentage of turnover based on skips and evictions. We're losing 45 days rent just off the top before we can even go in and turn the unit or take possession of it. So I would maintain that our economic occupancy speaks for itself in both reports. Now, Sonoma at 1750, East Karen has a higher, it's at 83.9%. So, asking for 18%, might not, it's a little bit tighter, but definitely at 1500, we see that, we're at 78%. And that's before we go in and continue to work on these initiatives that we put in place as of November. So we fully expect our revenues to go down considerably each month. In fact, I believe for January of this year, they were like at 147. So we just closed January, we're in February. So we definitely see that our revenues are substantially less. And then on top of that, we have increased operating expenses. The other thing I'd like to address with regard to the sales comps, first of all, if I thought I could sell this for $50,000 a unit, clearly the value would be more than what we paid, so we'd be thrilled. But we're very familiar. On East Karen, Lake Sahara, we lent $2.5 million to the previous owners. So they were, we were an equity investor in this asset, so we know that there's been a capital improvement there that is not reflected, on our asset. Additionally, comps 5 and 6, we owned from 2007 to 2013. So those were my properties as well. We upgraded over half of the portfolio, as well as substantial improvements to the clubhouses, the common areas, and our rents on average were $200 more those units than at Pine Hills and Sonoma. So, I think it's great that we see some movement in the market, but I don't know that that is reflective on what we could do today at our property.
Okay. Ms. Peterson, anything else?
No, other than that, when these sales were confirmed, I did ask if any of the properties were renovated prior to sale. It was only sale number 4 that was renovated. And again, I was unable to confirm sale number 2.
Let's talk about case 920, which is Sonoma Shadows now, because I think we've got the same issues on both, and I think it'll be easier if we just talk about both. So why don't you tell us your points, Ms. Castro, on that one?
So
Which
again,
I realize some of it's going to be the same as you just said. So
yeah, it's always interesting to me because the properties literally are next door to each other. How one could have a 5% better operations than Pine Hills does next door to it. So Sonoma does perform slightly better, but that slightly better is still 83.9% economic. And from a condition standpoint, we continue to have the same issues between the roofs, the ongoing repairs. Today, this property has 38 vacant units, of which about 20 of them I will not be able to turn for less than $5,000 a unit. So, very similar. We had a little bit of a better year in 2015 at this property, but right now they're running equal. I mean, about a 0.5% difference in physical and economic occupancy for January. And February, we've had about 7 move-ins per property. So, very slow leasing trends and mostly self-inflicted because we want to rent to a better clientele. And hopefully, we're committed. The police have an apartment there. They call us, we give them information, and we assist them as much as possible. But it's going to impact our occupancy.
Okay.
Madam
Ms.
Chair, may I
Peterson?
speak?
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. On case number 915, if you look at their actual NOI, it is just slightly higher than the NOI that I have. So if you capitalize that by 8.5%, it still exceeds taxable value. Likewise, with case number 920, their actual NOI higher than mine. Capitalize that at 8.5%, it's still higher than our taxable value.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to put on the record for 920?
Oh. Go ahead and put your case on for 920. 920. Sorry, Madam Chair.
That's okay.
Case 920, the cap summary is located on page 2533. Again, PGI is based on the current rent roll, which reported a 10.9% vacancy. Same as the sister property, we used a 15% vacancy and collection loss, $3,500 per unit in expenses, 8.5% cap rate, and using the same sales, all located within a 2-mile radius of the subject, All were confirmed except one sale. And subject's taxable value came in lower than the sales and the income approach. The imputed value for case number 920 is $30,539 per unit. And again, the NOI for this case, the actual, slightly higher than my estimate. The sales for case 920 are the same as the ones used in case number 915.
Ms. Castro, any last?
No, the only statement that I didn't make was with regard to the sales comps, is that obviously all of those are rated in, there's one that's rated good, the rest are excellent condition. And again, I think if we were looking at the subject properties that we're discussing today, we would put them in the fair category.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I'd just like to add that the imputed cap rate on case 920, based on our current taxable value, is 10.83%. And on 915, I'll give that to you as well. It's also 10.83%.
Members of the board, any thoughts?
Well, I'm just struggling with, I'm looking at the trailing NOI, and it's higher than the assessor is in both cases. And I mean, I'm sure if we went through this, there might be a couple things that get bumped out of there. So that's where I'm kind of struggling. How do you, I mean, if you want to talk trailing, they're doing better than the assessor said. And if we look at the rent roll, I only did it on, because I did it on case 915, I believe. They're actually 86.7% occupied now, even though trailing it shows 78.8, but that said occupied with no notice to vacate. It was 86.7.
Yeah, the 78% includes the collection loss.
Right. So, but at the end, if the NOI is higher than the assessor, I don't think 30,000 a door sounds high for these units. Where do you get those?
Mr. Colwin, did you have?
Yeah, I was looking at the range of cap rates in these improved sales from the assessor's office, and they do look to be like they're in better condition, but why are all these sales throwing off cap rates of 5.5% to 7%? I mean, it looks like to me that somebody's realized in buying these older apartments and fixing them up that, you know, they're turning a pretty good investment.
That was our goal back in when we first bought them as well. But
I think the 8.5 cap rate is kind of a gift.
Yeah. And to your point, kind of thinking out loud, which is dangerous. So if you, and I'm not sure which case I'm on right now. Hold on. I'm on 920. And I agree with Mr. DiFederico. We could tweak this income, take up the vacancy collection, what have you. But if you look at that, call it $14.5 million, even if you put in $2 or $3 million for renovations, which would be, you know, $5,000 to $10,000 a unit, you're still below the taxable value. So, and that's at the 8.5. So, anybody got anything else, Mr. DiFederico?
Now, based on the information, were we voting on both of them?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, yes. Mm-hmm. Yes, we are.
Okay, so based on the information provided and the fact that the NOI has exceeded what the assessor estimated, I'm going to recommend we deny the appellant and accept the close of roll tax values on 915 and 920.
Okay. You heard the motion. Please vote. Motion carries, and that holds for both 915 and 920 to the clerk's office. So you do have the right to appeal that, and I just tell you to continue to do the good work and keep hang in there with that.
raise the rents.
Okay, you're probably the next one then, 919?
Yes.
Prime Sahara LLC, let the record show Ms. Castro is again representing the appellant, and Ms. Peterson is again representing the assessor's office. Tell us what we have.
Case number 919 is a 312-unit apartment complex located at 4801 East Sahara Avenue, just west of Nellis Boulevard. Average unit size, 878 square feet. Amenities include individual washer and dryers in the units, pool, fitness center, laundry, and covered parking. We recommend holding to the taxable value of $10,403,903.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Castro.
Okay, so again, when we met with the police department, this was the third address on their watch. We actually had the police camera there until the incident in Paris when they moved all of them to the Las Vegas Boulevard. So very involved with the police. We did unfortunately have, we do have higher crime here in terms of a couple of homicides and shootings. This property, their economic occupancy is 76% for 2015. So again, I mean, I know that from a physical standpoint, you know, we wanted to use a 15% vacancy rate, but it's much closer to 20% on any given day. Very similar demographics. What I would challenge with regard to Sahara Gardens is that this property is on the corner of Nellis and Sahara. So not a very thriving submarket by any stretch of the imagination. You know, Central is much stronger, easier for people to get around. So we do struggle there with occupancy just based on the general area and then property conditions. Security, over $60,000 a year to just maintain the asset and try to reduce crime. You know, several down units. We did have a fire, you know, from a cash flow standpoint. You know, it does not make sense to spend $60,000 to turn a unit. So we have units that are actually boarded up. And, you know, it's unfortunate because people need affordable homes, and that's what we're trying to do. But we cannot pass rent increases along to the consumer. They just can't afford it in this submarket. You know, I thought it was interesting. We thought last year when we had reported to our owners in the middle of the second quarter some positives, one of those were the solar jobs. So we were out doing some networking, offering some employee discounts, and we've seen that kind of come to a halt with the recent layoffs. So, you know, it seems like every step we take forward to try to improve, you know, we just are constantly battling the economy and the property conditions.
Okay.
The capitalization summary page is on 2493. The PGI is derived from the subject's current rent roll, which showed a physical vacancy of 6%. A 15% vacancy collection loss was utilized in the cap summary. 10% for other income, which includes utility reimbursements, application fees, etc. Market expense of $3,500 per unit was also used. A cap rate of 8.5% was used, which takes into consideration the subject's age and location. A sales summary page is presented on page 2494, highlighting 5 sales. The vicinity map with the location of the sales on page 2497. The sales indicated range in price from $42,164 to $57,783 per unit, with a median of $47,191 per unit. The income and sales comparison approaches indicated value higher than the subject's taxable value of $10,403,903. This equates to an imputed value of $33,597 per unit, which is lower than the sales. And based on the NOI, the imputed cap rate is 10.03%.
Okay. Members of the board?
Well, this one has a lower NOI. It was 879 versus the $1,051,000. But if you cap it out at the same rate, it comes out to $10,350,000 versus the assessor's $10,004,000. not a huge difference here. I mean, basically rounding.
Mr. Palmer?
Yeah, I reconfigured the direct cap using the 24% vacancy and collection loss. And the other income, I stuck with your expenses. I dropped the cap rate 100 basis points, and that brought me to $10,589,000 or $590. That's still above the assessor's recommended $10,403,000.
So is that a motion? Or do you want to turn that into a motion?
I would make a motion, we accept the assessor's closed
Put your microphone on, please. Thank you.
I make a motion, we accept the assessor's closed roll figure based on the information provided and the fact that it's well supported.
Okay, you heard the motion. Please vote. Motion carries to hold the value. You do have the right to appeal those to the state board. Thank you very much, Ms. Castro. And again, keep it up. Okay, we heard 205 already. Next case then is 1445, which is 168 Emerald Estates, LLC. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor.
Give me your name and address for the record.
My name is Richard H. Hugh. H-U is my last name. My address is, do I have to tell the address?
You give your address.
3015 Kashwa Street, Kathiwa, Torrance, California, 90505.
Okay. All right, Ms. Peterson, what do we have?
The subject property is a 125-unit apartment complex located on the southeast corner of Civic Center Drive and Mary D. Avenue, north of Cheyenne Avenue. The complex was built in 1976 and 1983. Amenities include a clubhouse. We recommend holding to the taxable value of $2,812,983.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
We agree completely with the process the assessor did. But only there are two differences. The assessor used a 85% occupancy, but the actual physical economic occupancy is only 63%. And the second thing, the assessor showed the 5 comparable sale, and even she mentioned that only number 2 is closer to what we have. But the number 2 is, the value is about $21,000 per unit. And also, please notice on number 2, the average unit size is about 960 square feet. Our apartment is small. The average size is only 614. If you use this 2 criteria and substitute to the assessor's formula, you will find that the unit should be less than $20,000 per unit. And we are not asking too much. All we are asking is to put our assessed value, the same value as 2015, 2016.
Okay. Which was $2,681,734.
Yes.
Okay. All right, let's hear what Ms. Peterson has to say.
The cap summary page is on 4315. The PGI is derived from the subject's current rent roll. A 15% vacancy and collection loss was estimated. Expenses were estimated at $3,000 per unit, including reserves. An 8.5% cap rate was utilized, taking into consideration the subject's age and location. A sales summary table is presented on page 4316, highlighting 6 sales. The vicinity map on page 4319 depicts the location of the subject in relation to the sales. The sales indicator range between $21,739 to $48,500, with a median of $45,904 per unit. Sale number 2 is a Section 8 housing project and exhibited below average condition with deferred maintenance. Excluding the sale and placing most weight on sales 4 through 6, which are located within about a 2-mile radius of the subject, the range of these sales indicate a tight range of $45,513 to $48,500 per unit. The value from the income of $3,579,035 is supported by the sales. We recommend holding value to $2,812,983. The imputed value is $22,504 per unit, which is below the range of the sales, and the imputed cap rate is 10.81%.
Members of the board?
The sales, they're on page 4316?
Yes.
Okay, because you notice that they're up to a third bigger than the subject?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the subject's only 600 square foot. These go up to 967. And that one sold for 21 a unit.
That was the Section 8.
Yeah, which is kind of common over there, I think.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't think what he's asking for is unreasonable. Just to leave it where it was. I know that the valley's getting better, but there are areas that are still struggling big time. And I don't see this being an area that's increasing their rents. So.
Okay, well, I'm trying to think where these are.
Mary get off on Cheyenne?
No, I'm done the comps.
Oh.
So number 1 is on Cambridge, so that's got to be near the university.
UNLV.
Number 2 is the Northeast. Number 3 is the university.
Yep.
Number 4 is Northeast. Number 5 is East Cheyenne near the Air Force Base.
Yep. Yeah, Sandy.
And East Lake Mead, Regency Heights.
Lake Mead and Pecos.
So that's.
LIHTC over there too.
Pardon me?
There's some LIHTC over there.
Yeah. So I guess the question that I pose to my fellow board members, because I don't know the answer, is, with the market recovering as it has, are we to a point now where the fruit's been picked and what's left potentially to purchase, such as this possibly, is something that wouldn't attract most investors? Or, is there still enough low-hanging fruit for people to come in and buy these and put money into them? And I don't know the answer to that.
I don't think you put money into them. I think that you look for a deal. I mean, again, they're so small, they're so old, they're 40 years old, they're 600 square foot. This is the bottom. I mean, and it's a bad location.
Madam Chair.
A challenging location.
Can I make a quick comment, please? I just want to, and Mr. Payson referred to it earlier about kind of the dangers of looking at the previous year's values. Because if you go back to the 14-15 year, where it's $2,000,008, that was actually appealed and stipulated. The 15-16 value was a modeled value on a mass modeling basis that, for whatever reason, got reduced. So, I don't know that it's appropriate just to look at last year's value and say, it shouldn't go back up. Thank you.
I just don't think it's increased. That's where I'm struggling.
Well, I think you knew what I was going to say, didn't you? Mr. Lemons, and I was practicing all morning, we really need to focus on is whether or not the $22,500 per unit is a reasonable number or not. I think that's what we really should be focusing on. So what's everyone think real fast?
Well,
Can we
and
split
last
hairs?
year's number was 21,453, or basically 21,500.
But the year before that was
Yep.
22.5.
Yep. And things were, again, I don't tend to generalize that everything's getting better. There are still plenty of boarded up properties out there. So it might not pass, but I'm going to make a motion that we revert back to last year's valuation on this property. The $2,681,734, which is $21,543 per unit.
Can you humor me for a second and do a little bit of math?
You just want to make fun of me. Yes.
What if you took the cap rate up to 9%? No, not 9. 12%. Or 11.5.
$615. But the problem is that income is double what they pulled in last year. They did 147,000, and that's saying it's going to be 304.
I'm sorry, say that again?
The income they reported, the net operating income, was 147,000.
Did they have an income in here?
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Jim Jacobs with the Clark County Assessor's Office. Looking at their income statement that they provided, there might be a lot of capital improvements in there, so we want to take a closer look at that. Thank you.
I didn't go far enough.
May I add something?
Yes.
Even you use the assessor's number, it's 55% of the total cost. We are operate very efficiently. We only use 45% of the cost for expenses. There are different explanations of the expenses, but I hope you will look at the overall. We use a very conservative number compared with assessor's number.
Expenses are less than the assessors. At 349, and they're at 375. So it's not the expense side.
What's your microphone?
It's not the expense side. I mean, because their expenses are 25,000 less than the assessor is. It's the income side. They're just not making the money.
All right, well, do you have a motion?
Yeah, I do.
I'm sorry, say it again.
To just leave it at last year's number of the 2,006,000. I got a page all the way back up.
2,681,734.
Yes, which was basically 21,450 a unit.
Okay, you heard the motion. Please vote. Motion barely carries. So 3-2, it's been reduced to 2,681,734, sir.
I'm sorry, could you repeat again?
Your taxable value has been reduced to 2,681,734.
Oh, thank you very much,
Yes.
Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, next case is 1650 Pacifica North Vegas LLC. $16.50.
Okay, we have something for you.
Yeah, looks like it killed another tree.
Yeah, but it's probably worth it this time. Okay, we have packets for you. There you go.
Okay, has the assessor had a chance to see this before?
Not the packet, no.
Okay. So I will tell you that,
Well, they have seen 3 years of profit and loss, yes.
okay. As we're listening to everybody talk and all that, we will try to look through your package, as will the assessor, but we can't guarantee you to how much
No problem.
they'll be able to do it. Okay, name and address, I'm sorry.
Wayne Tannenbaum, 202 North Lindsay Road, Mesa, Arizona.
You haven't moved, huh?
Not yet, no.
Ms. Peterson, tell us what we have.
The subject property is part of a 302-unit townhome complex known as Palmilla. The appeal is for 167 units within that complex. It is located on Palmilla, about a quarter-mile northeast of Ann Road and Decatur Boulevard in North Las Vegas. The complex was built in 2005. The average unit size of these complexes are 1,444 square feet. The individual units feature washer and dryers and attached garages, and amenities include a pool. We recommend a reduction in taxable value to $16,826,400.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Tannenbaum.
I'm sorry?
Go ahead, your turn.
This property, we don't have to go over the entire packet. Let me first say that, as I explained, we did supply 3 years of actual profit and loss, years ending 13, 14, and 15 previously. This property, we also supplied in this packet essentially market sales on page 8. But obviously for us, that's not what's most important. Obviously the profit and loss, the actual income and expenses are most important to us. The reason we included market sales was just to show, first of all, that there are market sales on page 8 per unit that are obviously less per unit than the subject. But more importantly, they also included a lot of cap rates. Now, I realize now the assessor is using a 7 cap rate. In a sense, we don't see that to be an issue. We have some higher cap rate sales and some lower cap rate sales. So we have not a problem or any issue with, we understand the assessor has used a 7 cap rate. Now that the assessor has used a 7 cap rate, we have some market sales also, especially to show the cap rates and even how there is quite a few properties selling for less. But more importantly, of course, is starting on page 48 is the actual profit and loss from Pacifica. And let me say, Pacifica is a well-run company. We deal with so many of their properties, and this is not a mom and pop that maybe the management's bad or something's going on. No, these are very well-run properties. So there's no problem with any of their properties in general. It's also not an older property. But what's interesting is that starting on page 48, we've given you 3 years of profit and loss. Everything is right there for you. The assessor has a cap rate. We don't see an issue. We have cap rate sales. Year ending 2000, we can go over every year if the board would like to, and maybe that's appropriate, especially given this information is right in front of you. The NOI, which is obviously actually the highest of the 3 years, which is fine, year ending 2015, is $868,690. Keep that number in mind. Rounded off, of course, would be $670,000. Keep that number in mind while you realize that the current value of the property, if I could ever get it open here, is $18,410,538 at $110,906 a unit. So you have the number of the NOI, you have the current value, you have cap rate information, and lastly, just so the board has it, we supplied some information on page 62 for a placement for reserves of apartments, an opinion by Dupree and Scott Apartment Advisors Incorporated. I'm sure the board has their own idea about replacement numbers on apartments, townhouses, etc., and that's fine. We just hope the board keeps that in mind in their analysis of income. Either way, again, 3 years of profit and loss, we supplied that. The NOI is $870, rounded. And just to lastly, the actual income is actually lower this time than the assessor's income is actually higher, the pro forma.
Okay. Is that it? Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. Ms. Peterson?
The cap summary is located on page 350 of the addendum book.
On the addendum book. First time we're going there. 350?
Yes. The rent roll and financials were submitted after this was put in the master book.
Okay, go ahead.
The PGI is based on rents from the market and is reported by the leasing office. We used a 15% vacancy and collection loss, including concessions. Expenses were estimated at $4,800 per unit, and the capitalization of 7% was based on the subject's age and location to arrive at a value of $16,901,400. A sales summary table of 6 sales are presented on page 351. Keep in mind, the subject, again, average unit size is 1,444 square feet. So in an effort to find sales that are similar in average unit size and year built, which was 2005, we selected sales from throughout the valley. The indicator range from $92,083 to $124,375 per unit, with a median of $110,188 per unit. And the actual operating statements for 2015 start on page 409 of the addendum. And the value from the income approach is supported by the sales. We recommend a reduction in taxable value to $16,826,400. This equates to an imputed value of $101,206 per unit. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Can I have a rebuttal?
Yes.
Thank you. In this case in particular, I feel like I'm not understanding how the evidence is displayed as such, meaning, first of all, the market sales the assessor gives, it says they're in north, southeast, they're all over the place. So it says like north, there's only one sale they give in the same area, but obviously we have supplied the actual for this apartment townhouse, profit and loss for Pacifica. And Pacifica, it's not just well run, there's nothing wrong with the property. Why wouldn't that be the value? It's hard for us to understand why they used pro forma income when they have the actual. They made it higher when that's not the actual, and they didn't include all the expenses, which is the actual. And all the 4 or 5 years I've been working for, off and on for Pacifica, their income and expense statement has never come into question as being suspicious or anything in that nature. So you've got a company like Pacifica with all their profit and loss actual, and their income supports $870,000 net, and the assessor gives it 7 cap rate.
Okay. Ms. Peterson, did you consider their income statement?
Yes, I did. It's just the income and expense statement appeared high. That's why we went with the market.
What do you mean by appeared high? Because they're doing a good job?
At $815,000, correction, that came in at $4,883 per unit, and mine was just at $4,800.
I'm sorry, say it again.
The actual expenses came in at $4,883 per unit. So I stand corrected. And also, I took out some of the expenses like car rental, airfare, that are not part of normal operating expenses. So eliminating that, that's where I came in at the $4,800 for the subject property.
So then the difference is in the rent?
Yes, and the rent, that again was based on information from the leasing office, and we took a 15% vacancy and collection loss.
So members of the board, and I know you guys are crunching, I'm looking at the GPR on page 57 of the handout for 2015. I'm focusing on the most recent year. And that says GPR is $2,099,000. The assessor's using $2,217,000.
And that difference is rounded 120,000.
Yeah, so it looks like, because they use the same other income.
Madam Chair?
Yes, I'm sorry. I see you.
I'm pretty sure you did it when you did apartments the same way I did. If I got 3 years of income and expenses, I would lay these out. I would look at the market, but I got to weight the subject. If this is an actual running facility, I want to. Their numbers could be different. There's always reasons why, but the fact that they're at 800, you adjust out the airfare in the car, so their expenses are 815. The assessor's saying 801. I'm probably going to go with theirs at 815. The difference is really on the income side, and this thing's just not making that. So if I take those numbers and adjust it, and I used a 6.5 cap rate because I think 7's too high. I'm at $13,444,248, which comes out to $80,500 a unit. This one's not the newest. It's not the greatest location. I think that's probably a pretty fair value for this property. I can't support the income side because they're not making that money that the assessor says they should make. I'm thinking they would love to make that money.
The other thing that I'm trying to wrestle with on this, and it's been a while since I've looked at this property, but this is only part of the property because part of the units, if my memory is right, are owned individually. And if I remember right, they're not necessarily these buildings over here. It's possible that a fourplex or what have you has two owned and two not, two rented. So when you look at it from, and I go to your thing about, I think you lowered the cap rate. I look at it from an investor. Would an investor want to take on that homeowners association because that's in essence what they're doing? Right. So would this be as attractive? So I just throw that out.
Well, again, I mean, I'm doing that. I felt was because I'm not seeing 7s for decent properties, and I know I appraised this property years ago too, and so I remembered it. And the homeowners is high; they pay a lot, but that also covers a lot of things. Yeah. You don't have to worry about things, so it's dual edged.
And I think, do all these units have attached garages?
Honestly, I don't know, but
I think they do.
Yes, they do. They all have attached garages,
like
2-car.
Yeah,
they're more townhomes.
Yeah, they are. So, what are you coming up with, Mr. DiFederico?
Well, doing that, I came up with $13,444,248.
What was the last three numbers?
248.
Okay.
Which is basically $80,504 per unit.
That seems low. What's everyone else think? I guess we could just vote and go that way, but before we put it to a vote.
Well, I'll put it out there and we can vote and see what happens, and to make those changes and adjust the value to $13,444,248.
All right. Let's vote. Mr. Coldman and I are trying. Motion carries to reduce it to $13,444,248 with the reduction taken to the improvements, and that was based on using their appellant's 2015 income and a lower cap rate, a 6.5 cap rate?
6.5 cap rate.
All right. If you're still unhappy with that, you can appeal that, Mr. Channemoy.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Next one is 1299 Sunset Palms Park Apartments, LLC. I think you're off the hot seat for the moment, Ms. Peterson. Name and address for the record.
Kenneth Cardinal. Address is 5130 South Fort Apache Road.
Las Vegas?
Las Vegas, yes, sorry.
Ms. Montoya? No, there you go. Try it one more time.
Good afternoon, Board. Camille Montoya with the County Assessor's Office. The subject property is known as Sunset Park Apartments. They are rent-restricted apartments consisting of 48 units located at 2163 Martin Luther King Boulevard. That's like between Cary Avenue and Lake Mead Boulevard. Year built is 2,000. The average unit size is 1,045 square feet. Amenities include washer, dryer, hookups, pool with spa. The assessor recommends no change to current taxable value of $2,301,857.
857?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And are we going to be in the master book or the addendum?
Well, he submitted a rent roll and income statement later on in the week, and you can find that in the addendum book.
Okay. But
And
your stuff is going to be in
my
the main
stuff's
book.
in the master,
Okay.
and the addendum starts on page 261.
Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, we basically feel that even keeping it at the current rate is still too high. We have a rent-restricted property. It's restricted for the next 45 years. We went with the national average that was published August of 2015, and it says that the average cost of maintaining a unit in a well property is $5,400 a unit. So we did our NOI, well, the actual collected NOI from the last year, or the collected income minus the expenses to run the property the way it should be run, and then used a 9 cap because we feel in the depressed part of North Las Vegas that even, like I said, even the value that they're currently offering is still way too high.
So, what's your relationship to the property?
I'm the regional manager.
Okay, so does the owner have an opinion of value?
Yeah, the owner's opinionated value is on Sunset Park is $850,000.
$850,000 total?
Yeah, in its current condition.
Okay. And how many units are in this?
There is 48 units in that property.
48, okay. Okay. Go on, Ms. Latoya.
I just happened to look at the appeal form, and the opinion of value is $1.2 million.
And that's on...
when it was submitted in the master book.
Okay.
I should probably mention this property sold in September of 2015. These gentlemen bought 2 properties. So that's case 1300. It is 1 block southeast of this subject. They're rent restricted as well. So I pretty much used the same sales to compare the property. So the assessor's PGI is derived from market rents of rent restricted properties. There was no rent roll submitted at the time of this initial appeal. So I applied a typical vacancy rate of 8% with other income at 3%, expenses at $3,800 per unit, and I applied a conservative cap rate of 8%, which reflects age, type of the property, and the location of the subject. Again, I wanted to mention the subject sold in September of 2015 for $1.2 million. This sale was not confirmed as there were no brokers involved in the transaction. I could not get any information about the sale. It is representing a very low dollar per unit. So if you'll refer to the sales sheet on page 4059, there you will see 5 LIHTC sales that happened this year.
I'm sorry, what page?
4059.
Thank you.
I've never seen so many LIHTC sales before, so we're glad to see this. I believe that the property at 3240 North Las Vegas Boulevard and the 3630 East Owens property are most similar in location to the subject. The range of those sales are more in line with the subject's taxable value. You'll see on the sheet the 900 Doolittle sale that sold for the same price as the subject. That is the other property that these gentlemen bought. It was recorded on the same day. Again, could not confirm the sale as no brokers were involved. The appellant had asked for a reduction to the sales price. The range of these sales on my sales sheet, the sales price is indicating a very low price per unit, so I couldn't get there. I've interviewed local market participants, which included local commercial fee appraisers and brokers that have valued these type of properties, and in those discussions, they felt that the taxable value was in line with what's happening in the market today. The median of these sales is $44,992 per unit. We're at $48,334. The assessor recommends no change to the current taxable value. I wanted to mention that this property was modeled this year before we closed the roll, and a reduction of 35% was already given at the time of roll close.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so I guess the first question, sir, is what's the rationale for saying from the time you folks filled out the form, which was in the last 2 months, and now that you've reduced your opinion of taxable value by 30%?
Oh, all we listed on the appeal form was what we paid for the property, not what we felt it was valued at, just what we paid. We said we paid. It says that we $1.2 million per purchase agreement. So that's just what we were going. And then the owner, when he found this article and had the updated, the 2015, what they felt the cost per unit was to maintain, that's when he went and revised his original article.
Yeah, and the appeal form says owner's opinion of value.
Right, no, I saw that.
1.2 million.
I saw that.
And you're referring to that document by Chris Lee? Is that what you're talking about when you're talking about the support for the expenses? Is that what?
Let me see who. Yes, Christopher
The
Lee,
NHQ.
yes. That's the one.
That's a name from my past. And so this is a national.
Yeah, and if you look on that, I don't know which page it was because I don't have the amended folder, but on page 30 of that article where it says all subsidized properties,
Where is this?
it lists
Hold on,
the total.
let's find.
What page are we looking at here, Chair? Do we have a copy?
We're in the addendum.
Oh.
It's on
and
page
we're
261.
Around 296. And what page are you talking about, sir?
Page 30.
Where it says 30 units, August 20, okay.
Yeah, I'm
So you go to
sorry.
page 299 in our addendum. Okay, so now tell us what we're looking at.
So where it says all subsidized properties and under operating expenses, it says total operating expenses $54.11 per unit. So that's what we went with.
I'm still not.
It's, let me see, it's under operating expenses at
Show
the
me
very
where it is.
bottom line item.
Oh,
It's
per
right above the middle of the page.
Okay, so this is all properties in the United States.
Yes.
Okay.
Including high rise.
850,000, 17,708 per unit.
Madam Chair, if I may, this property, at least on the assessor's website, shows that it sold September 2015 for $1.2 million.
Yeah.
Yes, that's,
Yeah, okay.
yeah, that's correct.
So this is okay, well, I would disagree with these numbers because salaries and personnel of $1,500 a unit,
Closer to 1,000.
at the most 1,000. For 48 units, it probably wouldn't even be that because it'd be a resident. Utilities of 1,300. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, because they have snow clearance.
Yeah. And, yeah. and doormen and all kinds of stuff, so. I think if that was regionalized and it was reflecting properties that we knew were similar, you could put more reliance on it. But unfortunately, something that's national in nature, just it's very dangerous to use it. Okay, so that is the main basis for wanting to take it down to 850,000.
That pretty much.
Okay.
And just our collective, like, because if you look at what was actually collected, that year we actually because we did the trailing 12 report, and we actually collected 239,850 versus the gross potential.
I'm sorry, you're looking at.
It's on our trailing 12 report. Again,
Okay, but that's through March of 2015?
Yeah, it was from April of 14 to March of 15.
Yeah, so what happened in April of 15 through now?
This is just what we were provided this by the person we bought it from.
Oh.
We don't have enough numbers for our own trailing 12 since we just bought the property.
And I'm sorry, Ms. Montoya, what were you at again? What's your number again?
My value is $2,301,857, which represents $48,334 per unit.
48,000 just seems like a pretty big number. I don't know what everyone else thinks. 48,000 a unit for 48 units in North Las Vegas.
They bought it for half that.
Pardon me?
They bought it for basically half that.
Yeah. Okay, I think not my preference. I'm going to throw out a motion to reduce it to the purchase price of $1,200,000 for this year. I think what they paid for it is.
And historically, we've done that.
Mm-hmm. So that's my motion. That's based on all the information that was presented and the purchase price. Please vote. The suspense is killing me. I know that.
Me too.
Motion carries to reduce it to $1.2 million. That's for this year. Can't tell what happens next year. Okay. And then 1,300 is Sunset Palms Park Apartments. The records show the same representative and Ms. Montoya.
It's Sunset Palms Apartments. They are rent-restricted apartments consisting of 56 units located at 900 Doolittle Avenue. Year built is 1999. The average unit size is 1,061. Amenities include washer, dryer, hookups, pool with spa. This property sold in September of 2015 for $1.2 million. This sale was not confirmed, so the assessor recommends to hold the current taxable value of $2,577,094.
Was this property marketed? Was it listed for sale?
I don't know. The owner, he didn't actually buy it. It was an exchange. Like he exchanged out of another property and into these properties.
Do you want to put anything else on the record?
Pretty much everything that I said on the last case, pretty much.
Ms. Montoya?
No, I've got the same sales.
Okay.
Again, the sales representing a very low number, so.
And you use the same cap rate?
I did.
Everything
and
else?
The median is about $45,000 per unit on LIHTC properties that sold this year.
Okay.
With 2 being in similar neighborhoods.
Okay. Members of the board, what do you think?
Were there any other that he traded out? So he bought these 2 properties. Were there any
not
other
in
properties?
Not in Vegas. They were in other states.
But there were other properties involved.
I do believe so.
Okay. That kind of makes it more interesting.
Yeah. So you're saying possibly allocated?
That's my thought.
That was our initial thought. That's why we couldn't reach the sales price. I couldn't confirm anything. I called the title company in Utah where the transaction happened, and there was no brokers involved. So,
involved?
I think it was one other property in New York.
Ms. Montoya, in regards to rents, what were you using? Were you using actuals? Were you using?
I was using rent-restricted rents, and they were verified with the leasing agent.
Rent-restricted rents, meaning actual, not the IRS or the HUD required rents? Because most of what I've been seeing is that the HUD rents are not achievable at this point.
When I spoke to the owner, I believe, he said he was getting anywhere between $450 and $750 on these rents. My average rent was $675 on this property.
You 450 to 475, and we're at 6?
No, $450 to $750.
Oh, to 750, okay.
Well, if anybody has any doubts or anything, we can rescind our last vote, I think. Correct, Ms. Wittenberger? Since we're still dealing with the same property owner?
Yes, if you want to.
If we
open it
want to
up and
reconsider.
The person that made the motion wants to
Yeah, okay. But
rescind their motion.
Can I have feedback from the board as to whether or not they feel comfortable with that $1.2 million purchase price?
When I found out there was other properties involved.
Microphone.
We typically go to sales price, but this is not a typical sales price. This is something that, again, could be allocated. We don't know, and we don't have any information to say that. So I'm kind of disappointed we found that out after the fact.
No, it was my fault because I didn't ask the question. But, all right, I'm going to make a motion to rescind our vote on 1299 so we can reconsider it. And it might stay the same, I'm not sure, but I'd like to open that one up. So I need everyone to vote to, if they agree to rescind the vote on 1299. Well, can we do that, Beth?
Yes, I can. Let me get out of this vote and go back to the other
Okay,
item.
so what do we just click out of it or something? Well, I don't know.
And I want to apologize. I just found that out myself.
That's okay. And then I think what we need to do, okay. Well, I'll wait till we see whether or not this gets approved.
Okay.
Okay, so this is 1299. We're voting to rescind our previous vote. Please vote. Okay, so the motion carries. So what I would like to do is for 1299 and 1300, just have this discussion together for a moment, and then we can vote on each one separately if we have different numbers. Each one of them is listed as selling for $1.2 million, and each one of them is $45,000 plus a unit. So with that, I put it back on the table for everybody to consider.
Ms. Montoya, were you provided an actual rent roll?
Not till later.
And
That's why they're in the addendum. That starts on page 261.
And that's for 1299.
Yes, ma'am.
But that rent roll is as of March of 2015, Mr. Farr?
So it's not even a current rent roll that was provided then? Is that correct?
Yeah, I didn't send the rent roll, the owner did.
Yeah, it's from March of last year.
Just to remind the board, she did provide two recent LIHTC sales that are in North Las Vegas on page 4059.
And so the one is the one on Doolittle?
That is the subject for case 1300.
I'm sorry, I was saying that address looks familiar.
Yes.
So the ones in, are you looking at the two in the northeast then, Ms.
Yes,
Montoya?
the Cheyenne Point, Las Vegas at 3240 North Las Vegas Boulevard. That average unit size is about 900 square feet. It was built in 1999, and that sold for $44,608 per unit for a total of $9,100,000. And then the other one at 3630 East Owens, that was built in 1998. The average unit size is about 1,036 square feet. That sold for $9,500,000, which represents about $42,996 per unit.
And what's our average size?
Our average size is about 1,045.
Okay.
They go all the way up to 4 bedrooms.
But we've got 48 and 56 units, and the other ones are 200 and some. So I don't know if that. I didn't do LIHTC, so I don't know if that influences price.
They've included sales of those properties that support the value. And I mean, to me, the other value is, I just have no idea what that is, that agreed upon price they put on it. So I almost want to forget that exists. And if you take that out of the picture, and you consider that they gave them a year-old rent roll and a year-old trailing income statement, I don't know if they've presented enough evidence to support their case. And the assessor has given us evidence to support theirs.
Okay, so
I would make a motion we accept the assessor's recommended value.
Okay, so we're going to do 1299 first.
The first one we heard, correct? Yes. And that's a value of $2,301,857, which was the closed roll value.
Okay. No one has any other discussion. I'm going to vote on 1299. Please vote. Motion carries to deny the petition. That was a turnaround for you.
No clapping that time?
Yeah, and then 1300. Do you want to make a motion, Mr. DeFederico?
Yeah, I'd make a motion we also accept the assessor's closed roll value of $2,577,094. And I'd also like to thank the appellant for being honest, though, because we don't get that a lot. Well, we say that.
Yeah.
I've been here for 20 years. We don't get it all the time.
Please vote. Motion carries. You do have the right to appeal that to the state, and the forms are in the back.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next case is 1196, 12 KP Family Trust. Ms. Montoya, this is your case. Do you know if those folks are here? They left. Okay. All right. Moving right along. 1651 Pacifica Dolce, LLC. Look at this.
More packets.
Name and address for the record, Mr. Tannenbaum.
I'm sorry?
Name and address.
Yes, sorry. Wayne Tannenbaum, 202 North Lindsay Road, Mesa, Arizona.
Okay, Ms. Peterson, what do we have?
Madam Chair, the subject property is a 358-unit condominium complex known as Dolce by the Lakes. This appeal is for 184 units. The complex is located on the southeast corner of Durango Drive and El Dorado, just south of Sahara. Complex was built in 1989. Average unit size, 871 square feet. Units feature washer and dryers. Amenities include 2 pools, 1 indoor pool and spa, a sauna and steaming room, clubhouse, fitness center, and covered parking. We recommend holding value to $10,912,983.
Say that number again.
$10,912,983.
That's different. That's what's on page 5487.
I'm sorry. There's a addendum. The cap summary page starts on 453.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Tannenbaum, your turn.
Okay, I'm sorry, what was there a difference in value?
10,912,983.
Okay, if the board could look at page 5 of our packet, somebody spent a good amount of time color coordinating that. Why is that relevant? Well, first of all, as you were saying on the last Pacifica, sometimes there's individual owners that own different properties. On this one, it seems like it's more together, but there are some properties, it seems possibly townhomes or what have you, in between that might be owned by a different party. But what I'm getting to essentially is we have supplied market sales on this one. And what happened was that we have literally November and December of 2015 income. To be honest, we didn't ask for the rest. The calculations might have been close to what the value is, might have been less. Possibly might have been more, but I doubt that. In other words, we decided, since we got 2 months of income for some reason on this one, to just go with the market sales. We have a number of market sales, and I know that the board is familiar with all sorts of properties, so all I'm asking is to review our market sales, review the assessor sales, and see if you think the value is appropriate.
Okay. Ms. Peterson?
The subject property, by the way, was sold November of last year.
That's the problem.
Of 2015?
That
Yes.
makes sense now.
For $14,445,000.
Okay.
Cap summary page starts on page 453. A rent roll and operating statements were not provided to me. I went and surveyed the property, and based on the leasing information, that's where my PGI came from, and also from comparables of surrounding properties. And the neighborhood indicated vacancies ranging from 2 to 8%. So a 10% vacancy and collection loss was estimated. Expenses and capitalization rate are based on the subject's age and location. And from the income approach, we come in with a value of $14,001,173, which is still below the subject sales price of $14,445,000. A sales summary table of 4 sales are presented on page 454. The sales indicate a range in price from $73,943 to $113,000 per unit, with a median of $82,731 per unit. The subject represents sale 1 at $78,505 per unit. The value from the income approach is supported by the sales and the subject's recent purchase, so we recommend holding value of $10,912,983. That's an imputed value of $59,310 per unit, well below the sales price.
Can I?
Ms.
Go ahead,
Ms.
sir.
Peterson, on sale one, which is the Dolce by the Lakes, you have a comment there that it's sold with another parcel as a portfolio?
Yes, it was a two complex portfolio. The Solavite, I think it's called.
It was what?
The other complex is called Solavite. It was a two.
Oh,
There's
is that
two
the one
apartment
that's in
complexes.
Henderson on Green Valley? Or not on Green Valley, on Ramrod?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Okay. And Mr. Tannenbaum, do you know if the purchase price was allocated?
That's what concerns me. If I knew the purchase price was really $14 million, I would not be here. And I did think maybe there was some issue why they're sending us 2 months. We couldn't. There's something about that sale as far as allocation, what have you, and there's possibly other things included. That I actually understand now why the value is possibly what it is, because you can't just take that as a separate sale, whether it's allocated, whatever the issues are. I don't know if they were found it on CoStar or where they found that sale. Was that on CoStar? Because I think we would have found it if it was a typical. Either way, I can see that because we don't have the income, obviously, and due to other market sales. I mean, we have many sales that support lower value that we've given. So, but given the fact that we have only 2 months of income, and now I see why that makes perfect sense, we'd agree to the assessor's value on this one.
So as a point of information, as a tax agent, don't you ask, isn't it typical for you to ask your client if they've just purchased or sold the
Usually
property and then to find out what the information is about the sale?
And usually they tell us. We have that information as far as any client. We send it out, what properties have sold per year, and they usually send us back everything that's there. Now, anything not, we try to look up if there's anything interesting. The fact that, and I've put together many of these packets, this one I did not, so the fact whoever looked this up knew the situation, could not find that sale as a single sale by itself. At that point, yes, at that point possibly they should have found out more information or called Pacifica. However, because it wasn't a typical sale and because we have so many market sales supporting lower, and to be honest with you, as I said, that income, even if you extrapolated it, essentially, depending on the cap rate, supports even lower than $10 million, and that's honest truth. In fact, did we send income? Can I ask if we sent income with our initial appeal? Because we might have actually sent that.
No, I requested, and no rental or income information was provided. And by the way, Madam Chair, if you look at page 549 of the addendum book, there is a press release regarding the two sales.
549?
Correct.
Well, it's a bulk sale, in a sense, if that's the case.
Yep. Yeah. Pardon me? Yeah, one's 14,445 and the other one's 18 million.
But they're both 78.5 a door. They're both built very
Yeah.
similar time frame, similar occupancy.
And they were both, I don't know for sure if it's the seller or not, but they were both purchased in the 2006-ish range to be converted into condos. As you can see, some of them were, whether or not that was the seller or whether it was a subsequent party that ended up selling them, I'm not sure. But there was extensive remodeling done on them. Obviously, I appraised them in the past. Okay, so whether or not we would use that sale is here nor there. Flipping through your sales, Mr. Tannenbaum, I'm having the same problem with sales from 2013 without even looking at
I understand.
the relevance of the sales. I can tell you that let me know how many units this is. Yeah, the property on East Charleston in Fremont area would not be comparable to these. One's at the lakes and the other one is in Green Valley. Okay, so folks, what do we think?
We're at about 59 a door, I believe. I don't think there's any problem with that.
The assessor's at 59?
Yeah, I believe that's what
Is that what you're at, Ms. Peterson?
Yes.
So I would make a motion that we accept the assessor's closed roll value of $10,390,586 based on the information provided.
Do we have the right number? Did he give you the right number? Sorry, I just want to make sure.
Oh, right, we did then.
I'm sorry. The taxable value
Yes.
is $10,912,983.
I was looking at the wrong book.
Yeah,
So,
okay.
thank you.
All right, so you heard the motion. Please vote. Motion carries to hold the value at the $10,912,983. You have the right to appeal that. The next one is 1652 Pacifica Sky Court. Let the record show. Same agent, Mr. Tannenbaum. Ms. Peterson, what do we have here?
I'm just going to get evidence, sorry.
Sure. One. Tell us what we have.
The subject property is part of a 184-unit condominium complex known as Sky Court Harbors. The appeal is for 94 units. The property is located at 9025 West Desert Inn Road, southwest corner of Desert Inn and El Capitan, 1/2 mile west of Durango. The complex was built in 1989. Average unit size is 1,013 square feet. Units feature individual washer and dryers. Amenities include a pool, tennis court, basketball court, fitness center, and sauna.
And value?
My apologies. We recommend holding value to $6,450,193.
And how many units again? I'm sorry.
They are appealing 94, and the complex contains 184 units.
Okay. This is the same thing. I think this is a converted condo take back.
There's a lot of those laying around.
Okay.
Can I ask something real quick? We have this property and 2 more Pacificas. We can wait, it's not a problem, but is it possible to do this one and the other 2, which won't take as long after?
Yeah, we'll do that.
Thank you. This is just
Well, actually, the other 2 look like they're hotels.
Yeah, and actually, oh, okay, we can wait, but,
So yeah, let's wait on that.
okay.
Well, actually, you're going to be next anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Okay. Forget everything I said, okay. D52.
Okay, it's your turn, Mr. Tannenbaum.
Okay, I think we have an extremely similar case to the one we had, not this last one, but the one before that. Again, everything's in place on this one. As far as this is a Pacifica property, they run it very well. You have 3 years, which I'll get to, of actual income and expenses, ending 13, ending 14, ending 15. Possibly we have to take out some car rental, minor expenses possibly out of the actual income. I understand that. This property was built in 1989, which is partly the reason why the value is obviously lower. However, the assessor has it at $73,363 a unit. Now, again, there's things that support not only the actual income, but again, we have market sales on page 8. Now, again, they're mainly just there to support a general cap rate, which we understand possibly is low. However, this was built in 1989, and we believe possibly the cap rate on this one, given that factor and some other factors we'll go over, should be higher than a 6.5 cap rate. Again, we have cap rate sales. Now, these sales, I think, are higher cap rate sales than even that prior property we gave, because these sales are older in a sense, because this property is older than the other property we went over 2 appeals ago. So we have...
Excuse me, you using older sales because the property's older?
No, not older sales date. I mean older sales year built. Sorry, that's
Okay.
similar to the subject.
Okay, I just want to
thanks for
clarify the
clarifying
record.
that. I appreciate you clarifying that. Meaning the other one was built newer, this one's older, year built, so obviously we're using sales more similar to the year built of this property. And again, obviously they support the sales themselves a little bit higher cap rate given the year built. Again, we have the marked sales mainly for cap rate support, and then again, replacement reserve, which I'm hoping the board takes into account. On page 72, I know the number varies, 300 a unit, this one says 600 a unit, whatever the case is, that should be taken into account when working on after the NOI, of course. Now, we did not do that, of course, because that is not allowed, but hopefully the board will look at that. But as far as the exact profit and loss statements, just as they are, starting on page 73, again, you have year ending 2013, 14, and 15, and every bit of information you would need is in here. The NOI for year 15 ending is $485,789. However, again, please take into account the reserve for replacement, which is typical, depends how much you're going to give per unit. That's on page 86. All 3 years are there. I think we actually made a double copy of that. Either way, the value, which I will, of course, let you figure out, given the profit and loss, and whatever cap rate you decide, will be lower than the assessor value, in our opinion.
Okay. Ms. Peterson?
The cap summary is located on page 5642. The appellant's actual 2015 operating statement is located on page 5711. A rent roll was not provided, and I was unable to communicate with the leasing office. They never returned my call. So the rent is based on the market and information contained on the internet for the property. And after this was submitted to the book, I did receive a call back from the leasing office, and their rents are slightly higher than what I have presented in my cap summary page. I used a 15% vacancy and collection loss, expenses at $3,300 per unit, and a cap rate of 7.5%, resulting in a value of $7,592,800, which is above our taxable value. A sales summary table is presented on page 5643, which highlights 5 sales. The indicator range from $78,500 to $113,000 per unit, with a median of $110,081. The value from the income approach is supported by the sales. If you look at the 2015 actual operating statement, their NOI is $485,790, which is lower than my NOI. However, if you divide that by our taxable value, that comes up to a 7.53 cap rate. Based on the analysis, we recommend no change, and the imputed value for the subject's taxable value, for the subject is $68,619 per unit.
Anything else, Mr. Tannenbaum?
Yes, maybe I didn't understand the part about the NOI, unless I'm looking at it wrong, says for the assessor $569,460. That is far higher than the actual NOI.
No, what she said was if you take the stated 2015 NOI of $485,790 and divide that into the value, the taxable value, that equates to a 7.53 cap rate. So in other words, it's another imputed cap rate. So if she had taken your net operating income of $485,000 and change and applied her 7.5 cap rate, she would be getting the same taxable value that the assessor has got on the roll.
Is that correct?
Am I correct? That's what you're saying?
That's what she's saying. Very close. It'd be $6,477,200.
And if you adjusted out a few expenses, airfare, there's a few in here that you could, lodging, it's probably the same number.
Yeah. Okay, so we have...
Can I just say one quick thing which makes a huge difference? And obviously if we have to go to the state, we will, but I am confused why replacement for reserve would not be included. very confused. That makes a big difference, honestly.
Why aren't you using replacement reserves?
Yes, that is why my expenses are higher than the actual. My expenses are $310,200. Actual is $296,285.
Oh.
So you're saying inherently you're including a reserve in there?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt, but the only reason that works is because her actual income isn't actual income. The pro forma income she gives is $977,400. The actual is only $923,002. So they're not using the actual rent they're getting.
I don't know. Unless somebody has a different way of looking at Mr. Bowers?
Either way, with your NOI, it has been provided at $485,789. You cap that at 7.5. That's $6,477,000. Divide that by the number of units, you're at $68,900 per unit, which is basically where the assessor is.
Correct. If you do replacement for reserve at even $400 a unit, you're less than $6 million value. That's what we're saying, is that if you don't include replacement reserve, then it is what you're saying. But if you do include replacement reserve at about $400, and by the way, our survey says $600, you're looking at a value possibly less than $6 million.
As an appraiser, you typically use 250, 300 most. I've never seen 400 under reserves.
Even at 300, it's going to support a lower value than.
Well, actually, I mean, it's not that big of a difference, though. If you look at the imputed, what they actually end up at, because she's using $150 in reserves. If you take the difference between what she estimated and what you have, actuals. And again, your actuals include other expenses that need to be taken out.
I understand.
I'd also like to make a comment that most of the sales you provided are very dated. There's a plethora of apartment data in this market within the last year. I will note that two of them that are semi-recent, October of 15, provide actual cap rates of 4.29 to 6.25%. It's my opinion that the assessor was very conservative in their selection of a cap rate, which may have taken into consideration the reserve.
I understand.
Because at the end of the day, the location of this property is significantly superior to these sales, given where it's at. So do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to deny the appellant and accept the assessor's value of $6,450,193 based on the previous discussion and information provided.
Okay. You heard the motion. Please vote. Motion carries. You do have the right to appeal that to the state. Okay. Next one is 1656, which is Pacifica Henderson Suites, LLC. It's you.
Okay. What was the docket number? I'm sorry.
1656.
Can I ask, and I'm fairly certain of this. Oh, 16.
Okay, hold on. Let's
sorry,
keep our decorum here. Let the record reflect Mr. Tannenbaum is again representing this property owner. And Ms. Wood, would you like to tell us what we have?
Certainly. Which case are we going to hear first? 1656.
Yeah.
This is the Marriott Residence Inn. It's their extended stay brand. It's located at 2190 Olympic Avenue, which is just north of Sunset Road and east of Green Valley Parkway. Contains 126 units. It's situated on 4.37 net acres. It was built in 1998. The amenities include a swimming pool, fitness center, meeting rooms, a buffet breakfast service, on-site market, and in-suite kitchenettes. Based on the data, the appraiser or the assessor recommends a reduction in taxable value from the $8,035,572 to $7,051,080. That's a reduction in value of 12.25% from the closed roll value.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Tannenbaum.
I'm fairly certain you should have what we supply with our appeal, the actual sale of the property. Is that correct?
Do we have the sale in here?
You should, yeah.
$6.5
Yes.
in
Do you want to
June of
address, we can
14.
address the sales of these properties.
Well, just
Madam
tell
Chair,
us-
do you want us
just
to
show
put on
the
our
page.
case? Okay.
Tell us the page. Do we know what page number?
I didn't include,
Look,
I did introduce the property.
Hello?
I believe it might be on page 5814.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. I'm glad someone's keeping score here. Okay, that was June of 2014.
So that's a difference of 8.5%.
That is an REO sale.
Yes. I'm very familiar with it.
Yes, they are both lender-owned transactions,
Yes.
which I'm sure he wants to incorporate the other case as also being an arm's length transaction. And it may be arm's length in the fact that they're not related parties, but they are lender sales. And they were under duress, and we have placed no weight on these sales.
And the other thing and they both occurred in June of 2014? Okay. And
That's correct, and they both closed simultaneously. They were both exposed to the open market for over a year. Jefferson Pilot was the investment company. They retained title to the property through a trustee's deed dated December 6, 2012 for a recorded bid price of $6,156,321. It did sell to the current owner, Pacific Henderson, June 4th, 2014 for $6,500,000. And in that transaction, separate deed or a separate instrument number, same day, was the transaction for the second case.
Right, for the courtyard. Mr. Tannenbaum, so that's the sale that you want us to consider?
Yes.
Okay. Since the property was acquired, is it still a residence inn?
Honestly, I don't know the answer as of today.
Yes, it is.
Okay. You haven't put your case on, but let me ask the gentleman one more question since he brought up the sale. This property was sold requiring significant upgrades by Marriott in order to retain the Residence Inn franchise. I know that for a fact. Were those, if it still has the Residence Inn franchise, then they have invested the money? Question?
Honestly, I don't know what they've
Okay.
invested in this property.
Members of the board, that would have to be taken into consideration. This was at the end of nearing the end of its 20-year, I believe, and or 15-year, whatever, but it was due for a significant upgrade because this was like a Gen 1 or something. Okay. But it was a big, big number. So, okay, so what else do you have?
Well, I can't go into the next sale, but I'll explain on the next sale why I'd rather not bring it up. But do you mind if I bring up the next sale and why that's relevant? I don't know if it will.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah. And I know the board, in this certain circumstance, we haven't, since you've told us about past year values, we haven't brought up, I don't think, hardly ever again. But the reason why this is so important is that the same office we're talking about, Clark County, John Lowe's, reduced the other property to the exact sale price. Plus, we, of course, have FF&Es. And my point being that obviously they felt that, I don't know about this one, but they felt that that other property, at least, it was a typical sale and understood that, and they thought the value was appropriate. So I'm not sure if this one is the case, but I'll let the board decide.
Okay, and when you're talking about something that Mr. Lowe's did, is that last year or this year?
Last year. Yes.
Okay. As you've heard before, we're looking at this year, not last year. So, but we'll address that at the appropriate time.
Okay.
So basically, you're asking us to take it to the sales price from 2014. Correct. Okay. All right. Ms. Wood, tell us what you have.
We did not have the luxury of any income operating statements, so we based our ADR on the on-site reservation system, which indicates
What was your income?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Our cap summary sheet starts at 5808.
Thank you.
The online reservation system for Marriott for this brand, the Residence Inn, ranges from $179 to $209 a night weekday and $189 to $219 a night weekend. We used a very conservative ADR of $95 a night, 1% PGI for ancillary income. Occupancy was in the rate of 65%, expense ratio of 75%, which is 5% higher than a limited service.
due to the on-site food. We used a very conservative overall capitalization rate of 10%. We deducted the FF&E of $138,110, and we arrived at a final value conclusion of $7,051,080, which again is a reduction from the closed roll value of $8,035,572. With that being said, this is their extended stay brand. Marriott runs a very tight ship as far as their franchises. You have got to adhere to their management plan. According to the Marriott Financials consolidated statements, nationwide for North America, this particular brand has 682 properties, which equates to 83,618 rooms. The average ADR nationwide is $183.52. The RevPAR for this facility is $140.32. Average occupancy nationwide for this particular brand is 80%. RevPAR is up 5.9% over 2014, and the ADR is up 5.7%. I think we were very conservative in a $95 ADR rate. And if you look on page, past the cap summary, we listed sales and an overall capitalization rate summary on page 5822. These are cash flowing properties. An investor doesn't look at what's been on the market and what's sold. Usually things that are sold on the market are distressed sales. These are usually pocket listings that don't really see the light of day, and this facility is undergoing a renovation project for their property improvement plan, which was required for the purchase. So again, based on all of our data, we recommend the reduction to $7,051,080, which equates to a per unit value of $57,057. If you want to analyze a sale, there was a similar sale. It was arm's length. It involved the Spring Hill Suites and the Town Hill Place. They're both extended stay facilities. They are under the extended stay header, and it is sale number 5. They sold at $83,000 a unit combined. These were not distressed sales, and they did see the open market. However, no confidential information regarding cap rates or operating expenses would be revealed to us.
Where is that on your sales sheet? I'm sorry.
It is under the yellow highlighted tab,
okay,
extended stay, and it would be sale 5.
Okay, so those are the two in Henderson.
Yes, those are
south
the two
of
in
the
Henderson.
215. Okay.
Correct. That would be the only similar product to this brand by Marriott.
And those are brand new.
They are fairly new.
Yeah.
Built in 2009.
And you indicated that they are doing the renovation now?
According to the on-site manager, yes. They are both properties are involved in their property improvement plan per their management agreement with Marriott.
Members of the board, the 50, where are you at? 55,961, I think your per unit is. I don't have any problem with that because Residence Inn does trade for more than that. But this property, like I say, was in danger of losing its franchise.
Which I believe the renovation started in the spring of 15.
Which makes sense, yeah.
So all through the 15 year they were doing renovations,
Yeah.
so it should be pretty much
Close to done, which, should increase the numbers. And I can also tell you, based on my familiarity with this property from inception, that I don't think it's ever really done the Residence Inn chain averages, but in recent years it's done a lot.
Which
a lot
we
less.
reflected that in the cap rate.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a secondary location, and they were kind of test products for Marriott, both these properties across the street. They're a little larger than they usually build. And Marriott, well, demographically, stays in particular areas, and this was kind of like off the beaten path.
Well,
so they
not
do
when
struggle.
it was built. Not when they were built. When they were built, everyone thought that
Green Valley was
that Green Valley commercial corridor was the bee's knees, and it was just really great. And it just never did it. So, anybody got anything else? Mr. DiFederico?
Yeah, I would make a motion that we accept the assessor's, is that a closed roll number?
It's a reduction of 12% from the closed roll value.
And is that, where's that number? Is that the?
Is that your $7 million?
Yeah, there's $7 million, that's the reduced value.
$7,051,080.
Okay, so I make a recommendation, we accept the reduced number of 7,000,000,
051080.
as she said.
Please vote. Motion carries. You do have the right to appeal that. Then the other case is 1702, which is Pacifica Henderson Hotel LLC. Let the record show that Mr. Tannenbaum is again representing the property owner. Ms. Wood, this is the courtyard.
Yes, ma'am, it's the Courtyard branded.
Okay, tell us what you've got.
It's the Courtyard by Marriott. It's located at 2100 North Green Valley Parkway, just north of Sunset Road in Green Valley. Contains 160 units. It sits on 3.69 net acres. It's constructed in 1998. The amenities include a swimming pool, fitness center, meeting rooms, and a buffet breakfast service. Based on the data, the assessor recommends no change to the taxable value of $5,809,457.
Okay, Mr. Tannenbaum.
This property, as the assessor was saying, is currently on for $5,809,457. The property in our packet sold for $4 million. Let me rephrase maybe what I was saying earlier, because on page 6, what we have, in a sense, and you let me know how to phrase it, is a Mr. John Lowe's who just seems to think that the value, I'm not talking about the stipulation or what it was, I'm saying it's our expert testimony as far as his expert testimony, or not expert either way, of the value being what the sales price was. Regardless of if we're talking about last year's value or not, this is the value that a person in the Clark County office came up with, which is the exact sales price. Now, there's also furniture, fixtures, and equipment valued in the county that we found was $112,749. So we're looking at obviously what it sold for, and then taking into account the $112,749 FF&Es.
Okay, Ms. Wood.
Okay, let's start at the sale price in June 5th, 2014. The sale price for this particular component in the transaction was $4 million. It did reflect the lender-owned transaction to the current buyer. Same thing through the trustee's deed for the bid amount of $5,914,000. However, this particular property had a significant amount of structural repairs to the first floor that needed to be taken care of, in excess of $1.5 million, and the sale price reflected that. In searching public records or building permits and in speaking with the general manager, they had to dig up the concrete, reset the rebar, and as a result, a lot of the rooms were unusable. And again, further as a result, we had the property on last year and the year before last at 100% complete. So those values that Mr. Tannenbaum is referring to don't reflect the property as being 100% complete. I did verify with the general manager on site that all the work has been done. There's no ongoing work on that property other than the property improvement plan, which is ongoing. There are no rooms out of circulation, and there's nothing to impede the income or guest services. Again, we didn't have the luxury of operating statements, so we went with the online reservation system, which was reflecting ADRs of $119 to $139 per night, weekdays and weekends at $139 and $149. And your directions directed to the cap summary, page 5888. Again, we used a very conservative rate of $85 a night, 1% PGI for ancillary income. We used an occupancy rate of 70%, which is a little bit higher than the property across the street. Again, It's similar in the fact that people sleep there at night, but the products are different. The expense ratio is 70%, which is a little lower than the property across the street because they don't have the ongoing food service that the property across the street does. Again, we used a very conservative cap rate of 10%, which takes into account the location of the submarket being secondary in nature. The consolidated income reports from Marriott for this brand, Courtyard, they have 907 properties nationwide, 127,000 rooms. Their average ADR nationwide is $138.84 a night. Occupancy of 77%. Their RevPAR nationwide on a consolidated basis is $107 a night. And their RevPAR on this product is up 4.9%, and their ADR is up 5% over last year. Our concluded value after deducting FF&E at $112,749 calculates to $10,431,611, which well supports our closed roll value of $5,809,457.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Tannenbaum?
Yes, so the value was $4 million. It sold for $4 million. As you noticed, there's other people in the Clark County Assessor Office that thought it was a valid $4 million sale. Now it's on for $5.8 million. Is there permits or information or construction that the county has that somehow they spent $1.8 million? Because that would be the difference in value. Does the county have any of that?
Well, that's also assuming that the value didn't increase over the last year and a half while the market as a whole has increased.
That is true, but from 4 to 5.8 million is what concerns us.
Okay, the problem we've got, and we've talked about it before, is we are not bound to look at last year or the previous years or anything else and say that we've got to use that as a basis. We're looking at it. Nevada revised statutes requires that each year these be looked at in a vacuum, for lack of anything else. And as appraisers, we tend to try to look back a little bit just for that history. But I don't know what was behind this stipulation from last year. I don't know if it was appealed. I don't know anything to remember that. I don't recall us hearing this case last year.
It was at the state, sorry.
Mr. Lemons?
Yeah, I'm not showing that it was. The note I see shows that 14-15, it was reduced. I'm not showing it before the board left.
No, I'm sorry, just to clear up, it did. We had some authorization issues. We went to the state. The state cleared it up, said proceed back to the board, and that's when Mr. Lowe sent us a stipulation letter.
We remanded it. We couldn't have remanded it. I would remember this one if we remanded it. We had one remand hearing last year in October.
That might have been us. I don't know.
Madam Chair, he does appear, I don't have the records in front of us, but he's got a signed stipulation that is for the 15-16 year. But again, just all of the things that Ms. Wood referred to with regards to the condition of the property and all the things that were considered at that time, which don't necessarily exist right now. And that's the big consideration here.
And I agree. Again, the sale, I'm familiar with the property from the past, the history of the property. The sale was, a year and a half ago. It was under some duress. It was marketed for quite a long time. This property, the Courtyard, also had that same problem with upgrading to the new Courtyard, which was a complete redesign of the lobby and upgrading of the rooms. And so there were a lot of issues, and I know there was a lot of analysis done by a lot of investors, some of whom spoke to me in the several years prior to the sale as it was being marketed, as to whether or not it made sense to buy this given the amount of money that was going to have to be put into the property. So a Marriott Courtyard, it's still a Courtyard.
It is.
A Marriott Courtyard in Green Valley, which is still a good location, and this Courtyard used to do pretty good. For $36,000 a unit, that's a steal. So I would make a motion to deny the appellant's request and accept the assessor's Did you do a reduction? I'm sorry, I just took.
No, we upheld the value
Upheld
on this
value.
one.
That's the 5,809,457. Please vote. Motion carries. You do have the right to appeal that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, next case is 733, which is Pandion Investments. That's you, Miss Wood. Pandion Investments. Pandion. That's you. Oh, we did that. I'm sorry. That's right. I apologize. Okay. Got you scared there. Okay, next one is on page 9, 961, PK2 Green Valley Town and Country. For those keeping score, we get 7 more. So we'll take a quick break after this one. Mr. Anderley.
Members of the board, my name is Thomas Nafee, 1773 East Prince Road, Tucson, Arizona, 85719.
You memorized it.
Yes.
Tell us what we have, Mr. Angeli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, members of the board. Scott Anderley for the Clark County Assessor's Office. Subject for 961 comprises 3 parcels that make up the Green Valley Town and Country Shopping Center, located at 2823, 2851 North Green Valley Parkway and 4140 East Sunset Road.
Right across the street from the hotels we were
There
just
you
doing.
go. Which is located northwest of the Sunset Road and Green Valley Parkway intersection in Henderson. The center has 130,372 total square feet and was constructed in 1989.
And are you holding value and what?
We are recommending a reduction from the closed roll value down to $8,072,284.
Okay. And, sir, you're aware of that recommended reduction?
Madam Chairman, I am aware of it.
Okay. Okay, your turn.
Members of the board, the packet that you've been handed, the assessor, I believe, has everything in this packet and had everything in this packet. Sorry I went out and killed a forest, but I was informed we needed to have 10 copies. So, in fact, some of the things I've tried to remove, trying to follow what the board had said earlier. We are not trying to do an appraisal assignment or an appraisal on this property. The data that is here, we did provide the 2015 net operating income to the assessing office. That is shown on page number 2. When we first filed, we actually only had 11 and a half months or till mid-November of 2015. At that time, I simply applied the methodology that previous assessing office personnel had utilized and sort of trained me how they wanted to see things. And so I utilized that methodology. Now we have the actual 2015. It is not audited. The reason behind that is by the time we get this audited, documents would take months longer than January of 2016 to get audited documents.
But this has been prepared by Kimco?
This has all been prepared by Kimco, which is a international REIT now. The issue here, this subject property is located and wraps the northwest corner of Sunset and Green Valley. Approximately 5 to 6 years ago, when I was dealing with a different assessor's office personnel, I explained to them at that time, at the immediate corner is a C-store. In the back was an Albertsons. What has occurred in the marketplace has changed dramatically. I've developed shopping centers, including a Target, Fry's, which is Kroger, Staples Center. I've managed, I've negotiated leases and everything else. And what has occurred, They do not want a C-store in front of them. This particular property on the one side of it, unfortunately, is a wash, so they are not going to be able to, I think it's called the Duck Creek Wash or something like that.
That's right.
And Green Valley, of course, as you continue up that street, actually crosses the wash and turns into, I believe it's called Patrick Lane. So its visibility and the design of this particular center is very much inferior, and the shops that are behind the C-store actually have an escape door, but you can't accept packages through that door in any way, shape, or form. And it wraps the entire C-store. The shops face inward. It blocks tremendously from that intersection the visibility to this shopping center. Albertson started to complain back in 2010, and I warned the assessing office that there were complaints. We knew that the rents were going to go down at that time. We never knew at that time that they would actually vacate, but they were already upset about their location. They vacated in very late 2014. Every year that I have done this appeal, I've stated with the assessor representative, they'd say, well, we're going to give you 10% vacancy, and then we're going to give you 7% expenses. And then it was 15 and 15, and then it was 20 and 15. Every year, historically, they overstated the actual NOI. And I warned them at that time that the rents would be declining. Interestingly enough, we did provide them with the rent roll. The most recent rents are on the packet that I just gave you, and they are from 2012 and 2014. The 2012 had rental bump increases that effectively were 3% or 1% per year, and they are getting now $11.12 a square foot and $10.38 a foot. The 2014 rent is $12 a foot. That would equate to $1 a square foot or less. There are complaints from the tenants that are there now that Albertsons is left, and Albertsons wouldn't pay even 53 cents a square foot. They didn't want to stay there. On my very next case, the only reason I'm bringing it up at this time, I actually have another center. It's at Warm Springs and Marks. It's anchored by a Sears. Sears is a troubled property as well. Market rents to me, or recent rental rates, are important. It's going to support $3 a square foot on a tertiary anchor. That was the most recent rent that they could get. And again, it's by Kimco. This is a national or international REIT. I think they know what they're doing. They have another lease out for Signature. It's less than $5 a square foot. The only reason it's higher than the other rent is tenant improvements. The cost of tenant improvements will be placed into a rent, depending on what somebody wants to do. When I originally did this, I thought the NOI would be around $521, the actual NOI, but I did tell them at the time that because you get your income at the beginning of the month and expenses occur later, it would probably be less. It's actually $485,000. Notice there are no commissions, there are no real tenant improvements. If you're going to try and take this center, anyone would be worried about it and would look at some of the sales that I provided, which are on page number 3. Yes, they're somewhat older. The first one actually had a capitalization rate, according to the report, of 8%. The second comparable was, and again, that was a higher price. The second comparable was just a freestanding Target. It sold for about $42.57 a foot. The next 3 sales all occurred together in a way. They had a sale. It was a lender, REO. Wells Fargo effectively sold it to Bixter, I think is what it's called. Then Target sold. After that, the purchaser sold to Southern Nevada Health District. Effectively, what they did is they reduced their acquisition cost to $3.5 million, or less than $40 a square foot. The sale after that, Rainbow Promenade, was an auction sale reportedly. The last sale is very, very strange. It was reported that there was some possible litigation, so I would ignore that particular one. If you want to see what the property looks like, you would see page 11. It's turned out to the right. I tried to provide color photographs or a colored map for you. The subject property, since losing its tenant, its anchor tenant, is having a number of problems. If you look at page number 7 and 8, anything that's a status A means it's active even if it's vacant, which means it's okay. Anything else means there is a problem occurring. It could be that the tenant is trying to get out of the lease, and so if they had done tenant improvements, they're trying to force the numbers up, etc. There are no recent leases in this center. You'll notice on page number 10, I've tried to do what the board said. I know it's probably in the assessor's packet. I did remove the capitalization rate because I'm not trying to do an appraisal or an appraisal assignment. So you're just going to see what I'm looking at, and I believe the market would support rates of roughly about 40 cents a square foot for the supermarket and $1 a square foot for the inline retail, possibly less based upon the subject property and based upon a property roughly 3 miles southwest of the subject. The back portion of the packets have been information, whether sent this year or in prior years with the assessing office, showing valuations. Historic valuations, again, were in place during the time when the anchor tenant was there. Now that we no longer have it, it is hurting. We hear from the assessing office, we shouldn't look at last year's value. This is a good case not to look at last year's value. It needs to come down substantially. When we looked at it at the beginning of last year, we didn't have this type of vacancy.
Okay. Mr. Anderle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll start with page 2666, which is our capitalization summary. We'll see that we have the anchor and the retail divided out, 60 cents on the anchor and $1.15 on the retail, which I will explain those numbers in a minute. Moving on down, and again, we're not trying to say this is not a troubled property. It is. It's an unstabilized asset with over 70% vacancy. So we are trying to somewhat normalize the numbers used, using market data to some degree, and information that was provided by the petitioner. So we did use 35% vacancy, which is an increase from last year, 20% expenses, and a 9.5 cap rate, which is well above cap rates that we have seen for neighborhood centers throughout 2015 sales, which are in our information. Down in my comment section, I did mention that, and this was the rent roll that was given to me in the case when I got it. Was what I worked off of to get that average of $1.33 a square foot for the current tenants. I need to refer the board now to the addendum for this case. Starting on page 108 in the addendum. That's an abbreviated version of the rent roll, or sorry, tenant roster as they call it, that was in the case, just for the occupied spaces, and leaving out the Dotties, which had a rent of $366 a month, a square foot a month. The average and the median rent worked out to $1.33 from the occupied spaces in the subject property. Moving on to page 109 in the addendum, you'll see CoStar Analytics for South Las Vegas general market and Las Vegas in general. Let me run over some of those numbers. Triple net rents of $1.30 in Las Vegas, $1.44 in the South General area of Las Vegas. Vacancy rates from 9 to 12% on average. Average sale prices over $200 a square foot, and cap rates from 6.7 to 7%. Going on to the next page, and I'm sorry at this point, CoStar for some reason started not liking my computer and wouldn't print the nice printed form, so that's a print screen from their page before it wouldn't allow me to do the nice version. Anyway, this is a 1 mile radius CoStar analytics for the subject's area. And I'll read some of those. Rents on average of $1.26, if I'm seeing that correctly. 5-year average of $1.09. Going back into the downturn years. Vacancies around 17 to 18% on average. Sale prices $158 to $182 a square foot, and cap rates from 5.4 to 7.4, I believe, or 7.6. Sorry, eyes are getting a little worse these days. On to the next page. There was my email to the petitioner's agent discussing his sales and what issues I saw with them. Again, the first one was a much older property, sold in 2013, and actually that one supports the recommended number that we're recommending on this case on $1 per square foot value. And then those next ones with the Target on Craig Road, that's one big box sale, not totally applicable to a neighborhood center with a box and inline retail space. And then the next ones you talked about with the Target over near Meadows Mall, that was an REO sale. I think it was Wells Fargo Bank. Yes, Wells Fargo Bank. And I might say something about Target. They seem to, for at least the north side of Vegas, have made a decision to move out of those areas and up to the 215. They built 3 newer Targets on the north side of town off of 215, one at 95 in 215, one at Decatur in 215, and one at North 5th in 215. So they seem to be moving away from the areas where the one on Craig Road and the one near Meadows Mall was. The company decision, it seems like, to unload those properties. The next sale down the Rainbow Promenade was a trustee's deed, so that's not an actual market transaction. And then the Rainbow Dunes one, which was the last one on his sheet. When you look at the deed, go back to the signature page, it actually, they checked the box marked other under type of sale, and it was a land-only transaction according to the sales deed. And that's the old Kmart building shopping center at Rainbow and Spring Mountain, which has been a problem for some time, but it was a land-only according to the deed filed. So those are the issues we had with the sales provided. And I'm sorry, I need to go back to the main book at this point. If the board can go to page 2736.
2736?
2736.
Okay.
Or, I'm sorry, actually starting with page 2733. Sorry, 2733 to start with. On that page, you will see retail sales from 2015 compiled by our office for power centers, neighborhood centers, and strip centers. Cap rates averaging around the 7% mark. These are all 2015 sales. Looking in the neighborhood center area, which starts on the front page and goes on to the second page. Most sales are well above our recommended number on this case on $1 per square foot sales basis. Closest ones I see are a $65 square foot sale and a $68 square foot sale, which is the very last one, number 82, on a $1 per square foot basis. We're recommending a number below that. And then moving on down to page 2736, our big box sales, which is where we get our, and 2738 is big box listing lease rates, which is where we got our information for the big box on this parcel. And again, with the retail, I looked at the average of what according to the rent roll they provided of their occupied spaces, and then the CoStar numbers, and went in between there, and that's where I got the $1.15. And used a much higher cap rate than 2015 sales are indicating at 9.5, and that's where it leads to our recommended reduction down to $8,072,284. CoStar, when you looked at the subject, did indicate that they must have called them because it said rates withheld as far as asking rates for the subject. Didn't find anything on property line either. One thing I would refer to in the petitioner's information on page 2675, that's a layout of the subject's property. It is taken from Kimco Realty marketing brochure. That's usually like the second page of a marketing brochure, and on the front page is usually what their asking rates are. Would have been very helpful to have had that page included in the case too, to see what they're actually asking, since CoStar and Property Line had no luck with asking rates for the subject property, and we were not given what those are. And that would be a question I would have a petitioner's agent, and I'll end there.
Okay. Any follow-up, sir?
If I may, please. First of all, if I'm looking at something trying to determine what the recent rents or market rents are, I'm not looking at what somebody's asking. I'm looking at what are they obtaining. The property 3 miles away, again, last year they leased a secondary type of box, $3 a foot. $3 a foot. That's what they could obtain, and it was Kimco. When I look at the assessor's data here, it's interesting because we've got ranges from 8,000 square feet or even less, in some cases up. If you look at the notes, this one that had a 50% vacancy on page 2733 says the grocery is coming. So they may have already known. How do people obtain or purchase property? Most people I know, and myself included, I want to look at the actual income. If I know what the income is doing, or if I know it's going to drop dramatically, I'm going to price it accordingly. That's how I found my buyers, my own property, my own investments. So when I look at the data here, most of this is missing quite a bit of information. There's quite a bit to look at, which makes it difficult for the board, and I understand that. We've got on the next page, I guess they've gone to line 96. Again, the data, in most cases, the vacancy rate is 0, 25%, 5%, 2%, etc. That's not what we're dealing with in the case of the subject property. If I wanted to do a DCF, unfortunately, that would probably be considered an appraisal, so I'm not doing a DCF. But anybody who would be doing it would say, you're going to have commissions, you're going to be paying tenant improvements, you're going to have to fix this thing up, and they're spending, according to their own income and expense, 25 cents a square foot. That means they think they're going to have costs over 100 years for roof, HVAC, etc., of $25. Having built a few, I can tell you it's going to cost more than $25 to keep and maintain something up. Most of these are much smaller on page 2734. On page 2735, again, you're looking at sizes that range from 2,100 square feet up. I'm not there. The single box tenant sales, if you look, there are a few at around the $48 a square foot range. The others, most likely, are based upon actual income. The first two say Family Dollar has 5 years remaining on the lease. That's what they're buying. And that may be, there may be even options there. The third one was sold to an owner-user. There's another one that says Smith's is vacated, but they have 7 years still remaining. I don't have a number. It looks like it's a number 7 on page 2736. So when I go through this, even they use some of the sales that we did. When you get to 2737, These are all 1999 or newer that are single box, big box tenants. So if they're selling for actual sales, which it appears to be, that's a difference compared to the subject property. When I get to page number 2739, the last two comparables there, 49 and 50, which they're talking about rents for spaces over 40,000 square feet. You'll notice it's 50 cents a square foot. Remember, that's the asking rent. That's not what they're obtaining in the market necessarily. That's what they're asking. And I understand that the assessing office has a difficult time because they've got to do mass appraisal. However, when you look at it, and I can prove in the next case that they're getting $3 and less than $5, that's less than 50 cents for types of space like the subject. And Kimco would love to lease this. Unfortunately, they're not there. So when I look at this type of information and the actual income, we do have a sale that said an 8 cap on actual income. Reductions that are this minor don't work. The last thing I'm going to say is on the assessor's income and expense, which is page 2666, again, if you have 35% vacancy even, how is your expense only 20%? How do you pass through 15% more to tenants for your vacant space? I've never seen that done before, and we're at actually 72% vacant. And this year, for the last, well, now 2 months, we've been 72% vacant. We'd love it to be different. It's not there. That's the reason that when I looked at the sales, yes, they're a little bit older, but they're more in line, to my belief, they're more similar to the subject.
Okay. Members of the board.
I've been by this property quite a few times. I've driven it 3 weeks ago, and I know that the tenants are suffering without the without the anchor, and you know that being said, you know the assessor has the entire center at $61.92, which could be close to the depreciated cost.
Anybody have any other comments? I agree with you, Mr. Bowers, that, you know, it's basically at $62. How low do you go?
Right.
I mean, if you use the 400 and if you did it, Mr. Deeper, you used it $485,000 they're representing as the NOI for last year, and you know you cap that at, what is the assessor using? 9.5. I should be able to do that in my head, but I can't, can I? You know, you're at $5 million, which takes this to $39 a foot.
Which
in Green Valley.
They didn't do an appraisal, they said, but they did arrive at a value on page 9 of $5,484,000. That's $12 a square foot for the land. I think this corner would sell for more than $12 a square foot. Even at the value the assessor's at, it's at $17 and change a square foot, just for the land.
Mm-hmm. So
I'm kind of feeling like you are. How low does it go? I think it's already there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, if you got to scrub it, you scrub it. But you got a piece of land for $17 a foot that's in a pretty busy corner. And maybe if it was designed correctly, it is poorly designed, it might be successful up there.
But I guess this is a sore point for me all the time. Yes, it's designed in an L, and yes, it's got Terrible Herbst or Rebel or whoever is on the corner. But that's not the only center in this entire valley that's not just done exactly the same way. You know, and
I'll tell you the kitty corner.
The taxpayers shouldn't have to pay for the fact that somebody has designed these things the wrong way or put all the pads in front so that no one can see the buildings behind it.
And Donahue Schreiber, kitty corner to this one, stays full.
The one where Trader Joe's is?
Yeah,
And you can't see the anchors from Green Valley or Sunset.
And there's a junior anchor in there too.
Mhm.
They are always full.
Mhm.
So to me, there's Kimco. Here's my problem with Kimco. Call them, ask them what they're asking. They won't tell you. They don't put any information out there. So you keep saying what a great company they are. As an appraiser, they're the worst. They don't market their properties. I think that if they were aggressive in marketing, they would do better. So my experience with Kimco has been they don't answer any questions. They don't tell you anything. They don't tell you what they're asking. So how do they expect to get tenants? I don't think they're out there aggressively marketing their properties.
Okay, so the appellant is, somewhere in, for lack of anything else, in the $5 million range, $5 to $5.5 million, based on his
Madam Chair.
Income and all that. The assessor's at $8 million. Where do we go? We're all looking at you, Mr. Coleman. You didn't realize that.
There is another center in town, demographically superior, over on Horizon Ridge, the Horizon Point Plaza. They lost Albertsons. They have pads across Eastern, across Horizon Ridge, blocking all the visibility. You can't even tell how to get in there.
It's on the northwest
And
corner.
they've signed new tenants over the last year, and I think their occupancy is about 92 to 95%. How do they do it? I don't know, but it is a much stronger area than this. There's another center that was purchased. It's in a worse part of town, up off of, I think, Lake Mead and Decatur. It was purchased at an 8% cap rate, and they knew Hancock Fabrics went bankrupt, and they're going to walk from the center in a week. They may pay rent for another year, I think, on their lease, another 2, but they paid an 8 cap. So I think the cap that we have here at 9.5.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Kind of a conservative cap rate.
It's what?
Conservative.
Yeah. Well, I don't think there's been any compelling information to lower it. I mean, we have, and the other thing is we have seen some of these grocery stores be taken over or redeveloped, if you want to call it, by, we've seen it recently, Ashley Furniture coming in, Hobby Lobby's come in, and then didn't the Smith Center over on, was it Sahara and Durango? That one, or one of the ones in that area, somewhere on that West Sahara corridor, there's a Smith Center that just recently somebody else has come in and taken it over.
Ashley went up on Fort Apache.
Yeah, but there's another one that I just read about. I don't know, unless anybody's got anything else, I don't know how we adjust it down anymore.
No.
So I'm going to make a motion to deny the appellant's request and accept the assessor's recommend. Did you have a reduction, or was that your closed roll?
That is a reduction to $8,072,284.
Okay, so that's my motion. Please vote. Motion carries. You do have the right to appeal that to the state. Okay, and then your other one is Warm Springs Promenade LLC. It's case 964. Let the record reflect the same representative for the appellant. And Mr. Anderley, what do we have here?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Subject is the Warm Springs Promenade Shopping Center located at 1241 West Warm Springs Road, which is on the south side of Warm Springs between Marks Street on the east and Julia Street on the west. The center has multiple buildings which were constructed from 2003 to 2006.
Go ahead, sir.
Members of the board. Again, This particular one of the main reasons that I brought this forth is so that the board can see the Sears is not owned by the property owner. Sears, as we all know, is struggling. I went by. I think the automotive side of it was probably the best side of it. The rest of it had less cars than even the vacant space nearby. The subject property, again, if you turn to page 9 of the recent handout, which, again, all of this information has been given to the assessing office previously, but on page 9, because you're going to hear, here's what the market rent is from the assessing office, I believe. I think you look at the actual rents that they're being able to achieve. And when you look at that, you look at the recent ones. In this particular case, I stated that a secondary or tertiary anchor space was renting, and it does. It was September of 2015. Las Vegas Furniture rented for $3 a square foot. Even Evolution Yoga, which is not yet open, but is the space, and you can see it on the handout, right about where the pencil is if you're looking at the screen. That area of shop space, $8.40 a square foot. Best Buy Flooring, $4.80 a foot. Aura Care in 2015, $10 a square foot. Patel Salon, why did they get $15 a foot? Because they had to put in tenant improvements. A hair salon, women's salon will cost money for that type of plumbing. You're going to, if you're an investor or a market participant, you're going to need to recapture that cost. That's as simple as it gets. Why does a Starbucks rent for what it rents for? If you look at what they have to put in it, you understand they're only trying to recapture their expense. That's a huge difference. If they end up extending the lease beyond that 10 or 15-year term, it makes a huge difference. We're no longer getting 20, 25, 30-year terms. That's not happening in the marketplace from what I've seen. I'm seeing 7 and 10-year terms. Okay? The market for retail has changed. Whether we like to admit it or not, it is declining. The market for retail on deep box spaces, what we have, Big Lots is stuck in their lease from the beginning. Don't think they're going to stay there, folks. Not at their old rent rate. It's going down. Big boxes are and the depth of space is no longer renting for what the assessor is claiming. I wish they were right. My client wishes they were right. There's a lot of people out there that wish they were right, myself included as an investor. So when I look at this, I have to say, here's what it is. This information, again, I've supplied to assessing offices for a couple of years. They've recognized that the value has gone down in other years. This year, they wanted to increase it. I know they're using a cost model. Unfortunately, if you're using a cost model, functional and economic obsolescence would be applicable, especially to something like this. And even if the board doesn't like the fact that they may have padded or purchased it with pads, whatever, the fact is that we're supposed to value the property that exists there. At least that's how I understood it, not, hey, if they tore it down. Unfortunately, you would value then land minus demolition. It would mean that it would still be less than land. In this case, I'm not suggesting that. What I do suggest, though, is that the anchor tenant space, as you can see on page 12 of this handout, should be roughly around 42 cents a square foot, especially when you look at the most recent leases. And I tried to make it easy for the assessing office by giving them and pointing out where the most recent lease rates were. For the inline space, I used $1.20 a square foot, with the most recent rental space being less than that. The vacancy and credit loss, 20%. I applied 1% of PGI for, even though it hasn't occurred, for other income. That gave an effective gross income. The expenses, if you have 20% vacancy and credit loss, I think your expenses are going to be 20%. And it's not roughly what the assessor likes to use. In the last case, it was around $1.47. I'm going to have to look at this packet real fast while the board goes to the assessor, but I can guarantee you it's costs roughly around $2.85 to $3 a square foot on expenses typically, is what I've seen.
But expenses aren't dollar for rent, so you can't say if vacancy's 20, expenses are 20. That makes absolutely no sense.
No, what I'm saying is if you take all of the expenses and divide it by the square footage, the gross leasable area of the center, it's roughly, let's say, just under $3 a square foot. If you have vacancy of 20%, you're going to lose 20% of your space times that $3, I believe.
60 cents. Okay, I get that, but it's not going to be equal to the vacancy percentage. And you're saying it should be the same. You've said that twice now. And I'm saying that's absolutely wrong.
I understand.
It'll be higher, I get it, on 30% than it would be on 10%. But it's
Correct.
not going to be dollar for dollar.
I understand. Additionally, I believe there will be other expenses such as TIs and commissions, which are not in there at all.
But we don't put those in there on a stabilized basis. Those aren't included.
Respectfully, members of the board, I think that if you're looking at something from a standpoint as even an investor, you have to understand that you're going to have those expenses, and that's part of the market activity.
But you're not going to cap that into perpetuity. You're going to do a DCF and you're going to factor that in for the appropriate years. But we don't have the luxury of doing DCFs, so we're doing a direct cap. So we don't consider those.
Hence, that's why you might have a higher capitalization rate than what the market's issuing to account for it. One
Okay,
way or the
let's
other.
keep going.
So again, you'll even see we couldn't get the 2015 income and expense on this one. There is the 2014. The reason behind that is they were more worried about the last case. They focused on that one to get it to me in time. I did tell the assessor I probably couldn't get it until around February. At the time when I had to leave, I did not have it yet.
Okay, Mr. Anderley?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will refer the board to page 2753 in the main book. That's our capitalization summary. On there, you will see that I've divided out the box space, being the larger units, the regular inline space, and the restaurant, which is a standalone building up toward the northwest corner of the property. And have applied rents, as I will explain in a minute. Moving down, this center was about 30% vacant, around about 33, I think that was on CoStar, or it might have actually been taken off of the sheet that he provided on the layout. So we did use 30%, 20% vacancy, and an 8.5 cap rate, which is still higher than the norm from 2015 sales. You'll see that we added excess land. There are 2 pad spaces shown on his information, or if you look on the aerial, still vacant dirt for 2 pad buildings. We estimated about 80,000 square feet and applied $8 a square foot for the excess land. And then there was a small amount of shell space in pad building number 8 in the northwest corner. We did discount down that. As you will see, we are recommending a reduction to $12,710,547 from our closed roll value of $17,690,940. And I will need to do the same thing again, refer the board over to the addendum for this case. It should be on page 113 to start with, which again I've done an abbreviated version of the tenant roster they provided in the case. Again, just the occupied spaces that were listed. I did keep the Jason's Deli, which is the restaurant up in the northwest corner. It's a standalone building. Kept that by itself, did the larger spaces together, and then the rest of the inline space. And you'll see that the mean and median for the box space was 70 and 78 cents, and the mean and median for the regular inline space was $1.17 and $1.24. That is where the numbers on the retail, I did use the $1.18, which was slightly above the mean but below the median. Left the restaurant where it's at since it's a standalone building, and used 65 cents on the larger spaces, as was shown on our capitalization summary. On page 114, again, is the email regarding the sales that were provided. I wasn't sure if you wanted those in this case or not, but when they were sent to me, I put them in here. Same issues with the sales that were provided. On page 115 of the addendum are the CoStar analytics for the southeast area of Las Vegas and showing Las Vegas in general again. Reading some of those numbers. Rents $1.31 to $1.37 on average. Vacancy from 9 to 12 on average. Dollar per square foot ranges from $192 a square foot up to $240 on sales, and cap rates around 6.7 to 7%. The next page, I did the same thing of a 1 mile radius from the subject, and reading some of those numbers. Rents $1.48 to $1.82 it looks like. Sorry, this is pretty small. Vacancies around the 7.5% mark. Sale prices from $192 a square foot to $199, and cap rates from 6.4 to 7% in the 1 mile radius. Then the next page is a list of restaurant sales that support a number on the restaurant building itself. Then going back, to the main book again, to our retail sales, which start on page 2798. You'll see the same information, and I won't repeat as in the last case, for retail sales, then big box sales, and then big box listings, which we've already discussed. Our recommended value comes out to $68.47 a square foot. We feel this is a slightly better area, of course, than the last case, and we feel that we are at the low end of 2015 sales on a dollar per square foot basis, and that our income capitalization summary was based on information from the petitioner and CoStar reflective of the market, and we therefore are recommending the value that we are at $12,710,547.
Okay. Members of the board?
Can I
Thoughts?
rebut at all?
Pardon me?
May I rebut at all?
Just very quickly.
Very quickly, ma'am. First of all, we don't have the interchange on the freeway. The stuff up above it is Eastgate. There's going to be much stronger there. We don't have that. And when you look at their rental rates on page number 2753, they have the big boxes running at $7.80 a foot, when I've got proof they're not renting for that. Nobody's trying to drive the value down by renting it, and the recent rents don't support that.
Okay. Members of the board? But I'm looking at your page 12 where you have that NOI, which I guess is a pro forma NOI that you've put forward, and you're at $989,543 compared to the assessor at $1,030,459, or within $41,000. That's pretty darn close. So, you can, we could play with the numbers and probably arrive at similar bottom lines at the end of the day. So, am I reading it wrong, folks, or is that what you're seeing?
No, I think you're reading it right, and I'd also note the 8.5 cap that was applied by the assessor. If I were appraising this property, I would be well below 8.5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was 989, 543. So, I don't know. I'm not sure what we could do on this. Anybody got any thoughts?
Well, I used the NOI you just stated, the 989. Is that correct?
Yeah, 989.
And just lowered the cap rate down to 7.75, and that's pretty darn close. 12,761,000. Pretty darn close. A little higher than the.
Actually, they're at 10,994,000. They've reduced it.
There you go.
Right. You're at 10,994,000 and change.
Well, our recommended number is 12,710,547.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. Go on, Mr. Caldwell. I was wrong.
You still above that.
Yeah. All right. Do you have a motion?
Yes, I'll make the motion to deny the appellant and maintain the assessor's value of $12,710,547.
Okay, you heard the motion. Please vote. Motion carries. You do have the right to appeal that to the state. And the ladies are patiently sitting out front, and they've got those forms.
Very good. Members of the board, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break just to kind of knock the cobwebs out, and then we will be back. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Misunderstood. What's there? Now we're valuing vacant land. My wife reminds me constantly of it.
My mornings.
Next.
Who knows?
Tell me we are.
They might be ordering a pizza and we'll go on about 8 or 9.
Oh, no,
Yeah.
don't do that to me. It comes with beer. They let my office out at 2 today. I went, this is just an insult to ever.
That's terrible. It's not fair. They
They're
owe you.
telling me I can take part of Tuesday off.
Good.
if
They
I
owe
want
you.
to. There you go. They're good guys.
Wherever you're going, I'll meet you there.
I'm going straight home.
Some volunteer jobs that pay better than that. Not a celebration on that. Uh-huh.
Now go grab the discs.
Oh, yeah. I can, you can take your time, and I'll okay, all right, sounds
Right,
good.
that's on the coast. Just the northern.
Okay. I will say last but not least.
Thank you.
So now we have the Clark County Board of Equalization. We're back on the record. Cases 1133 Northwest 1 LLC. Name and address, if you remember it.
I do. My name's Debbie Myrie, 7181 Amigo, Las Vegas, 89119.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience. And Mr. Lane,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
put the microphone on. There you go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Michael Lane with the Clark County Assessor. The subject is it's two single-story office buildings located in the Las Vegas Technology Center on the northeast corner of Fire Mesa Street and Smoke Ranch Road. They were built in 2003 and 2004, and the assessor is recommending holding the taxable value at $11,648,983.
Okay. Is it Myrie?
Yes, it is. Thank
Go ahead.
Okay, here's some handouts. We actually have 4 properties. All 4 that we're hearing are all in the tech center right there. There are some changes.
Can you pull that microphone down? There you go.
There are some fairly dynamic changes happening in this office park. Right to the south of our property, a charter school has gone in, and there is a lot of noise.
There's a what?
A charter school.
Okay.
So the noise level has raised. We are losing one tenant in one building, and there are no tenants in the other building. And this particular property, we have a vacancy of about 43% right now. We don't expect to get this back. To the north and west, that orange color is apartments that are going in on 10 acres. If you look at the second page, it's actually of the people coming and leaving the school, so they're going through parking lots, going through our property. And then we had to go down to the renal center, and that was for a little bit later property here. But this was inside of the renal care where they're doing dialysis, and that's how much they could hear, and they were away from the property. We'd just like to have you consider the vacancy rate. We have a lot of property with Thomas & Mack. We have 3 million square feet of office. Everyone's going to the south. We're losing tenants. We haven't toured a property up here in longer than we'd like to admit.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Lane?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The assessor's income summary is located in the addendum on page 184. And the assessor is using a $1.25 lease rate on a triple net basis. The vacancy at 12%, expenses at $1 per square foot, and capped at 8.5%. There was also some shell space in, I believe it's in one of the buildings, and we are making an adjustment for that, but it's still supporting the taxable value. There are some sales that have occurred in the tech center, and those are listed down in the comment section. They generally range from $113 to $165 a square foot. And again, we feel that just lends some more support to the taxable value. We recommend no change.
Where are those sales in relation to the infamous charter school?
Let's see. They are, two of them are on Prairie Falcon, which I believe is the next block over to the east. And then there are two along Smoke Ranch. I think they are also further to the east, though, and don't have the same influence.
Okay. Okay. Members of the board, what do we think? Mr. Caldwell?
Well, first off, I don't know if Thomas & Mack would have issues with me listening. I may have to recuse myself. We have, Nevada State Bank has many assets with Thomas & Mack, so I may have to sit this one out.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Coldwell. That was very helpful. Always, it's been so helpful. Okay. So my other esteemed colleagues, Mr. P.D. Federico is crunching some numbers.
Can I mention the square footage of the shell?
Yes.
It's 13,565 square feet.
Okay. Is that what you used, Mr. Lane?
Yes.
Okay. Anybody got any suggestions, thoughts, comments? Okay, give him a second. While he's doing that, Ms. Myrie, just as a point of information, the next case is Northwest 2 LLC. Is that adjacent to, or?
If you look on the little map there, it is number 4, so it's just south of the pink charter school.
Okay, and this case that we're looking at is number 4. So that's number 3, so it's right next door. Okay. Okay, so these all kind of surround the charter school. Okay. Yes, Mr. Di Federico.
You know, the problems are, is my first glance at these numbers, I thought I didn't like 12% vacancy. I thought that was going to be way too low for office. And then when you look at it, they're not doing that. Their effective income with CAM income is $1,000,073, while they've got them at $1,286,000. Then their expenses are running higher. There's an association in here. So the NOI is actually $712,000. I don't know if some of this is because of this school. I don't think you can blame it on apartments that aren't built yet. So I just think that area is not doing so well. So maybe the $1.25 is a little high. I think if I was to be looking at rent comps in there, probably be closer to $1. I'd be higher on the vacancy, and I know my expenses would be higher because the expenses were $360,000, of which they recovered $172,000, so they still got $200,000, which is closer to 15%. And I'm not sure, because they're not breaking out vacancy percentage, but it's substantially higher than what they're showing. It's another 20%. So it's probably closer to 25%, which in the office market, big surprise, no. So if I took the assessors and did that, 462, I'd now be within $20,000 of their actual effective income.
Which is?
$1,073,483. $1,073,483. And if I took 25% vacancy, I'd be at $1,096,000. So the other problem is there's no way they're running this thing on $97,000 in expenses. It's just, it doesn't seem realistic. $1 a square foot? I don't think so. So again, that number has to double. And then you're going to end up back at about the number they're at, which is the $700,000. So if you take $200,000 out of that number, it's actually $896 is the NOI. The 8.5 cap rate seems right. So that's $10,000,005.
Plus or minus the 610.
The 610.
For the shell space.
Okay, so that was 610,000. So now I'm at 9,937,367.
Which would be
a little over 100 a foot.
101.89 if I did it right.
So unless we have something else, I would make those adjustments to these. 25% on the vacancy and $2 a square foot, basically on the expenses. And then I'm fine with this. I'll make a motion.
And did you change the rent?
I didn't change the rent. I left theirs in. I used the higher vacancy.
Okay, so you left it at $1.25.
Right.
Okay.
And then I make the adjustment for the gray shell, and it comes in at $9,937,368.
Okay.
And I would make a motion to reduce it to that.
Okay. You heard the motion. Please vote. Motion carries with one abstention. If you're still unhappy with that, you can appeal that.
No, thank you very much.
The assessor can also appeal. So, okay, next case is 1135 Northwest 2 LLC. Let the record show the same agent is here for the property owner. Mr. Lane, quickly tell us, or briefly tell us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The subject is two-story professional office buildings, also in the Tech Center, on the southwest corner of Trinity Peak and Fire Mesa. They're built in 2004. The assessor, again, on this one is recommending holding the current taxable value at $8,822,074.
Okay. And this building is adjacent to the last building?
Across the street.
Yeah, that little interior street, right? Yeah.
Do we have a package on this that shows?
It was in.
It's the same.
Oh, it's the same package.
That's all I'm saying, I put all four of them together.
Yeah. So do you have anything else to add to the, your
Actually, on
testimony?
this one I do. We have the one building, which is totally shell, has never been built out. The second building has no tenants. We have no prospects. It hasn't been toured for over 6 months.
But they're completely built.
No, one building is. The other one's still shell.
Okay, and Mr. Lane, I don't see that you're showing that as,
The income summary is in the addendum page on 205.
okay, sorry.
This one didn't include an income.
We have no income.
Oh, the whole building's?
One of them is.
One building's built out and vacant, the other one's shell. So there's no tenants at all in these buildings.
There was a title company.
They're in one of
So
the
there
other
used to be a
buildings.
title company in the one.
Yes, there was.
Okay.
And there was HDI, I believe, and another one in healthcare systems, and they left for Gramercy.
Okay, so we have a non-stabilized, we have empty buildings. And how are we accounting for the lease up to get it to to get to as is? You're giving me a stabilized value here.
Right.
And we've got to have some substantial expenses. And where are we addressing those?
Okay, let's let Mr. Lane put his case on, and then
Okay,
maybe
I'm
he'll
moving along.
do that. In the meantime, you crank your numbers, if you've got any. Go ahead, Mr. Lane.
Thank you. Again, the income summary is on page 205. The assessor is analyzing this as stabilized using market pro forma information. So again, a lot of the information is the same as on the previous case, except this building is or was leased on a modified gross basis. So we're using $1.95 in rent. The vacancy was the same as the other case at 12. Because of the modified gross lease, we're at 25% expenses, which comes out to $5 a square foot. Same cap rate at 8.5. And then we are adjusting for the shell space of 36,902 square feet. And we're arriving at a total value of basically $11.3 million, which supports the current taxable value.
Which is $8,822,074.
Correct.
Okay. Mr. DiFederico, do you want to look at it the same way? Yeah. Okay. Oh, you're doing a lease up. Okay.
Well, I think you have to get to an as-is value, what would it sell for?
Excuse me, how much of the space is shell?
One whole building, so over 30,000 square feet.
We use 36,902 square feet.
One more number.
8,822,000.
I'm going off their first number here, and then we'll see how that compares to.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm trying to be fair here. Okay, so
Put your microphone.
I assume this thing's going to take probably 2 years to lease up. So I discounted, I did 50%. You're going to, because it's not going to all lease up in year 2, it's going to lease up over 2 years. So I averaged it. So I took 1 year of rent loss. I took $50 a square foot for the gray shell. I took $5 a square foot for the other building, for just TIs. I took 5% commission on a 3-year lease. I added 20% for profit because nobody's going to buy without a profit. And that came out to a discount of $4,648,006, which I took out of the $12 million figure, 934, and it equals $8,286,440, which is $600,000 or $540,000 less than the assessor's value. But I've accounted for all those issues.
And they were using $45 for the shell.
I
With
use
it being
50.
gray, I think that's a little light.
Okay.
I use 50 for gray shell.
Okay.
And 5 on the other side.
Okay.
Paint and, carpet.
All right.
$8,286,440. So it's really not too far off of this, but it accounts for everything.
Okay.
So
is that a motion?
I'm going to make a motion to reduce it to $8,286,440 to account for the lease up and the gray shell.
You heard the motion. Please vote. Motion carries with 1 abstention. Next case is 1197 NTCP 1 or ILP. Let the record show the same agent for the property owner. And Mr. Lane, what do we have?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The subject here is two-story professional office buildings on the southwest corner of Buffalo and Trinity Peak. It's actually the next 2 buildings west of the last case. They were built in 2002, and again, the assessor is recommending holding the current taxable value of $10,623,174.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, this property, the major tenant is Nevada Title. They reduced down from having the majority of the building to they now have 1 story. So we basically right now are at a 60% vacancy rate. In April, we'll lose 1 more tenant, and we will go to 63% vacancy.
Okay. And is Thomas & Mack marketing it?
They've had it on and off. All of our brokers know about it. We have a pretty good network of people. It's known in the broker community.
And what are they asking for the rent?
The last time that I saw it, they were asking, I think, $1.25 to $1.30.
Triple net?
Triple net.
Okay, Mr. Lane. Thank you, Madam Chair. The income summary is located in the addendum book on page 226. This building was again offered on a modified gross basis. The assessor is using $2 a square foot for rent. The tech center vacancy at 12%. Expenses again at 25% for modified gross, and capped at 8.5. Indicates a final value of 14.47 million. Again, supporting the current taxable value, and the assessor recommends holding that value.
Okay. Mr. DeFederico?
Well, my problem is there, that shows 16,230,000, but they're only at 10 million. So they've almost dropped that 35% from that value. I don't see tweaking a few numbers is going to come in any lower than that. So I'm inclined to accept the tax, the end of close roll tax number there of $10,623,174.
And why would you do that when you knocked the other 2 down so much?
Because I knocked them off the first number, and they were still, one was close, and one wasn't addressed, didn't address the gray shell.
Okay.
The other one, I knocked it off. I mean, if I knock it off the 16 million, I don't want to sit here and practice and go through the numbers because it's not going to drop over $6 million. The other one dropped 4 and change, and it had a whole gray shell building. and the other building was empty. This isn't in as bad a shape, so I don't see how I can adjust it more than, $6 million. I could do the numbers if you'd like, but I just have a gut feeling I'm going to be above 10.
And that's what they're at, is 10.6 million, so.
Right.
Okay, so, anything, Mr. Bowers, Mr. Farr? Then do you want to make a motion, Mr. DiFederico? And
Yeah, I would make a motion that we accept the closed roll taxable number of $10,623,174 for this, based on the information provided.
please vote. Motion carries with one abstention. Finally, 1201, Arcata-T&M Building LLC. Let the record reflect the same agent, Ms. Myrie, for the property owner, Mr. Lane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The subject is a professional office building located on Fire Mesa Street, north of Smoke Ranch Road. It is basically just a little bit northeast of the previous cases. The assessor recommends holding the current taxable value at $2,529,843.
Ma'am?
Okay, this property has had two tenants all the way through. We've had ADT in there for over 11 years. They will be leaving because of the noise. This is directly north of the parking lot of the school where you saw the picture of the kids going through. This is the property that it actually affects the most. ADT is leaving because of the noise. And they won't be, we're trying to talk them into someplace else, maybe McCarran, but right now they're just saying that they won't stay there.
Okay, Mr. Lane?
Thank you. The income summary is located in the master book on page 3606. And again, this is a triple net, or the office is leased as a triple net, so we use the same rates that we did on the previous case, $1.25 on rent, 12% vacancy, $1 on expenses, and capped it at 8.5. We're showing a indicated value of $3.2 million, which supports the current taxable, and the assessor recommends holding that value.
Want to go out with bang, Mr. DiFederico?
I went back, because this one's similar to me to the first one, and I adjusted the vacancy to 25%, the expenses to $1, and used the same cap rate, and I came up with $2,464,808, which is slightly less than the assessed value, but I think the 25% would better reflect the vacancy of the office market and what to expect going forward. So I would make a motion to reduce the taxable value to $2,464,808, based on the information provided.
Heard the motion, please vote. Motion carries with one abstention. And can I, Mr. DiFederico, let me ask you a question. Explain again why then you didn't reduce or increase the vacancy on the third one we did?
Because I took these off of
Microphone.
Because I took these off of what the indicated value was by the income method on all of them. And I looked at that one, like this one, it's indicated at $3.2 million, but they're recommending $2.5 million. It's a difference of $700,000. Well, I wanted to look at that. The other one was, the worst case scenario was an empty shell building and an empty building, and the most I could come up with in takeaway value was $4.8 million, I believe. So when I looked at that building and said, I'm going to have to come up with more than $6 million to take away to get less than what the assessor is, I just didn't feel I needed the practice. I knew it wasn't going to happen, and that's why I didn't do it. Mathematically, it probably would have been closer to 13.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure we weren't doing something.
No, I'm trying to be fair.
No, you've been very fair. Thank you.
Could we get that
Thank
number
you very
again?
much.
Thank
And
you.
Mr. Lemons.
Yeah, can we get that number again, please?
$2,464,808.
Thank you.
See, there was a reason why you waited till last.
Thank you very much. Have
Thank
a great
you.
weekend.
You too. Okay, and we think think we all agreed that 1191,
Thank you. I
12
appreciate
KPB Family Trust went home. So there's nobody else. Okay, so now we need to do some housekeeping and
Yes,
settle
Madam
the
Chair,
rest of
before you,
these.
I'm
Yes.
sorry, before you make a motion on the remaining cases, we had some last-minute withdrawals and stipulations
Okay,
during the meeting
could you
today.
read those into the record?
Yes, 1731, 1732, 1227, 1753, 450, 1125, and 1204.
Okay. And Mr. Coldwell, did you still have one that you, on these cases that you had?
No, it was the Thomas and Mack properties that we just...
Okay, so we're okay on that? Okay. All right, then I'll make a motion to accept the assessor's valuations or taxable values for all of the cases on today's agenda that were not heard, withdrawn, stipulated, or otherwise handled. And so please vote. Motion carries. Next item is public comment. I open up the microphone to public comment. Unless our security guard wants to make public comment, I close the roll. Close the microphone. Mr. Scott, do we have any administrative?
No, I can give you an update on the remaining cases
Sure.
if you like. February 19, we have 173. February 20th, residential day, 82. February 24, 140. February 26, 312. And then February 27th, our last residential day, we have 263.
Okay, so the 26th is still a pretty big day.
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. How many casinos?
There's like 3.
Okay. All right. Anybody got anything else? If not, I move to adjourn the meeting, or I say we're adjourned. Thank you very much, everybody. Have a nice weekend.
You're going to see on a quarterly basis. We're going to do a lot more. We're going to be your partner and ensure that the students at your schools have the same opportunities. So first and foremost, I would applaud you and congratulate you for being a big part of our community. And then I would like to give you each just 30 seconds.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dana Roseman, and I am the proud principal of Jesse D. Scott Elementary School. We have about 864 students. We're a Title I school, and we do our best to, as the commissioner has stated, to make sure that our students have every opportunity available to them. We've partnered with several organizations just to make sure that our children are fed and that they're clothed appropriately and that they have every access to what they need. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. I'm Michelle Case, and I'm the principal of Eva Wolf Elementary. We have about 730 students. We're a Title I school as well. Our focus is building relationships with our students, our parents, and our community. We also have some community partnerships, and we're working on parent trainings and English language classes for our parents, and just making sure that our students feel safe and secure and loved every day.
Good morning. My name is Wendy Garrett, and I'm the very proud principal of Vidalia Guy Elementary School. We are the sister school with Eva Wolf, so we do a lot of partnering together. We have many, many community partnerships that we're working on right now and that we have joined this school year. And the biggest one for us this year has been preschool. We were able to secure a Title I preschool. That means a lot because we all know the research supports early intervention. I will say this, Marilyn, thank you for all that you do for our schools, but also our school every day says, as Judge Guy says, I can and I will. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Anthony Nunez, principal of Manch Elementary School, one of the Clark County School District's turnaround and victory schools. and we've made aggressive gains in student achievement by taking a multi-pronged approach and not only increasing academic services, but wraparound services for our community. So in close partnership with Lohman Elementary School, our sister school, we've added a social worker on campus to provide the community with on-site access to healthcare, mental health care, food, water, clothing, shelter, things like that, as well as adopting the Leader in Me program, which has provided a leadership focus for our community, which has significantly decreased the amount of acting out behavior and increased the amount of leadership behavior.
Thank you, Commissioner Kirkpatrick, for having us today and the rest of the commission. This is truly an honor. I'm the principal, Lou Marcuzis, at Lohman Elementary School, and of course the partner and sister school with Manch. Mr. Nunez essentially kind of wrapped up what we're doing. In addition to the full-time social worker that also Lohman Elementary has, we partner with a parent center, so we jointly have a parent center to serve our community. We work in partnership with Communities and Schools, which is an outside private organization that partners with a lot of our turnaround zone schools. We are also a turnaround and a victory school. And the Leader in Me program, in addition, just to kind of expand upon it, this program not only encompasses a tremendous amount of social and behavioral supports, but it really empowers our students to make the right decisions with daily interactions with not only themselves as peers, but with adults. I'm proud to stand here in front of you as like really in my first year at Lohman that we have a 46% decrease from this time last year in suspensions, expulsions, and required parent conferences. I mean, it's amazing the amount of discipline referrals that have gone down because now we are empowering our students to make decisions and choices and teaching our children how to interact with one another, and that has led to significant gains in our monthly progress monitoring. We've had double-digit gains in reading and math, and our kids feel great about themselves. The community is extremely happy, and they love the partnership with us in Mansion. Thanks again for recognizing us.
And if I could just say one more thing, and it's never too much time goes into talking about education, right? Because you are making a big difference in our future leaders of Nevada. What I would say is I've been out in each and every one of your neighborhoods, and I always see a kid, and I ask him, so what's your principal's name? And then I can't get away from him for about 15 minutes. So you are doing truly an amazing job, well known within your area, and honestly, I see so many, Commissioner Weekly and I both went to Western, and they never thought there'd be any Western alumni sitting up here. But I'm telling you, in District B, there's a lot coming. So appreciate all that you do, and please keep up the good work. Nevada Reading Week is coming up, so I encourage many people to volunteer. Those kids love having a few extra minutes, so thank you again. Thank you.
Item 42 is to present a proclamation and designate February 13th, 2016 as St. Baldrick's largest gathering of Leprechauns Day in support of raising funds to prevent and cure childhood cancer.
So Commissioner Kirkpatrick has 5 superstar principals, and I get a whole pack of leprechauns coming up here to join me. I see how this is working. Miss Murphy and Mr. McMullen, if you want to come on down. Yeah, Miss Murphy in the front row there, Terry Murphy. So you look good in that. You look good. You look good in that. You look good in that. Mr. Brian McMullen, gentleman behind me here, whose excellent pub happens to be in my district, District A. It's on West Tropicana, for those of you who do not know where it is, located directly west of the Orleans Hotel and Casino. Brought the St. Baldrick's organization of Southern Nevada a number of years ago. Since then, it has grown from a single event at McMullen's Irish Pub to dozens of events community-wide, and have raised millions of dollars to battle childhood cancer right here in Southern Nevada. I think Larry Brown may have had his head shaved there once or twice. No, they wouldn't accept Larry to have his head shaved there. I didn't write that joke, Larry. They gave me that. I don't know. I think that was Karen Mulcahy who did that. Brian continues to lead the effort to fight childhood cancer and is venturing out with a new event, the world's largest gathering of leprechauns. This is a first-of-its-kind event that Bryan hopes to grow nationwide by challenging another city or two. The wonderful people from the Guinness World Book of Records will be on hand to establish exactly how many leprechauns we will have on hand. This should be a great event. I look forward to seeing hundreds of people out there in full leprechaun costume. The event will take place on Saturday, February 13th at 8 a.m. at Town Square on Las Vegas Boulevard. So now I'm going to hand it over to Commissioner Brown to say a few words about leprechauns.
Thank you, Commissioner. And just some stats. Bryan and his entire team has just done a phenomenal job. But since 2007, in the Las Vegas Valley, this effort has raised $4.2 million for our community. Total number of shaves, please. McMullen's Irish Pub alone has raised $2.8 million. And so the public record is straight. The first few years I did go and get my hair cut, but they were my final haircuts. Now when I show up, they just don't even let me in the line. They say, go make a donation and join the celebration, please. So don't waste our time, just for the public record. So far this year, $50,000 through shaves, barbers, volunteers, McMullen's Irish Pub, 9 Fine Irishmen, Sons of Erin, Corey's Fine Wine and Spirits. The community continually embraces and grows this event. And Bryan, on behalf of the Commission, certainly Commissioner Sisolak's statements, we thank you for giving so much to our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairman, Larry. We appreciate being up here. We're honored to be up here. I've never been up here before. I've been over there, but I've never been here. Thank you. It's a very big honor for me to be chairing St. Baldrick's in Las Vegas. This is only part of our committee. Most of our committee have to work, unlike us. Oh, I suppose we have to go to work in a minute. But our event is on the 5th of March, where we'll be shaving heads again. We'll be shaving probably 450 heads on the 5th of March. But today is about the gathering of the most leprechauns in the world, which will take place on the 13th of February at 8 to 9 o'clock in the morning at Town Square. You can register. We want you to register. We want you to be part of the Guinness Book of Records. Imagine being part of the Guinness Book of Records. You've heard about that. You'll be part of it. You can buy the book. I'm not sure if your name will be in there, but you'll know you'll be part of it. We hope that this spreads around the country. You know, I guess it's a little political, but it's federal political. No matter which party is in power, they give an enormous amount to childhood cancer research, but 96% goes to adult cancer and 4% goes to childhood cancer, despite the fact that they profess to be for the children. The average child gets cancer at around 4 years old. The average adult gets it at 60. I'm 69. You know, I've had a great life. I hope to continue to have a great life, and I want to be cured if it comes along. But with all the time that the child has to survive, we need them to have a quality of life, and obviously we need more money for them. But along came St. Baldrick's 13 years ago. We've been doing it. This will be our 10th year. And that changed the ball game a bit. Now it's the biggest contributor to worldwide cancer research, and we're very proud of that, being just a little part of that. They've raised over $150 million, and they've changed the deal. In the last 13 years, there's been big progress made in childhood cancer research. Cancers that could not be cured 10 years ago have now been cured. We've got a very long way to go. We want to be, I personally and my committee, I believe, will be here for the long haul. We'll be here until we can't be here anymore, until we've cured this dreaded disease. And it's about the children, but it's also about the families who go through this horrendous event of childhood cancer with their child. And I guess that's our driving force for doing that. So we'd like you to be there. On the 13th, we invite everybody to register on www.lepre-con.com. You can go to the McMullen's Irish Pub website and get it as well. And we hope to raise a lot of awareness. We hope certainly to beat the record, which is at 1,263. And if we do, we're going to ask our good friend Larry or Chairman Sisolak to challenge Boston, Chicago, Atlanta to try to beat our record and so spread the St. Baldrick's name for childhood cancer. I'd just like to introduce some people here. My wife and my co-chair, Lynn. And Karen Stevens. And Jean and Tammy and Kayla. Kayla had her last chemotherapy on the 17th of December, and hopefully she's well on the way to recovery. So everybody understands, this disease can't be cured by Las Vegas. It's a worldwide effort, but we do recognize that we play a big part in Las Vegas to make this happen. And of the 4.2 million, 1.75 has gone to the Children's Specialty Center of Las Vegas, and representing them, and someone who is as dynamic as you can get, we have Dawn Marie Pavick, or I said Dawn Marie O. Pavick, is here, and she's going to say a few words if you don't mind.
Hello, thank you for having all of us. I work for Children's Specialty Center of Nevada, which is the only treatment center in the state of Nevada that deals with kids going through catastrophic childhood diseases like cancer. So I work with patients like Kayla and about 880 other patients that are going through cancer in some form or state currently. We are good insurance, bad insurance, no insurance. We turn no child away. We're a nonprofit, and I can tell you that we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for St. Baldrick's. They've given over $1.75 million in infrastructure grants to our organization, which allow us to go forth with our mission, making sure that all children are treated. So it's vitally important for us to pay it forward and to give back and to inspire you in the community to come out and do the same. So I will be there jigging on, literally leprechaun jig, on February 13th, and I hope that all of you will be there. I promise to dance with every single one. Thank you.
Yeah, just to give you a bit of perspective, the childhood, the cancer center used to consist of one doctor in a really difficult situation of rooms, and now it has 9 doctors, does it? And 111 staff there. So tremendous strides have been made. They never turn anybody away, whether you can afford it or not. They treat whoever comes to their door. There used to be a large waiting list.
124 when we opened our door, there's no waiting list now.
There used to be, can you imagine 124 people on a waiting list to be treated? And as a parent, that's just not acceptable. So what do? Something inevitable happens, or you leave town. Now they can stay here and still be part of the community and still have the help of their family and their friends around them. So vitally important, and it's vitally important that you look like me on the 13th of February. As silly as it may look, can you imagine 3,000 people there all looking like this and be part of that photograph and be part of the Guinness Book of Records? I thank you for listening to us, and I thank you for the proclamation. It's very important to us. Thank you very much.
You're just going to stand there and not say anything after you're dressed like this, Larry? No. These are his roots. Thank you, Brian, very much for what you do for the entire community and childhood cancer. Thank you so much. Thank you all. Very impressive. You want to say something? No? No? Okay. You want to speak? Yeah, okay. Yes.
Not sooner. Take care now.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, item 43 was deleted from your agenda. And as you know, there were no items taken separately. So we can move to the balance of your agenda. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, as you know, item 53 was your addendum item, came in somewhat late in the process. And as a result, we had reached out to Mr. Rallencotter to see if he could be here. I know he had to move some things around on his schedule, so in consideration for his time, I'm going to request that we move item 53 forward and hear it this time.
I appreciate that, Mr. Burnett. And before I turn it over to Commissioner Brager, who requested this, I've got Commissioner Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two things. First and foremost, for only the 18th time in 120 forecasts, Punxsutawney Phil, which he's right there. By the way, 80% accuracy on Punxsutawney Phil. Did not see his shadow. So he's predicting 6 more weeks of winter, and it's going to be a beautiful spring. Now, being back, born and raised in the Boston area, the last 4 years, record storms, record cold temperatures, so there's a lot of pressure on it. And Punxsutawney Phil, I was married in Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania, and have been to Gobbler's Knob, if anybody follows this story. Gobbler's Knob, Punxsutawney is a county of about 3,500 people, and on Groundhog's Day, they usually pack about 50,000 people into the area. So Punxsutawney Phil will join us today. If you have any questions on its history, his accuracy, or more importantly, the legend of Punxsutawney, I'll be available throughout the day. Thank you.
And that weather report and history lesson was brought to you by Commissioner Larry Brown.
And also, Mr. Chairman, as I've done in the past, the discussion I am taking place involves Cashman Field Center. I'm an employee with the Las Vegas 51s, and through council, I will be not participating in the discussion, and I'll recuse myself into the back room.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Brager.
And just to piggyback that just for a second, MojaveMax.com, you can go attempt to guess for our elementary school children on when our Mojave Max will come out of Red Rock, and it's pretty extraordinary. The class, the student wins a computer, the classroom, the teacher, they have a party out there. So I would encourage parents to encourage their children to give that guess, and you just got a hint of about 6 more weeks. So thank you so much. In regards to the graciousness of Mr. Rossi Rollencotter, I appreciate that. Now that I serve on LVCVA, he made an incredible presentation on Cashman Field, and I thought that it would be equitable for the commissioners to hear that today. So I appreciate your time. Very busy man that goes all over the world to encourage conventions and people and travel for our community, which helps us to be economically strong. So I appreciate you coming today. We do have Mr. Don Logan is here also, if there were any questions. But I just felt for us to be on the same page and hear the presentation was really, I felt important, because it's something that LVCVA spends a great deal of money on. And as a business person, it was interesting. So thank you, sir. Sure. Mr. Weekly, just to say, chairs and has heard this presentation along with myself.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Mr. Rollencotter, good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Sisolak and members of the County Commission. Thank you for allowing us to come down and give you the presentation that we gave to our board at our last board meeting. And Commissioner Brager asked that I come over and kind of talk a little bit about what we're doing with Cashman. I know there's been a lot of discussion about the Cashman project, the Cashman Field for the baseball component, as well as its position within the downtown area. So I'm going to give you a little breakdown of the Cashman Center and its history, and the fact that, if I can get this to go, there's a picture of the field. As you know, it has a little over 50.25 acres. In the downtown area. We built that in 1983 at a cost of $27 million. Over 10 million people have seen baseball at the facility, but it's a three-use facility. Number one, we have the Pacific Coast League baseball team, the Las Vegas 51s, as well as the theater, which is in the downtown Cashman complex, and a convention facility that has 100,000 square feet of exhibit space in addition to meeting rooms. And so it serves more of a service to the community itself. It's more like a community center. But we have been operating that since 1983 at the direction of the state legislature itself. We've had the property appraised in the past. It's worth about $22 million. And so that gives you a little bit of that. Again, 1977, the legislature gave us direction to issue general obligation bonds to build it for that purpose in the downtown area. In 1981, the city of Las Vegas deeded the property to the LVCVA specifically for tourism and community purposes. And in 1983, the facility opened as the Las Vegas Stars. And at that time, our player development contract was with the San Diego Padres. It's currently with the New York Mets. And by the way, we have Big League Weekend coming up at the end of March, and it's the Cubs and the Mets. So buy your tickets early because it's going to be two great games right before the season opens. So that allows us to open up the season for the 51s as well as get the community excited about baseball itself. So the assignment with the city itself includes a reversionary clause, and if the property ceases to be used for recreation facility, then the convention hall, the ownership of that property reverts back to the city itself. And that was established in there. So we can't use it for any other purpose. And so the Convention Authority couldn't go out and get a private developer to come in to build, say, a shopping center or some other purpose. We can only use it for the designated tourism community activities baseball field complex. We also currently have a memo of understanding with the City of Las Vegas back in 2008. They were looking to provide or find some type of a private entity to come there to possibly put a development on that land because it is a large piece of property right in the center of downtown Las Vegas and has, in their terms, is part of their master planning. So we have been part of that. So far, they've had some presentations from some companies, but no one has been able to secure a financial program that would be acceptable to the city itself. That MOU ends on in August of 2016. So in March, we will sit down with the city to see if they want to extend that MOU, what disposition of that they want to see us be involved with, whether we extend it. So those conversations will happen next month. And in the current contract with the 51s, we have them leased to the year 2022. There's 7 years left on the lease itself. They do have a clause in their lease with us. If they give us 2 seasons notice that they're going to vacate, then they're allowed to leave the facility. So technically, if they were to move somewhere else, we would have 2 more seasons at the Cashman Field. But right now we have contracts existing for baseball, which goes to 2022. We have contracts with users of the facility for the convention purposes, the home shows, things of that nature. And then there are activities in the theater. A lot of dance troupes come in there to put on their dance exhibitions and so forth. So we're continually issuing leases and taking care of that. I think if you look at some of the things that is going on, and one of the reasons why we wanted to go to the board and kind of discuss this, because there's been a lot of misinformation as to the condition of Cashman. Now, we have spent close to $8 million over the last 10 years with repair and maintenance with capital, and so we make sure that the entire facility is operational, that it serves the functions of the 3 facilities within the complex itself. And that's our responsibility. We have received a letter from the Pacific Coast League, their concerns of the condition of the field itself. The field has to pass the requirements of the Pacific Coast League East season before we start, but we did have an incident last year at the last homestand with the sewer problem that we had. We are correcting that and fixing that now. But you have to remember that when we opened Cashman Field in 1983, it was the newest facility in the Pacific Coast League. Since that time, there's been a lot of new facilities built or renovations of facilities in other cities, and we were built at a time when a lot of the bells and whistles that you see at minor league baseball parks and major league baseball parks were not being added. So we don't have boxes, corporate boxes. There's not a lot of area there for activities in addition to the baseball game going on for the fans. The concourses are challenged somewhat, but we have done a lot of things over the years working with the Las Vegas 51s to make sure that the fans can enjoy their experience at the ballpark. As I said, over 10 million Las Vegas residents have been to baseball games there, so it has served a great function. We are the star brand of the Pacific Coast League, so Las Vegas is well recognized within the Pacific Coast League, and the teams enjoy coming here, and some of their fans also come here. When you look at the use of the facility itself, it kind of gives you an idea of what it is really all about, and that's, let me go back to that one. 95% of the facility and the theater are locals. And so, again, it goes back to that civic center aspect that I talked about. 99% of the people who attend the baseball games are really the local people. And so Big League Weekend does bring in visitors from out of town, from the teams that spring training in Arizona, as well as when the teams come in for their series during the season, we get some benefit there, but primarily it's for the locals. And then, again, I talked about the average costs and so forth. But the biggest thing for us is that we lose about $5 million a year operating the facility itself, the entire complex. And that's without debt service. And there's been discussions between the county and the city and the LVCVA and the 51s as to the possibility of a new baseball park. What is that possibility? So everybody's been having some discussions. There's been some misinformation, I think, that's been in the media as to where those discussions are and what is happening. And so this is kind of a summary of where we are today. From my standpoint, what we really need to achieve is a win-win-win for everyone. If we can satisfy the needs of the city and the county as well as the LVCVA, then that becomes a win possibly for the baseball team. So with that, I appreciate Commissioner Brager having us give this opportunity to give this information to you, but this really does put it all on the table, so to speak, as to where we are. So with that, if you have any questions about arrangements with the 51s or the operations of the facilities, I can tell you that it is utilized by the community. The fire department utilizes it. The Metro goes down there, the school district. So it truly is used, but because of the nature of the cost and the fact that a lot of the participants who use the trade show facility, especially in the meeting rooms, it's nonprofit. And so that's the reason for the operating loss. So with that, I'll answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Rollencutter. Commissioner?
I don't know if, Mr. Logan, if you had anything you wanted to add to that at this time, or are you comfortable just listening to the presentation? Okay. I just want to say thank you very much. I found it really important and had a greater understanding of what was happening between the dynamics of city, Cashman Field, LVCVA, and it just did concern me a little bit, a $5 to $6 million loss, which I think is a little conservative. And that there might be better use for that area, but to never just take something away without making sure that something was put there that complemented the city and gave a greater economic base. Because in baseball, it's the before and the after and the economic factor that plays in. And I think that's important for the future of Las Vegas and the city, along with Clark County. So that's why I felt it was important to know where we are, where we could possibly go, with making sure that all three factors that you spoke about were complemented and not harmed.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I don't know if we've got any others. I've got a few, Mr. Rollencutter. Go ahead, Commissioner Giuliani, go ahead.
Thank you. Remind me, is it 55 acres?
50, a little over 50, 50.25, I think.
And If the MOU that you mentioned between you and the city doesn't get extended, then what happens?
They just won't be pursuing a private developer to go down there, or they just may wait to see what happens. In the meantime, we have to do our responsibility is to take a look at the complex and come up with some type of a master plan as to what direction that needs to take. And these conversations are good right now, because if it truly is a civic center, where does that play? Where does the LVCVA need to be? Because if you reinvest there, then it probably would eliminate or prevent some development that could occur there. So, but again, we haven't had those conversations with the city yet.
I love the field myself. I know the facility may not be great for the players that are there. I just think the atmosphere is there, and it gets a bad rap. I have never been fearful of going down there, and I would challenge anybody to that. It's bogus. Even as a school teacher, most of my trainings we used to have down at Cashman Field. I remember when the Secretary of Commerce, Ron Brown, came and we did a big event at the Cashman Field. So it's got its purposes that are there. I wish more butts and seats would be, but that's unfortunately not, I don't know. I just don't know that we're that kind of town. What I don't want to see happen is, I think the city needs to do a better job of looking at the master plan component, because you need, even for a club, for our baseball team, to have mixed use and retail and housing around the area that could then complement it and get the foot traffic going besides just people that drive in for games. And so I think that that's part of the opportunity, hopefully, that you'll have some conversations with. I love the 51s. I like good beer as well as baseball. So, it's got a good atmosphere. But is there some reinvestment that needs to come into play? Yes. If nothing else, it needs to be repurposed, and it could be where a minor league soccer or something like that would go in. But again, you still need that whole complement that goes around it, and that's what I think has been missing in order to make that more usable as a site. And I won't support public tax dollars going for a private baseball or anybody, any organization as far as that's concerned. So I guess today's conversation could be to bring us up to speed, because we're not on the convention authority, but also see where we might be able to urge our colleagues in our sister city to maybe look at a master plan. It doesn't have to be a redevelopment of that land per se. There's land surrounding there, and there's housing opportunities that could come in. There were manufactured home parks that were torn down that are still sitting empty up the street. So there's a lot of potential, I would think. But you do need that mixed use and that other flavor there in order to keep anything going, I think, in the long run. Thank you.
Well, one comment is that the key to the field itself. First of all, we have a new grounds crew that's been in operation there about the last 3 years. They keep the field in great shape. That's the most important thing, because you don't want to have any of the players be injured. And so that is up to speed, and that's where it should be, and it looks great. Looked great last year. They're getting it ready now for Big League Weekend. The other is that, our staff down there keeps this facility functioning. It keeps it clean, operational, functional for the purposes that it has. And so I don't want that to be lost in the conversation, because again, there's been some misinformation relative to that. But again, we have to comply with what the Pacific Coast League is doing, and then at some point in time, if nothing happens, then we have to take a look to see, okay, what are the needs of that facility going into the future? It's 33 years old, and like I said, it used to be the newest. Now it's not. So,
thank you, Commissioner, and thanks, Rossi. I appreciate you being here. And my concern is that it's from what you're showing us here, it's losing a little over $5 million a year. If we go out until 2022 and the contract ends, we're looking at another $35 million in loss. What are we anticipating the capital improvement? I know when the raw sewage backed up, and I'm going to ask Mr. Logan to come on down here and answer some questions as well so we can get ready. I don't know if this made national news in New York. I saw the articles this week. Now, I'm concerned that you've got a team that went to the World Series. I mean, it's a super team, right. And a lot of these players made it to the World Series, and right. That's the publicity we're getting out of Las Vegas being involved in here. So what is the idea? I mean, it's not just the $35 million that we're going to lose in 7 years is really important to me, especially as we struggle with attempting to fund more expansion and renovation of the current Convention and Visitors Center. This money could be reallocated in another direction if it wasn't put in the Cashman Field, I'm assuming.
It would be, yes.
So you could, have the flexibility, your board, maybe to reduce the ask or to adjust the ask or whatnot. What is the plan now? Because I was copied from President Rickey on those 2 letters, and then the 1 letter that came from the 51s as it related to the state of current affairs, so to speak, at Cashman Field. And they're basically pleading to do something, and Ranch is saying if we don't do something, you're in jeopardy of, we don't want to say we're going to lose a baseball team, but we certainly don't want this community to lose a team that I think is a very family-friendly form of entertainment that we all need. I just don't know where we go from here. If Donnie, if you've got some you can answer. I know you can't speak for Mr. Rickey, but what are the 51s? Where is the standing? That when I got notified of this by the letter, what?
Well, first of all, on the sewer situation, that will be finished and completed and repaired before the season starts. So we started on that as soon as baseball was over this past year. So that one, as well as some other improvements as we do every single year, we get with the 51s and see what we can do to the complex itself. But if you go into the future, if the decision is made by the community that we're going to stay there, then there would be some major capital costs to emulate what the other cities have, because that's what these teams want to have, and they believe that, and they can show you that adding a lot of amenities can increase the number of attendees. So,
do you have an estimate or some guideline what you're talking about would be sunk in capital costs at Cashman to bring it up to PCL standards or to the not requirements, I guess requests that they might have? What we're talking about in terms of dollars?
Yeah, we haven't, but if you go back to the building codes in 1983 are a lot different than the building codes in 2016, so we would have to comply with those new building codes, know that the concourses need to be expanded, we need to have more restrooms, so it would be a fairly expensive capital program. We haven't put a number to it, but you could be looking anywhere from $25 to $35 million from the standpoint of what you don't know until you start taking that apart, because all the new ADA requirements come into play and all of that.
So if we're looking at 25 to 35 million there, plus another 35 million in losses over the next 7 years, you're talking a significant investment. And well, Mr. Logan, you got.
Well, I think the first thing that...
You've got to identify yourself. You've
Don Logan, Las Vegas 51s. The first thing that, on behalf of our organization, Rossi doesn't get enough credit and won't take credit. He's very humble about this. There's no bigger baseball fan in this community, and I don't think there's a better landlord in professional baseball, because what the challenges at Cashman are much more difficult than Rossi. It's very tough to work down there. What we've done through the field, the amount of money he's had to spend, and Rossi's always been there to step up and make things work. The challenge is that the game's changed everywhere else. And when our players go to brand new facility in Nashville went from having a far worse facility than we did. They had to close the locker rooms because they had black mold. They built a brand new facility that's the rage in our league. Our players go there and they come back to Cashman, and it's today's players are spoiled. The industry is spoiled. The industry is it's a very challenging industry to work in right now, and it's beyond the Pacific Coast League. This is the ultimate authority in baseball, is the commissioner of baseball. And when you see new facilities throughout the game, I think there's 120 new facilities in minor league baseball, and I think 28 in Major League Baseball that have been built since Cashman. It's tough. You're comparing apples and oranges, and all we've said is we want to create some dialogue and figure out some way to go. What that is, it's going to take, much like Rossi says, the collaboration and cooperation of everybody.
Now, and maybe I don't know who can answer this one for me. When Commissioner June Kiliani talked about public funds, currently it's funded with room tax, right? I mean, that's where the vast majority of your funds come from.
Yes, it is from room tax. We do have some revenue that we receive from the operation of Cashman itself. So our mix at the convention center is 20% facility revenue and 80% room tax, and so that probably would apply to Cashman also.
Okay.
Yes.
Where I'm at is my constituents are anxious, hopefully, to get a hockey team, and now they're seeing all this stuff about a football team coming here, and the last thing they want to do is lose the one professional team that we have as the 51. So I don't know how patient, Mr. Rickey, is there a plan here? Where do we go from here? I know your board heard it, last meeting, last
January
month?
board meeting, yes.
What is the plan from here?
Basically, what we talked about was the fact that we need to have a community effort to resolve this, if we can, to move it forward so that, again, as I talked about, the win on everybody's side. And so we just need to get into some discussions where we look at the options, the alternatives, the costs, the needs of downtown, their master plan, the county. I think all of us together, because we have a responsibility to keep maintaining, operating that complex, which we will continue to do because it is funded by room tax, and that's what our job is, and continue to lease it out. And so, to me, if we could get all of us together to look to see, where this might go or might be headed, or whether it's something that stays in the downtown area, stays at Cashman, or is improved there, or repurposing that, or just what that might be, because at some point in time, Pacific Coast League will come back to us and say, okay, here's our list of what we need to have. We haven't gotten to that point yet. They're concerned about the facility itself, which we have recognized. We continue to try to make those improvements to keep it moving forward.
Well, and I appreciate that. And Mr. Logan, understanding that that day is coming at some point, is there a timeline that we know? I mean, inevitably, these things can't be fixed in a month anyway.
No,
we're talking years to resolve these things.
When you think of timelines, you think of the player development contract. We're in the final year of our 4th year with the Mets this season. It's basically a free agent process after that. There's 30 major league teams. There's 30 minor league teams, or 30 AAA teams. We're going to get somebody. The geographic sense of the Mets really isn't there. That was kind of a shotgun marriage. We were the only two. The Blue Jays wanted to go to Buffalo. Buffalo wanted to get rid of the Mets, and we ended up with the Mets. Ultimately, it's why we don't have a more geographically desirable partner. We had the Padres for 18 years. We had the Dodgers for 8 years, and the Dodgers left to go back to Albuquerque to a brand new ballpark. The Blue Jays left because they wanted to go to a new ballpark in Buffalo, and now the Mets are saying, what are you guys going to do? So we're always going to be in a state of flux. We could end up being affiliated with the Miami Marlins. We could, you never know. And, I think the PDC time frame is the way to look at it, and that's coming up. So to me, we're ready, willing, and able to sit down tomorrow if we have to and start something. Well,
I appreciate it. I don't know if any other commissioners, what do we do? I know we've got the chair, obviously, of the LVCVA sitting 2 seats to my left here. Is the next step having a meeting with the various entities, or Mr. Rollencutter, do you have a suggestion, or what, to get the city and?
We just need to sit down and have some discussions and put everything on the table and say, okay, what is best for all the entities involved? Because, as LVCVA, we have everyone involved with our board, and it's room tax money that we're utilizing at this point. So my suggestion would be if we could get everybody together and kind of talk through it and see what is possible. Because the season's going to start here pretty soon, so the 16th season is already on us. So.
It's gone, right, yeah, exactly. Commissioner Giuliani.
Just to follow up, I think you've got the opportunity already, based on your presentation. You're going to have a conversation again with the city, which is kind of the main player here. So part of the master plan should be something that they take a look at. Because again, you have to have retail, you have to have cafes, you have to have places for people to leave a game or a training or a workshop to go to, and that's got to be part of the complement, not just the stadium in and of itself. And I would be very cautious about the room tax. The room tax is collected all across, and I consider it public money, but you're under assault right now by an individual who is looking at going legislatively to change the room tax to redirect it towards perhaps a stadium at UNLV. So I think that's got to be something that we're cognizant of so that we don't have that piled on component. I don't know if this has come up before that interim committee that's...
No, it did not. Just the fact that when we made our first presentation to the governor's task force about the fact that we do operate Cashman and the functionality of that, but nothing about the actual operation
of dollars. And that might be just something down the road as well. But.
And I can ask the chair, Hill, to put this on that agenda if you think that's the place for it to go, or if you think that I can ask the manager to get Chairman Weekly and myself and the mayor and you guys together. And what do you... Chairman Weekly, do you have a suggestion?
I think it should start with all of us who have the vested interest in both downtown, Cashman, baseball, how we all interact.
Okay. Commissioner Brager, how about if we got Chairman Weekly and yourself, that we could only still have 3 commissioners, and myself and the mayor and Mr. Logan and Mr. Wallencotter and Betsy and Don, and all try to sit down.
And I'm comfortable with that. It depends on Commissioner Weekly as chair of what he'd like to do. To me, and I don't want to belabor it, what affected me the most in sitting there and learning this was the $5 to $6 million a year plus. And I do think the economic development, whether it's there, whether it's somewhere else, whether the team should move for that factor, makes a difference. That's what brought it to my attention. That's why I asked, after hearing that presentation, I felt that it needed to be heard here because we're only one piece of that. But I have a high respect for what the city plays a part in. But the dollars that do they have the dollars to spend? Do they not have the dollars to spend? For people to go before they go to the game, have something to do, after the game, have something to do, that's never happened down there. So those are big dollars, and that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at LVCVA has a lot of things to spend money on, the Riviera, all the different options, and to know that $35 million is the bottom dollar amount, it's not what the top dollar amount could be. So I'm for the best and highest use in that location, and making that the best that it can be, because it's going to come to that eventually. So that's all that I'm about, is making sure that everyone is heard and that the best happens in the right place for the best economic development that helps the whole county and city. I'm non-territorial, and that's how I'm looking at this, but I felt it was important for the whole board to be heard.
And we've had 2 soccer groups approach both the city as well as us about the possibility of additional use for Cashman. One of the keys that needs to have a discussion, because if at one time when Cashman was being built, there was going to be a monorail that was going to connect Fremont Street with Cashman. That never materialized. So connectivity to the complex to downtown is also important. And so this is a chance for everybody to sit down and talk about, what's the maximum utilization of the facility and where do we go from here.
Well, Mr. Burnett, since I guess we're still looking for some direction here with these 2 gentlemen. How about if I'll ask you to set up another meeting with the mayor and myself and Chairman Weekly and Commissioner Brager and these gentlemen and whoever else you think might be able to contribute to this discussion, and see if the train's going to move. If it's not, you have to tell Branch Rickey it's not going to move. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to fight windmills here, but at some point we've got to decide if the LVCVA is interested in pursuing other options, or if you want to stay there, or what your intentions are.
I would suggest, since Steve Ross, Councilman Ross, and Councilman Barlow on my board, they would be included in that.
That's great. No, we're not going over then with the city. No, it's only 3 then from the city.
There's only 3.
Okay. Mr. Burnett, you good with that?
Whatever the will of the board is.
Does anybody have a suggestion of the contrary or problem with that? Commissioner Giunciliani.
Thank you. By a show of hand, no, this would be terrible to see how many people have actually been to Cashman Field. I'm curious still about the direction, because it really is Convention Authority, City of Las Vegas, and the baseball team, not so much the county. So I'm just trying to understand what the role is of this committee that you're proposing to work on.
Well, it's not a committee. It's just a sit-down, get-together. If the county can facilitate keeping the 51s in Southern Nevada, I would like to do that.
With whose money? I think that's my bottom line.
Well, it could be money, it could be a partnership, it could be a redirection of current resources, whatever it might be. I don't know all the options that are available, but if the LVCVA is not interested in moving, not interested in pursuing other options, then the discussion's over. And then it falls back to you, Mr. Logan, in terms of relaying that message to the powers to be. I hope that's not the case. I hope there's some plan to either do some improvements or make some changes. If there's not, then just let us know that, and it's not a committee.
I don't think, and I wasn't going to get involved in this conversation because Susan put this on the agenda, and to me it's just absolutely ridiculous. But at any rate, because it's so disrespectful, if I've ever felt disrespected, I totally do right now. It's not so much that the LVCVA does not want to see something happen. That's truly not fair to that board. When Mr. Wallencotter presented this to us, we've had meetings about this. We've had a number of discussions about this. And I think at the end of the day, the LVCVA wants to do what's in the best interest for everyone. When he said win, 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 that's what we're talking about. The 51s is an amazing organization. They've done a fantastic job since they've been here. We understand that there are some concerns with Cashman Field, but Clark County having this conversation today has no business even having this conversation because this has absolutely nothing to do with Clark County today. The LVCVA needs to go and sit down and have a conversation with the city of Las Vegas along with the 51s, and let's decide what is it that they want to do. They have a 2-year out. You saw that in the presentation. I think Mr. Logan and Mr. Ritchie and Mr. Kempfer and Mr. Mack and all these gentlemen here have been following the process. I think it's just a matter of us determining, if in fact the LVCVA and the city of Las Vegas comes to some type of resolution in reference to what do we do with the other 7 years. There's a conversation that still needs to happen with the MOU that expires in August. And so there are just several things that need to take place before we even get to this conversation here today. And so while we're here, I don't even understand this. It is absolutely ridiculous to me that we're even having this conversation. Mr. Logan, I guess I don't understand, based off the last presentation, what did we miss here in terms of the 51s sitting down with the city of Las Vegas or with the LVCVA? When you all met with me, I asked you all then, submit the letter. Submit the letter that you wanted out. Is that not what we talked about when we met personally?
What we're doing, we're a landlord, or we're a tenant. Rossi's the landlord.
Yes, sir.
We deal through him.
Yes, sir.
We've talked, Rossi and I talk weekly about,
you did
we
submit
talk
the letter,
weekly
right?
about something going on at Cashman.
Yes, sir.
We talk about the baseball elements. We talk about the fan elements. We talk about a number of different things. The letters that were sent to you, to Commissioner Sisolak, that got the ball rolling. That got people talking about things. And it's an issue that needs to be dealt with. We've tried to deal with it for a number of years. Las Vegas, and right now is a great example. You got the Raiders thing going on.
Yes, sir.
You've got, what's going on with us. There's 26 professional teams have come and gone in our time here. We're sitting here saying, look, don't forget about us. We're willing to participate. We'll financially, whatever it takes, getting dialogue with the city is very difficult. If you could help facilitate that, that might make it a little bit easier.
Yes, sir. So after our meeting, as we were discussing, so you all have submitted that letter to the LVCVA that you want to submit that 2-year out, correct? Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. So after we had that, after our discussion, I asked you all to do that. We got that letter to the LVCVA. Rossi and I then talked about having that conversation with the city of Las Vegas. Mr. Rollin Cotter and I did go and sit with Mayor Goodman and Betsy Fretwell to talk about this. Am I right, sir?
Yes.
Okay. So here we are today. It's just a matter of how do we deal with this MOU that expires in August. That's a conversation the LVCVA staff has to have with the city of Las Vegas, and then talk about the additional 7 years. We're not going to talk about the 10 years. We're not going to, I don't even want to bring that up. At any rate, we're dealing with 7 more years. And my thing is, sir, I want to, what's in the best interest for the 51s, let's do it. But let's close out what we're dealing with the city of Las Vegas. That's all I'm asking for. I have board members on the LVCVA asking, well, Lawrence, what about the additional 7 years? I'm saying, well, that's a conversation that Rossi's going to have with the mayor. I spoke with the mayor and Betsy Fretwell on yesterday. They want to sit down, Rossi, myself, and you, and whomever else that you'd like to bring in, and figure out where do we go from here? What do you all want to do? How do we make this a win for everyone? And I think I said that at our last board meeting. I'm not sure what got folks very impatient, that nothing's happening. I don't understand that.
I think the only thing I can tell you is I've made half a dozen calls to the mayor's office without a call back. I have talked to Betsy one time in the last couple months since we saw you, and that was about soccer. She called me to want to know what I thought about soccer. So that's, I'm there every day, all day.
Okay. Well, if you don't mind, in respect to your time, if you don't mind, I'll facilitate that and see if we can get everybody in a room together as suggested by Commissioner Sisolak. That was discussed on yesterday when I received a phone call as to why was this on the agenda. here at Clark County. And I just don't think that this needs to be a tug of war between the city and the county. I just think that, as I said before day one, if we get everybody in a room, sit down at a table, and let's talk about it and just figure out what do we do and where do we go from here. I've said that from day one. I'm not sure what else everybody's looking for.
Jump in here, and I appreciate that.
Were you in a conference room meeting that when we had this discussion maybe 3 or 4 months ago? When we talked, we kind of briefly
I've
talked
been in
about it.
a couple.
Yeah, we talked about this a while ago. So I'm not really sure what the tug of war is about, and I can tell you that it just seems as if we're back at square one, and I don't think we are. I think we've made a lot of progress. Mr. Logan has done everything that he was supposed to do in terms of submitting that letter. Rossi's had that conversation with the city of Las Vegas. The onus is on them. It's not on Clark County. It's on the city of Las Vegas.
Well,
am I right or wrong here, Rossi?
It is, because our relationship is with them to operate the facility. So,
Well, I don't want to draw, and I'm going to jump in here, Commissioner, and I think it's unfair for you to say it was disrespectful. I feel it was the right thing for Commissioner. Well, you're entitled to your opinion. I think it was the right thing for Commissioner Brager to do. There's a difference of opinion on what to do here. I think we need to have the discussion, Ross. I'm going to be honest with you, because now I'm getting a little worked up about this deal. You're coming before the Southern Nevada Tourism Infrastructure Committee asking for an excess of $2 billion. I sit on that committee. I've got trouble when the fiduciary responsibility as it relates to the stadium comes into question, Commissioner, and that's what we're talking about here. If you're talking about more room tax money, more borrowing, more funding, I need to know how the dollars are being spent now. We've been having these discussions well in excess a year. The gentleman is calling elected officials. He claims he's not getting phone calls back. So something needs to happen to get the train moving. Something needs to happen to get this going in one direction or another. Let's make a decision and either tell them we're going to do something, or we're going to, in terms of repairing Cashman Field, renovating Cashman Field, tell them we're not going to sink the money in there. We're ready to look at another option, and the county might be involved in that. The city might be involved in that. Henderson could be involved in that, for all I know. And the other one is, hey, look, we're not going to do either. We're not going to fix Cashman Field. We're not going to look for another facility. You can take your team and move to another market. It's only fair. They've been a good partner for a lot of years, I think, to have that discussion. So however we can put together a group, whoever you feel, Mr. Allen-Cutter, since it's your lead, is in this group. But I've gotten calls from members of your board that feel very strongly that we need to do something, that we're shocked when they found out we're losing $5 million a year. And at a time when we're looking to borrow $1 billion for a football stadium and $2 billion for a new convention center, I think the time is right to have the discussion.
So if they were so shocked, they didn't say that at their board meeting.
Well,
we've had that discussion before, Commissioner Sisolak. Let's not make this some type of fun night at the Apollo. It's not even about that. It's about just talking about what the real issue is here. And you have no authority to tell the city of Las Vegas what to do. This is a conversation between the LVCVA and the city of Las Vegas. So whatever it is that you're asking for, I mean, it's not a bad suggestion to get everybody together, but you don't have that type of authority to tell them what to do.
I'm not attempting to tell the city what to do. I'm not getting worked up. I'm getting worked up that I think there's a problem that exists that no one wants to take off the blinders and acknowledge there's a problem. I'm asking you to have the discussions. Mr. Burnett, if we could set up the meeting, I'll request a meeting of, Councilman Barlow and Ross and the mayor and myself and Commissioners Weekly and our Commissioner Brager and Chairman Weekly, and ask the other people to sit in. If we can make some progress, great. If we can't, we can't. And then we can go, at least we all know where everybody stands. Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. I don't think anybody here wants to delay the opportunity for this conversation. It sounds like it was moving forward, especially since in your presentation you have the MOU expiring. We've been having too many tit-for-tat perceptions between city and county. I don't think we need to have this one added on or piled on. If you've already got meetings or you're setting up meetings, it would be nice if Mr. Logan was invited in with the mayor, but none of us have refused to take phone calls, apparently. So, but I think the ball's really still in LVCVA's court to bring that group together, and then if there's not any momentum, then I guess the county could be a facilitator. But if you're telling us that you're going to have those conversations and they've not refused it, I just think we're going, let that process work out on the MOU, because that's where you're going to resolve whether or not the team's going to stay or not. And then LVCVA has to decide what it wants to spend its money on and where it needs to spend its money on. In my opinion, I mean.
Commissioner Brager.
Thank you. to me, it just seems like it was a good informational item, and that's why I did it. I did reach out to Commissioner Weekly. I did reach out to everyone that's involved because we're hearing information here and information there. This board is a big part of the Las Vegas Strip. And I do think that an entity losing $5 to $6 million on the minimum is too much when there's so much that could happen with that room tax. And I think we, as citizens, have a responsibility. So this was independent of anyone else here because I feel that I have a right sitting on the LVCVA and sitting here and representing 300,000 constituents, as we all do, that I believe that we need to stop the bleeding at LVCVA, however you do it. I don't need to be involved, and I do believe that the city, Commissioner Weekly, Mr. Logan, and yourself need to sit down, and either it's a yes, a no, and you make a decision. You don't keep letting it bleed. And so that's what this was about to me. That is my opinion and my idea, and I'm not going to play any more of this out here, but I have a right to do what I think is best. It was my decision, my thought, after hearing that presentation. I work independently as a businesswoman. Thank you, and that's the end of it for me. Do what you need to do.
Commissioner Weekly.
Thank you. So, Mr. Logan, just if I can ask you a question here. You're saying that you've not received a phone call back from the city of Las Vegas.
I've called Carolyn's office a number of times.
And so you feel you're feeling.
I did talk to Betsy. She called me back about soccer.
Yes.
We've had it. There's a dial there, like Rossi said. There's a couple different soccer entities looking at cash.
Is this a conversation you have with Betsy in terms of a letter that you're supposed to be sending over to her that you received from some soccer program?
They want us to sign a letter that I'm not. Chris is looking at it, but
that will come up with some type of shared uses or something, Mr. Kemfer. I shouldn't be asking you way back there, but is this the one that they're talking about?
Lawrence, there's two different soccer entities involved. That's part of the problem, and that I haven't had this conversation with Rossi. I mean, we don't want to pick the soccer entity. It's a complicated issue. The owner of the Reno team in our league owns a soccer team. He's putting in Reno. Herb Simon. He owns both outlet malls. He owns the fashion show. He owns the forum shops. Herb called and said, hey, I want you to support this soccer league. And then I've got lifelong friends asking me to support another soccer league. So we need to have a discussion about soccer.
Is this the gentleman that was sitting in the audience at the meeting that came up and handed me a letter?
Yeah, that's the guy with it's called the USL, United Soccer League. Okay. That's Mr. Simon's a part of that.
Yeah. I'm not really sure, but I understand based on the conversation I had with her on yesterday that there was a letter that you were going to forward over to the city of Las Vegas in reference to some possible shared uses or something like that. I don't know.
What they want to do is share the field with us starting next season and play minor league soccer when our team's out of town. They're going to do that in Reno. That's tough on a field like ours. That field's Rossi has spent millions of dollars to get it in shape. And it's not as much up to me as it is. I think it's up to both of us. We're willing to do anything that's going to help improve and fix our situation.
Sure. Okay, so you were sitting in the audience at the last board meeting. Ms. Kemfer, I believe I saw you. I'm not sure, sir. But you were there when I asked Mr. Rollin Carter if he would then set up a meeting with the city of Las Vegas to talk about the MOU that's expiring in August. I believe you also, and we can pull the transcript and the records so that you can hear the directions, because I heard back from our board that everybody agreed with the directions that we had given for Mr. Rollin Carter to schedule that meeting with Mayor Goodman and the city of Las Vegas to talk about the expiring MOU, as well as to talk about the possibilities of maybe that soccer team that submitted a letter, as well as the 7 years in terms of how do we meet the needs of what you all are looking for. Do you recall that conversation at our last board meeting?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I've heard nothing since.
I guess the concerns that I'm having here today, because based off of what I'm hearing, it sounds as if nothing is happening, and I'm not sure how do we supersede any of those things, Don or Mr. Logan.
I think
Mr. Logan or Mr. Rollin Carter. How do we supersede those particular things that need to be handled first?
I think to move the process forward, allow us to reach out to the city, the mayor, and the two city councilmen, and Betsy Fretwell to talk about the MOU, first of all. Secondly, what is their vision, what is their master plan for the Cashman complex relative to the MOU and relative to that. Once I get all that information together, then I'll come back to Don and give him a report to kind of like where we're at, and we can speed that process up pretty quick. We can get those meetings done and kind of see where it's at, because you're right, it's us in the city. I still have 7 years left with the contract with the 51. So that I think can facilitate it, getting the dialogue going, because we also, as Chairman Sisolak indicated, we also have the Southern Nevada Task Force too that's looking at how we're going forward with the mission of the LVCVA. So I can take that forward. I'll make sure that I facilitate that and get the right parties with that, and then we can go from there if that meets with everybody's approval.
Okay. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'm not sure what it is that you're looking for from here, but that's pretty much what we discussed at our last board meeting. This, we can all get worked up and go here and there and tit for tat, but I'm not with that. I just think that it's about communications. And we talked about this a while ago. Susan's new to the board. I mean, there's some homework she probably still needs to do, but at any rate, I think it's just a matter of, we all getting on the same page. We communicating with the other municipality and making sure that we move forward to do what's in the best interest for not only the 51s, but the LVCVA and everybody else as a whole. Thank you.
Well, I appreciate it, Chairman Weekly. Mr. Burnett, I want to get everybody on the same page here. You can sense there's a lot of different levels of frustration. Mr. Kempfer, did you want to say something?
If you don't mind, Chris Kempfer. I'm speaking both as legal counsel for the Las Vegas 51s and as part owner, and I know I speak for Mr. Mack. We got to stop talking and start doing. And if what you're saying, Commissioner, is we're in a position of doing and we're about to do, then that's what where we have to end up, because we've been talking for years, and I think everyone recognizes, and first of all, I want to say this man is a prince, and we enjoy him personally and professionally and representing the LVCVA. But I have to tell you, we are at critical mass, and I mean that sincerely, and that's not hyperbole. We are at critical mass. We are and he's right about the playing conditions of the field. But when something happens like happened, and you have players who experience that and they talk about in other cities, we are first class in everything we do. And yet we have a stadium that falls way short of that, not because of anybody's fault, but because simply the age of the facility. And I like to say 33 years ago, I could do stuff I can't do at 66, and it's the same thing with the stadium. So if the purpose of this is for the talking to stop and the doing to start, then I'm 100% for it. Cashman Field needs to be repurposed. As Commissioner June Kiliani said, it needs attainable housing, it needs retail, it needs perhaps a grocery store. It needs something that community can use, because that community is not using our park. That's the reality of the situation. So why wouldn't we want to create a situation where we stop the bleeding, as Commissioner Brager says, we put something there that the community would enjoy, whether it has a soccer component or whatever that might be, and we create for the 51s a situation where they have a stadium of which Las Vegas, Clark County, and all of the Pacific Coast League can be very proud. So whatever that takes, I'd like us to move along and get it done. And I just cannot emphasize enough that we are right at that point where we have to make a decision, because the Pacific Coast League is telling us we have to do something, and we have to do it soon. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Wallencutter, what do you suggest at this point? You're gathering that there's some strong feelings here.
I'm going to get a hold of the city, and we'll get those meetings set immediately, and then see what develops out of that. We'll bring up all the issues of soccer and some of the other things that we discussed here. Knowing what's happening, we also will discuss the MOU, because that's important, I think, both from the city side as well as our side, to see what the future that is, and then get back and report that back, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you very much. Did anyone else have any questions for Mr. Ollencotter or Mr. Kempfer or Mr. Logan or anyone else? Seeing none. Mr. Burnett, thank you very much, Mr. Ollencotter. We appreciate it.
With that, we can return to Section 5 in your agenda, introduction of ordinances, item number 44. And Commissioners, I'm going to ask Mary to read the ordinance. She does have a few minor changes for clarifications.
Ms. Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to point out that the backup to the agenda item is correct. It is in its title and its form, but the recommendation on your agenda is somewhat confusing. It indicates a request that this board introduce an ordinance that would prohibit peddlers from conducting business during 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. Actually, what the ordinance would do, what we're asking the board to do is introduce an ordinance to amend Title 6, Chapter 6.56 of the Clark County Code to limit peddlers, professional promoters, solicitors, and canvassers to conducting business on private property between the hours of 9 a.m. and 8 p.m. and from conducting business where signage prohibiting their entry is posted, further requiring peddlers, professional promoters, solicitors, and canvassers to carry proper identification and providing for other matters properly related thereto, and ask the board to set a public hearing.
Thank you very much for those corrections read in the record. I will introduce the ordinance and set the public hearing for February 16th, 2016 at 10 a.m. Any questions? Next item.
Item 45 is introduce an ordinance amending Title 20 of the Clark County Code, Chapter 20.08, Section 20.08.080, to amend the schedule of civil fines established, and Section 20.08.090 to amend reduction of fines, increase of fines, and providing for other matters properly related thereto, and set a public hearing or take other action as appropriate. Staff recommends a public hearing be scheduled for Tuesday, March 1st, 2016 at 10 a.m.
Thank you, Mr. Burnett. Director Vasiliadis, do you have any comments before I introduce the ordinance? Hearing none, I'm going to introduce the ordinance and set a public hearing for March 1st, 2016 at 10 a.m.
Move back to your business.
I got questions. Wait, Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. I had flagged this and I apologize. Courtesy vehicles are defined as limousines, taxi. Oh, never. No, I missed the TNC and I thought it was missing, so it's good. Thank you.
It's there. Thank you.
We can move back to the business agenda. Item number 46 is to identify emerging issues to be addressed by staff or by the board at future meetings, receive updates on the activities of the various regional boards and commissions, and direct staff accordingly.
Commissioners. Commissioner Scow.
Got a couple things. Last week, Commissioner Jean Kelly and I visited the filming set of the Bourne 5 movies. It was a fascinating experience, but they could not sing the praises more of the county staff that they have worked with. They said Public Works in particular was just fabulous in helping them in their filming that they've been doing in the evenings on the Strip, as well as the resorts. The people in the resorts have been fantastic. Also Metro and our Clark County Fire Department, they had some fire engines there the other night, and police cars, and it's very exciting. So, but they've had a real impact economically, and they said it was about 16,000 night rooms that they're actually using for their staff and their crew. And so I think it's just, we're very appreciative that they're here filming, and I think it'll be great exposure for the Strip when the movie comes out in July, I think in July.
Thank you.
And, two more things. Second, there was a first on the Strip on Saturday. The Clydesdale horses from Anheuser-Busch actually went on the Strip from Flamingo to Harmon and back and forth and back. It was the first time that they've ever gone any distance on the Strip. The grand opening of the beer park, and quite an unusual partnership with Anheuser-Busch. So that was a very exciting event. Also, I'm serving on the AB 394 Technical Advisory Committee for School District Reconfiguration, and I just wanted to let you all know kind of what's happened up to this point. Had some very long hearings. Last week, well, the meeting in December, we're asked to take input from the city, the jurisdictions, and especially the rurals and the chambers on educational funding equity, educational equity. So we heard from City of Las Vegas combined with North Las Vegas, City of Henderson, the rural communities, and the Asian, Latin, and urban chambers. All very interesting, well done surveys, focus groups. And if you're interested in seeing any of those, I have those available. The committee's kind of turned from forming precincts, as was originally thought out, to have 7 precincts, and turning now to looking more at school autonomy. And we'll be having some experts testifying at the next advisory committee meeting, after which the technical advisory committee was meeting. So I just wanted you to be up to date on what's happening with that.
Thank you. Anyone else? Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a couple things with the health district, which I think would be interesting to others. One, restaurant owners can apply for a waiver to allow dogs on their patios. So that's a new trend that is out there, where people are wanting to see more, bring their animals with them in the urban corridor. So it's an opportunity for restaurants to service that area of need with customers. And 2, I brought up the issue of the county liability pool at the last health district meeting, because I think that it's a conversation that needs to be had when we talk about all of these lawsuits. So that will be on the next agenda at the health district. So I just thought that you all would be interested in those 2 items.
Thank you. Anyone else? I've got just one, that Commissioner June Kiliani, she just stepped away, was elected to chair SNRPC, one of our committees that we serve on. So we have a chair of SNRPC now on the board as well. Mr. Burnett.
Item 47 is to reappoint 12 qualified individuals and appoint 6 new qualified individuals to serve on the Ryan White Part A Planning Council. Chairman, I believe the background of the item provides the recommendation, and Ms. Newby can help walk the board through the recommendation if the board's interested.
No comments or questions. Move to follow staff recommendation.
Ms. Miller's gone. Do you want me to read these people? We're not going to identify what category they're in, because for HIPAA reasons, but...
I don't believe that that's necessary, Mr. Chairman. All 18 names are listed in the backup, actually on the agenda review. If you'd like me to read them off, then I'd be happy to do that, though.
Why don't you?
Okay.
In case they're listening and they didn't know.
Gary Costa, Patrick Bozarth, Karen Smith, Angela Blankenhorn, Dan Olson, Sean Bolster, John Sapero, Kenneth Gary, Andrea Katz, Patricia Shepard, David Purdy, Tammy Chin, Carmen Batista, Terry Holloway, Jake Yarberry, Ivan Rodriguez, Carlos Wallace, and Brian Heitz.
Thank you very much. And Commissioner Brown, those are the names you are referring to in your motion.
Yes.
Any discussion on the motion? Seeing and hearing none, please cast your votes. Carolyn, Chris, one of you guys? One of you guys? Motion passes.
Okay. Item 48 is to appoint additional alternate members to the Clark County Board of Equalization for 4-year terms ending December 31st, 2019. Again, there are some names and applications, resumes in the background for the board's consideration.
Thank you. Do we have a motion for the 2 staff recommendations? We have a motion to appoint Terry Farr and Luke Adamo as recommended through Michelle Schaaf's office. Any questions on that? Seeing none, please cast your votes. Motion passes.
Item 49 is to receive a report on traffic control and barricading measures on Las Vegas Boulevard between Russell Road and Sahara Avenue, and direct staff accordingly. Mr. Dennis Cederberg, Director of Public Works, is here to make the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Cederberg, and I was neglected under the emerging items. I should have pointed out that you made an incredible presentation at the Southern Nevada Tourism Infrastructure Committee as it relates to the potential adjusted roadways coming out of McCarran that I think we're going to hear about next meeting?
We'll have that as well as a couple of additional items regarding proposed projects within the resort corridor on your next board meeting.
Bridges and whatnot in our next meeting in February. So with that, Mr. Cedarberg, welcome.
Dennis Cedarberg, Department of Public Works. I do have a PowerPoint presentation on this, but I don't see that it's been brought up. There it is. Thank you. This is about a presentation that's requested to discuss and present to you the methods we use to determine the barricading on Las Vegas Boulevard. As an introduction, we'll go through the requirements and restrictions that we impose on barricading on Las Vegas Boulevard, the types of activities that are permitted, the fee comparison that we will show you between the Clark County and other entities who have fees associated with various permitting and barricading activities, and then some of the data that we have from 2014-2015. Our requirements and restrictions, all barricade plans are required to submit plans for $50 that will review the plans and make comments and approve them. We're there to ensure that the barricading does not unreasonably interfere with pedestrian and vehicular traffic, as well as parking and ingress and egress to the properties. We have Title 30 restrictions that state that no work shall be performed on Las Vegas Boulevard between Sunset and Sahara between the hours of 2 a.m. and 10 a.m. if it's going to involve restrictions within a travel lane. However, this is sometimes impossible and impractical, so we do allow certain activities that are required to have 24-hour lane closures on Las Vegas Boulevard. One of the conflicts that we have, although Las Vegas Boulevard is 2 a.m. to 10 a.m., our cross streets like Flamingo, Tropicana, Spring Mountain, their restricted hours, no work shall be performed unless it's in the hours between 9 p.m. and 6 a.m. So we have some conflicts at intersections when we deal with the east-west streets and the north-south street along Las Vegas Boulevard that we try to address when we have to deal through the intersection areas. We also do not accept plans that if they conflict. We do negotiate barricade plans because they do come in and ask for closures strictly for their convenience that are not really acceptable to us or to the public. So many times we do negotiate time frames and hours and length of closures with the applicants. The types of permitted activities we have are improvement projects, of course, up and down Las Vegas Boulevard that require lane closures. Our maintenance program, which performed by utilities and the county and sign companies, the utility work that we have, and of course special events on Las Vegas Boulevard all require barricade plans. Some of the improvement projects that are public that we do along Las Vegas Boulevard over the past year that we have done, we've done the Welcome to Las Vegas sign. What this impacted was there were 2 lane closures. The inside lane in both directions at times were closed for the improvements to the Welcome to Las Vegas sign parking lot. All that work took place between 2 a.m. and 10 a.m. most of the time along Las Vegas Boulevard. Pedestrian containment, again, night work. Our ADA improvements were ongoing. Some of that work had to be performed during the daytime hours. We did our permanent obstructions that we reported on as part of our pedestrian studies along Las Vegas Boulevard. A lot of the work was done during the night. We built a bus turnout at Four Seasons, again, night work that we perform. We're currently under construction with Convention Center Drive. We do have daytime work along there. We have coordinated with the Convention Authority to shut down any work that would impact any of the large conventions. Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department had some closures temporaries associated with installing security cameras at some of our signalized intersections and at our pedestrian bridges. And the RTC had some bus shelter work and ticket and vending machine work that went on during the course of last year. Just some examples of the type of barricading that we do along Las Vegas Boulevard. This is a lane closure. This is a daytime lane closure. This is for the construction of sidewalk south of Russell Road that would lead up to the Welcome to Las Vegas sign. This is a single lane closure. Typically, there's transitions that extend farther to the south of any lane closure. We try to limit the number of lanes closed during the daytime. Again, this work was taking place prior to 10 a.m. in the morning. This is some work at Tropicana Avenue. The upper left photo is barricading that had to be performed on Las Vegas Boulevard primarily because of work that was taking place on Tropicana Avenue. So you'll see barricades on Las Vegas Boulevard closing lanes down because they can't turn onto Tropicana Avenue, so even though no work is being performed on Las Vegas Boulevard. The lower right-hand photo is work that was done along Monte Carlo frontage when they redid it. As you can see, some of the pedestrians had to be deterred out into one of the through travel lanes. Concurrently with their work, they were closing down a lane to accomplish some median modifications. Again, the median modification lane closure was only from the hours 2 a.m. to 10 a.m. Flamingo Road, you'll see the work at the Cromwell. We had to close down a lane for the duration of work that was done at the Cromwell. In order to accommodate that lane closure, we actually had to install the transitions farther to the south of Flamingo. As you can see in the lower left-hand photo, the barricading extended far beyond the work that was necessary at the Cromwell. Spring Mountain Road, the Treasure Island redid their corner, and as part of that, they had taken a lane down to perform the work along Las Vegas Boulevard. And again, this took down during the 2 a.m. to 10 a.m. hours. This restricted traffic to one lane southbound in front of Treasure Island. And those lane restrictions, because it was taken almost 4 lanes down to a single lane, those transitions started far north of the actual work being performed at Treasure Island. This is an example of what we do to when the sidewalk is impacted due to construction on site. Pedestrians are deterred out into the roadway. In the lower left, this again was at Monte Carlo, showing the location that the pedestrians had to use the outside travel lane during the reconstruction of the sidewalk and frontage on Monte Carlo. On the upper right, this is work that was performed at Link. This was a longer duration construction, and as you can see, the work also involved work above the sidewalk, so canopies had to be installed over the pedestrian containment. And usually these pedestrian areas that are detoured into the roadway are much narrower than the normal sidewalk that we would have on site. Some private improvement projects that impacted Las Vegas Boulevard in the duration. The Link work that took place with the taking one lane down northbound took over nearly 2 years to construct. The Cromwell work was about 9 months. New York, Monte Carlo, which was 2 separate. Monte Carlo did their work, New York did their work, was over a year. The Treasure Island remodel frontage was probably around the order of 9 months. City Center, the Harmon Tower, just the demolition of the tower, this was needed for the crane to be set up in the right-of-way along Las Vegas Boulevard as part of the demolition. That took up 229 days. In addition to that, the pedestrian bridges had to be covered during the demolition of the Harmon Tower. Resort World is currently under development, a permit with 30 days for utilities. Our typical permit is a 30-day duration. If they want extensions, they have to request them, or they come in and get a new permit. Some information regarding potholing. This is simply to locate utilities along Las Vegas Boulevard. We had permits totaling 777 days during that 2-year period. 4 more permits we issued for those canopies over the sidewalks to protect pedestrians. And we had 37 permits totaling 2,400 days just to set cranes up to do activity on site for sign repairs, raising facilities onto roofs, providing a pool on the top of Planet Hollywood, various activities, redoing signs, raising cars and putting them into displays on private property. Some of the maintenance activity that we perform, we do landscape maintenance. We do the sidewalk power washing, which closes down some of the sidewalks. Pedestrian bridges, which we've painted. We had to close roads when we paint underneath the bridges. We did some asphalt guardrail vegetation instances where we've taken a lane down on the outside to perform that work. Private property landscaping maintenance, they average 90 days per instance. It may not be actual 90 days. It could be just extending permits in intermittent type work. Las Vegas Valley Water District repaired several vaults along Las Vegas Boulevard. Each of those take 30-day permits with extensions, sometimes get another 30 days. 25% of our permits issued on Las Vegas Boulevard were maintenance related, and 90% were for signs, Viesco signs, all the marquee signs that they do on there, as well as Las Vegas Valley District maintenance. This is just an example of what our maintenance crews deal with on Las Vegas Boulevard. They take out the nearest lane to the median when they're performing work. Again, this work is done 2 a.m. to 10 a.m. on Las Vegas Boulevard. Utility agencies, these are the permits we issued 2014, 2015 for ClarkCountyNV Energy, Southwest Gas, Water District, and Water Reclamation District, and YESCO. We also indicate the number of durations for those permits and their activities that they performed in the public right-of-way. Special events is another permitted activity we do along Las Vegas Boulevard. All permits issued in 2014 and 2015, you can see about 35% of those permits are on Las Vegas Boulevard. The impact on Las Vegas Boulevard is shown there in hours, 1,255 hours in 2014 and 1,062 hours in 2015. We also review film permits, and some of those activities on the impacts on Las Vegas Boulevard are not shown in these timelines. About 50% of their special event permits are for the closure of the westbound right lane for 6 hours at a time, concerts for Cosmopolitan. Cosmopolitan has a difficult access off of Harmon, so traffic typically will back up on Las Vegas Boulevard, making that right turn onto Harmon to access to the garage. Our longest closure in 2014 was a ConExpo ConAg convention, and in 2015 we also had 129 hours of lane closure for the Democratic debate. This is a comparison of fees that Clark County charges in comparison with other entities. Our traffic control plan review fee is $50. Our special event permit fee is $0. We charge nothing for special event permits in Public Works, not even for the barricade plan. As you can see, some of the other entities have special event charges ranging from $50 to $175, and they also have lane rental fees. So if you get a special event on one of their streets, in addition to the fee you pay for the permit, you also pay a lane rental fee. Clark County has no lane rental fee. It's a good deal in the county. This is some data that we have, 2014, 2015, just shows our permits and barricades and special events that we have over those 2 years. One point I would like to make is when we issue permits for both barricading and special events, we ensure that there is no conflicts. During major conventions such as CES and the National Finals Rodeo, we do our best not to issue any permits that would cause lane closures that could affect the traffic during those conventions and those the rodeo events. So we try to coordinate all that. And that's into my presentation. Is there any questions or comments?
Thank you. Commissioner Giunciliani.
Thank you. Very good presentation, Dennis. When sometimes we have special events in our districts, and I know that 4 or 5 of us actually touch parts of that, when does an item have to come before us if there's going to be a road closure? Is it just kind of how you think it might be more controversial or more, and that's fine. I just am curious how we make a determination on that.
What I look at is what's the impact to Las Vegas Boulevard, what the type of event is. And we brought, the first one we probably came here was with the marathon. Because the marathon was a complete closure of Las Vegas Boulevard, right. So we brought that to the board. We brought NASCAR events to the board. Things that would occur during daytime when we normally wouldn't permit things or require a complete closure of Las Vegas Boulevard. Okay. Things that are outside the normal timeframes of 2 a.m. to 10 a.m. because the code allows lane closures to occur between 2 a.m. to 10 a.m. Again, anything that's a complete lane closure, northbound or southbound, events that we consider that might be out of the ordinary and that require extensive lane closures or longer term lane closures we might bring to the board. Okay. Those are the things we look like. Ordinary things like the Clydesdales, we looked at the Clydesdales, we looked at the time of the event, the number of lanes closures, and the duration. So we look at the total duration. If they're long-term lane closures for an extensive period of time, we may bring back those. Okay. But we negotiate with the permit teams because they come in and they ask for a lot.
They ask for more sometimes than what they need.
And we push them down until we think that it's reasonable for us to accept. Okay. And if we can't accept it, it comes to the board.
And Ty's been great to work with, so I appreciate that. As we're doing all these overlays of road closures and reworkings, like Strip to Flamingo, Tropicana, those again are still state highways. What authority because I think a couple of times I've been told that NDOT sort of overruled what you recommended on closures because someone else asked, another business or something. Does that happen often? Is that still an issue from time to time?
I wouldn't say it happens often, but it does happen. There are times when the most latest example is Flamingo Road with the BRT. Clark County maintains that portion of Flamingo Road between I-15 and Paradise. And east of Paradise, it's NDOT. During the BRT, we required the contractor during the daytime hours to keep 3 lanes open on Flamingo Road.
Correct.
Between Koval and Paradise.
Probably because I yelled about
And
it too.
NDOT allowed 2 lanes in each direction east of Paradise.
See that?
But there's a big change in traffic between west of Paradise and east of Paradise.
Exactly, and they
but
don't-
it does create a conflict when you got the through traffic because they got to transition.
And we had
down.
that on Boulder Highway, I think they did
On
too,
Boulder
right?
Highway with our Flamingo diversion project that we had, we put in our specifications that they had to keep 3 lanes open in each direction on Boulder Highway. The contractor then went to NDOT and got a traffic control plan approved for 2 lanes open in each direction.
So maybe that's something we can help with so that you don't get overruled. I don't know how we work on that, but I think that that's irresponsible because our lanes and our traffic patterns and everything else far better than they're going to be aware of it. So maybe we can close some loopholes with that, Mr. Chair of Transportation, or with Tracy or someone along those lines. Just clarify who should really have the authority. To me, it doesn't matter if it's a state highway or not in that circumstance. It's about who knows how that traffic flows and what comes and goes. So be happy to help with you on some of any conversations on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Scow.
And we've had issues with all the different projects in the southeast with timing and lots of things happening at once. Are you the central point of request for any kind of project that goes on in the Strip, the special events? The reason I'm asking is so that there's timing, so we're not having, and I don't think I've ever seen this, but just to ensure in the future that we're not having different people doing different projects that could happen at the same time and create more problems.
On special events, yes, Public Works issues the permit for special events in unincorporated Clark County and including the Las Vegas Strip. I see most of them, but some of those that don't have much impact, that are performed short duration between 10 a.m. and 2 a.m., no, those can be routine, but others that have significant impacts or outside the normal time frames or multiple lane closures, yes, we see them all. And we do try to coincide with even construction activity along, you talked about the filming with the Bourne film. There was the drugstore at Bally's wanted to come in and close the entire sidewalk and push pedestrians out into the street, like in some of the photos that you saw. We said no. We argued against that, and we said you're not going to close the entire sidewalk down. So they went back, they redid their plan, and they kept a portion of the sidewalk open and didn't have to impede traffic on Las Vegas Boulevard.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seaberg. I just got a couple. Is the reason that our fees are low, it can't be to attract more strip closures? I mean, why would our fees be a quarter, 25% at Henderson's? Or why aren't they free? I mean, how do we come up with $50?
That's just what was written into the code for the $50, and it's $50 per review. If you come in with a traffic control plan and you pay the $50 for review, you reject it, you have to resubmit, you pay another $50. So
is it cost neutral, or are we losing money on this?
I haven't done the analysis, but on average, we're probably losing the money on some of the ones that we see, yes.
Okay, because I know that Tiffany's handled, we've gotten, and it's because Town Square is in District A, we've gotten so many requests for these charity walk run type things down there and closing part of the Strip and down the Las Vegas sign and back, and we've kind of tried to direct them into other areas, because it is so challenging, I guess, to close portions of Las Vegas Boulevard. Is it something we're doing more of? Because it...
Yeah, the number of special events have increased over time per year. Yes, we're seeing more of those types of, a lot of 5K runs, the shorter runs we see.
Yeah.
They run between locations, or they'll run along the block. They'll close an outside lane of Las Vegas Boulevard, run down Las Vegas Boulevard to Sahara, back on Paradise, and do some of those things. So we see a lot more of those. Some of those are associated with conventions, where they come in a convention. They have a program where they start a 5K run and they want to run around on Las Vegas Boulevard, and so they apply for a permit. And if the timing is right, we try to get those early in the morning, least impact to traffic.
I see. Okay. Anybody else? Commissioner Giuliani.
Thanks for bringing up about the cost, so maybe we could have you review the ordinance and your costs and bring something back to the board if.
I don't know if we want to charge nothing. You want to charge the I don't know.
We should be
how
competitive,
if you
not-
pick the number out of the air, what you want.
We don't want to gouge people, but we should be competitive with our sister cities and other jurisdictions.
I don't think for a movie it matters if we charge $50 or $200. I don't know how
Yeah, exactly.
how we came up with
Well,
that.
But we
I'll
should
jump
cover
in.
our costs.
I agree with Commissioner Giuliani that we're certainly not making money here.
Right.
That cost, fixed cost, has been in place for a number of years. The likelihood of us not covering our costs is great. So I think that's something we should revisit.
Should be fair to everybody else. We try to cover our costs on other projects, so I think it'd be a good idea. Anybody else? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schiedberg. We appreciate it.
Item 50 is to discuss a possible ordinance to prohibit pet shops from selling or disposing of dogs, cats, and pot-bellied pigs other than those obtained from an animal shelter, nonprofit humane society, or nonprofit animal rescue organization, and direct staff accordingly.
Commissioner Giuliani, this is yours. I don't know if you want Chief Allswing to speak or what you want to do.
Let me just talk briefly. Mr. Swikert's here, and I think he copied everybody on an analysis that he and Mary Ann did with regard to whether we could outright ban them like the city did. It's their feeling that legally we can't, but we could put in protections and restrictions that assist with it. Am I saying that correctly, Steve?
That is correct.
Okay. And so what I'd like to propose, if there's no objection from the county, there are some areas that we need to tighten up. I don't want anything to do with puppy mills, and that's part of what we're trying to get at here. So we may be able to tighten up rescue language, how many litters someone can have, those types of things, our rescue codes, and so forth. I think the city's unfortunately going to have to go back and look at theirs if it does not comply with state law. So I'd like to propose that I put together a work group to work on the ordinance, including people from the pet industry, activists. The Retail Association had reached out to me, Amanda, Jason, Allswing, and Steve, if you would work with us, Mr. Swikert, to kind of flush out what we can do legally to tighten up this so we could prevent puppy mills within the county. Luckily, we only had 1 or 2 stores that actually were selling out of it, so there's not a business impact per se, but we should still know, and the customer should know exactly where those animals are coming from. And we've got some rescues who play the game too. They're breeding illegally in a warehouse and then pretending that they're rescues and then selling them on their websites. Yes, and we're working on one of those. So if there's acceptance to allow me to work forward with this, and I think maybe someone from the Animal Control or the Animal Advisory Committee might be helpful to serve on that as well.
That'd be great. I've got 3 cards here, and I don't know who else would like to speak. Do we have a couple of people want to speak? Now, understand we are not proposing an ordinance at this time, so if you want to comment as it relates to what Commissioner Giuliani has said or what she's proposing, or...
My name is Joshua Cowart. My address is 7115 Amigo. I represent Save Our Exotics, which is a local group here that represents pet owners. I was at the meeting at City of Las Vegas when they did pass this similar type of law there. It was very close. Within 10 minutes, that law became where it almost got failed to where it got passed due to some changes to the law that allowed additional information, lengths of time to come in compliance with that. I would just like to bring up to the board to make sure that they're aware of what some of these laws are trying to stop. It's in regards to the puppy mill situation. These puppy mills that you're talking about are all USDA certified, inspected. Vets come in and check these animals on a regular basis. If you have an issue with the way these animals are kept, people need to be going towards the USDA to make sure they are doing their job and following up on that. Not going towards the pet shops, keeping them from selling dogs that are coming from licensed breeders. The other thing I'd like to point out is only 3% of these puppies in the shelters come from pet shops, okay? Only 6% of these puppies in shelters are purebreds. So obviously pet shop bans and stuff like that are not the problems that we have here in Clark County. The other thing I would like to point out is in regards to pet owners. We should be able to have the choice to pick the pet that fits our family, our situation. There's some people that are allergic to dogs and cats that have to get a hyperallergenic dog, such as a poodle or a hairless cat or something like that, or a Bengal cat. So to tell me to go, I have to go now pick an animal that is in a shelter that it most likely is a mutt, since 94% of those dogs in there are mutts, not purebred dogs that come from actual licensed breeders. I have no idea what the mix is on those dogs. So I get it home, and 2 days later, my son is now allergic to that dog, and now I have to take that dog back. How healthy is that for that animal? And for my son that is now got attached to this dog and now can't breathe because he's allergic to it. So I'd just like to encourage you to think about this law that you're looking to put forth, these restrictions that you're looking to put forth on the community and our local businesses that rely on providing people with the animals that they want for their families. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got 2 more cards. Did anyone else?
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Elizabeth Orrick. I'm the National Manager of Puppy Mill Initiatives for Best Friends Animal Society, 5001 Angel Canyon Road, Kanab, Utah, 84741. We are in full support of a retail pet sales ordinance for Clark County. The fact is, puppy and kitten mills are in business to supply pet stores because responsible breeders don't sell to pet stores, and that's because it's not financially viable and because they don't sell to third parties. And you can find that pledge, never sell a puppy to a pet store, on every reputable breeder's code of ethics, including all of those of the American Kennel Club. Although the commercial breeders who do sell to pet stores may be regulated by the USDA, as the gentleman just said, the federal care standards for these dogs do not ensure quality breeding or a humane life for animals. For example, dogs are allowed to be confined to tiny wire cages stacked one on top of the other that are only 6 inches larger than the dogs themselves. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, for their entire lives, forced to breed every single cycle without ever being taken out, even for a moment, to stand on solid ground or feel the sun on their backs. These are the dogs producing puppies for local pet stores. This kind of substandard breeding means that unsuspecting buyers are often faced with a pet facing physical, genetic, and psychological problems that often result in many of them being surrendered to overcrowded shelters when the emotional toll and the tax and the vet bills become more than the buyer can manage. This is not just a humane issue. This is a consumer protection issue. And yet there is a viable alternative, which is for those stores to stop supporting puppy and kitten mills, as thousands of pet stores are already doing very successfully by focusing on other profitable streams of revenue, such as retail sales and other services. So this ordinance would not preclude pet stores from doing business. It would not prevent anyone who is a private breeder from selling directly to the public, and of course it would not prevent anyone from adopting an animal. Shelters and rescue groups are full of healthy, purebred, amazing dogs, cats, puppies, and kittens looking for homes, and yet those are the animals that are dying in the highest numbers in our shelters simply because there aren't enough people adopting them, and there isn't enough space to house them all. So does it really make sense to keep producing more of a product for which there's already such a surplus that thousands are being killed every day? This ordinance is a fair, effective, and reasonable way to prevent an endless supply of poorly bred and inhumanely bred animals from being imported into the community so that consumers are protected and fewer animals will have to suffer in order to supply the retail pet trade, and to relieve the burden on shelters and therefore the taxpayers who subsidize those shelters by getting companion animals out of those facilities and into retail settings where they have a greater chance of being adopted by the public. That's why more than 100 other communities across the country have already enacted this ordinance, and we urge Clark County to join them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Tamara Simon, and I live at 1850 Poetic Valley Circle in Henderson, Nevada, and have resided in Nevada for 15 years. I also work for Best Friends Animal Society, but I do local work here. and I totally support this ordinance. My work with Best Friends in the last 6+ years has me actively engaged with numerous rescues and shelters all across this area. I've held many animal-related events also with these rescue organizations and shelters to help them adopt out their animals, as well as to educate the public and bring awareness to the issues of animals in our community. And doing outreach in the Valley, I've spoken to so many of our residents who are concerned for the welfare of our homeless animals and the animals that are in our shelters, as well as so many people who have bought puppies from pet stores and that have turned out to be sick or had other issues because of the inbreeding that's been going on. We really encourage you to pass this ordinance and to save the animals in the shelters and to offer them for adoption into the pet stores in our community and not perpetuate the entirely inhumane conditions that exist from where these puppy mills and the puppies are coming from. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
My name is Trish Savanas. My address is 6644 Jordan River Drive. I am actually a permitted breeder here in Clark County, and I actually don't think this law should pass. One of the issues I see is they're stating over 100 cities have this law in the books. Well, great, but there's been no proof that this law has actually changed anything within the shelter system. So there's an issue right there. Until there's some research showing that it's actually doing anything, where are we going to impact local businesses in regard to that? Another thing, I do agree with you. We do need to tighten up some issues, but please don't come down on the breeders who are already getting our permits and following the laws. Lots of times when you guys tighten things up, it impacts us versus the people who are actually backyard breeding and producing animals and not following the laws. So really, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak during public comment on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public comment. Mr. Schweikert, I've got a question for you regarding the memo that you sent to us. What specifically, my understanding is that the state law supersedes or precludes us, or what specifically were we, I guess, crossing paths with them?
NRS, particularly Chapter 574, sets forth a comprehensive scheme dealing with breeders and retailers that specifically allows breeders to sell their pets at pet stores subject to various regulations, including disclosures about the breeding methods and how the animals were raised. Given that, it is the purpose of the legislature to allow this to take place, and an absolute prohibition, therefore, would be prohibited. However, this is not an occupation of the entire field. The legislature has recognized that the county has a role in protecting animals. Therefore, we could add additional conditions. We just couldn't outright prohibit the sale of animals bred for sale at pet shops.
Well, how could, what I understood that Commissioner Giancarlo was trying to do is pass a law similar, ordinance similar to what the city did. How could the city do it if she was trying to replicate that, if I'm not
Well, I can't address what advice the city attorneys have provided to their members. I don't know.
So your interpretation of statute is 180 degrees different than theirs, basically? Look, I'm not arguing with. I'm just trying to find out. Maybe
90 degrees?
90 degrees, okay. I'll give you 90 degrees, okay. Just so I understand where we're coming from, okay. Commissioner Giancarlo.
Thank you, and thanks for your clarification on that. State law does regulate the retail sale, where the animals are supposed to come from. I want to make sure whatever we do can be enforced and will help in the long run, because there are good breeders out there. I had a breeder on the original legislation when we wrote the ordinance in Clark County, so that we were hearing from those individuals, and Mike passed away since then, but it was very helpful to see that side of it. I think there's plenty of dogs and cats and pigs and fish and whatever available legitimately for people to access through and sell through a pet shop. I don't think you can find every breed in this community in some way, shape, or form. So with no disrespect to the gentleman, I disagree with that part of it. But I will work with the Retail Association to make sure that what we do is correct. But if at some point the legislation ever changes, I personally would like a ban on it. It just doesn't make sense any longer to have it where you allow for that backdoor person to come in. I have bulldogs. I've rescued most of mine. And a good example of what happened, it was in the city, unfortunately, was a grooming shop also posted bulldog puppies for sale. So my husband and I went in, and it was after my 2 had passed, and they were stacked in crates 3 high. In the front room, in the back room, they had 4 dogs in a large kennel by themselves. The female that they claimed to me was only 4 years old. Her teats were dragging the ground. She'd had over 8 litters. It was inhumane treatment, and I reported them, and the city did follow up and close them down. They're recently reopened again, so now I got to go back and deal with that. So whatever we can do to properly, just humanely make sure pets are being taken and treated correctly. We in the county prohibit stacking. We prohibit a whole bunch of things to try to improve the quality of life, but also recognize that there are licensed breeders that are out there, but you don't have to stack them in your room and your kennel and have them no opportunity to be outside of their home. So I think that's part of what we're trying to get at, and I will pledge that I will, if you accept me moving forward, I will work with the groups and bring back something that is as strong as we can get, but within the legal realms that we can go.
Does anybody have a question or a problem with that suggestion? I would encourage you, can you like notify everybody so those that are interested on all sides can come and participate? So, okay. Mr. Burnett. Swigert, thank you very much.
Item 51 is to receive a report regarding the election of the Board of Supervisors of the Conservation District of Southern Nevada and take any action deemed appropriate. Commissioners, as you recall, on January 5th, an item was before you. Staff made a brief report regarding the proposed ballot question being considered at the time by the Conservation District, which was authorized under SB 476. There was some discussion about whether or not the Conservation District would move forward with that. I think we shared with you at the time that they were scheduled to meet later in the month. That meeting has occurred, and kind of concluded the conversation by staff noting that we'd be more than willing to bring it back to you so you could not only get an update on the course of action chosen by the Conservation District, but you could also consider the issue that was discussed on January 5th, and that's whether or not the board would want to move forward with changing the manner by which the officials of the Conservation District would be elected. And so with that, I'm going to ask Nancy Amundsen to give you a brief update regarding what happened at the meeting last week, and Mr. Gloria is here if there's any questions regarding the election discussion.
Thank you. Ms. Amundsen, good morning.
Good morning. Nancy Amundsen, Director of Comprehensive Planning. On the 28th, the Conservation District Board of Supervisors met to discuss the ballot initiative. Prior to that, 2 members of this Board of Supervisors met with all the commissioners, and they listened to what you had to say, and they want to hold off. They voted to hold off on putting this on the next ballot. They feel they need to find partners. They need to work with the Board of County Commissioners, citizens, and actually come up with a work plan that would make sense in the future if they were to put this on a ballot and also have more funding available. So that was what came out of the meeting on the 28th. That was last Thursday.
Great. Mr. Gloria, did you want to add anything?
Joe Gloria, Registrar of Voters. Just that I was at the meeting, and that's what was conveyed, and to answer any questions you might have related to how the elections are held.
Okay. Commissioners. Commissioner Giuliani.
Thank you. Thank you. I met with Chris McGee and Shane, and I think Chris got it and had a really good understanding. I think that there is definitely a need for them to implement this at some point, but we need to know that they've worked with Cooperative Extension and this group and that group and how to properly deliver this and then come back with a plan. And then in the meantime, that gives us time to probably share with them what thoughts we might have. I mean, there's some new projects that are coming in. There's green grow projects. There's community. There's a lot of things that could benefit all of our districts where their resources would help us not have to use capital dollars or county dollars. So it makes sense on that. But I think absent a plan, it was just a little bit premature. I appreciate them recognizing the timelines that they had to move faster than what anybody anticipated. But I'm glad that they were able to listen with us because I think we'll get a better product out of that in the long run. Because otherwise it would have been kind of crazy for Joe to have to do that ballot question. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kirkpatrick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I do have a question, Mr. Gloria. So how are the supervisors elected? Because it's pretty murky on how that process works. And so if you could give me like the 30-second spiel of how that's done, I'd be curious.
Sure, I can. They're run according to NRS 548285, and there are two options that they have. They've been using the mass meeting option, which means every even year, within the first 10 days of November, they get together. They have to post their agenda, their notice publicly, and on the agenda is their election. So whoever shows up at the meeting that day is eligible to vote. We check to see that they're registered. If they're not registered, we register them to vote. In the past election, approximately 10 people showed up to vote in the 3 officers that were due for election. The other option would be to put it on our official ballot, which would be governed by 293.
Okay, and the reason why I asked that for my fellow commissioners at NACO, I brought this subject up, and I said we either have to have a real election or we have to figure out how this works. And many folks, so we're discussing it as 17 counties on how we put some more teeth into it so that there's a streamlined process on how that works. And I think as they've been very good on keeping their word, but I do think that the next legislative session will have, and I think that the NACO counties as a group will probably look to some guidance from you on the best way possible to streamline that so that people know how it exists.
So I just said 2 follow-ups. How many people showed up to vote?
Approximately 10.
So you could basically get a small carload of people and, determine the outcome of the election.
That's correct.
Yeah, that ain't gonna happen.
They do publicly notice the meeting and put it on their agenda that there'll be an election, but about 10 in the last election, which was.
Well, I think part of the problem is that our constituencies don't know what this does and that it even happens. So if they're not registered to vote, they just go there and you register and vote, and then they put their name on, and then they can vote for themselves?
That's correct.
The election.
Commissioner Scow.
And I think that's been sufficient for what's been going on with the budget. But I do have a concern if they did have the election and significant amount of money that I think the community, I think our constituencies would want more of a voice in how this taxpayer money is handled. So I don't think we need to act on it now, but should this ever come back up, I think I'd like to have the discussion on whether we'd want to have this be on a general ballot.
Well, yeah, when is the deadline for them deciding whether or not they want on the ballot? No, you said they met. You went to the meeting and they, at that meeting, said no. Can they change their mind?
The deadline for the question or for putting for the question, we're supposed to be getting that information so that they're submitting questions for review by late April, early May to prepare for us to put out for the committees for and against. But it's ultimately due on the 3rd Monday in July.
So what happens if between the time election filing closes and 3rd meeting in July, they say, you know what, we changed our mind, we want to put this on the ballot and get all this money?
I'm going to jump in. I'm sure Mr. Gloria has an excellent answer, but based on the sentiment that the board shared last meeting, I think Commissioner Scow accurately represented it, that should there be a change of course, knowing that the deadline to get the ballot question in still is at least 60 days, maybe longer, the board absolutely expressed an interest in changing the manner in which the officials are elected and moving away from the mass mailing and put it on the general election ballot. And if that were to occur, I think that we would revisit the issue, and it could either be as part of a board discussion, or you can give us direction to just move in that direction should they change their mind on the advisory ballot question. Either way would work for us.
But for now, you're comfortable that they're sincere in their representation, that can put it on a ballot this time?
Based on what occurred last week, yes.
Okay. Any other questions? I've got one card here. Mr. Harrison.
Morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, Justin Harrison with the Las Vegas Metro Chamber of Commerce. Just briefly to address item 51 and the manner of election for supervisors for the board of the Conservation District of Southern Nevada. Was in attendance at the January 28th meeting. Was grateful to see, due to the discussion that was had here on January 5th, and subsequently at that meeting, that there was a decision to find more community input. That has been the position of the business community. We feel that there needs to be input from the public as well as businesses, as these 700,000+ parcels could be assessed a new fee if this were to take effect and pass via general election ballot question. As far as the election process for these supervisors, with their new authority they've been given by the state legislature to put forward a ballot question, should they come together and vote to do so, we would support moving their election from this current process of mass meeting of electors to the general election. We feel it really brings the element of accountability. Currently, as was stated by Mr. Gloria at their last election, 10 folks showed up. Really, we feel this would bring an element of accountability to the voters of Clark County, as well as transparency, letting folks, both residents and businesses, know who their conservation board members would be, and what their budget items would be going to. With that, be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any further comments? Seeing none? Okay. Thank you very much.
Item 53, your addendum item's already been heard, so short of your closed-door session item, that would conclude your agenda.
This is the second time set aside for public comment. I've got a couple cards. Is there anyone wishing to address the board on any item? Please step forward, identify yourself for the record. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes.
Rachel Marks, Boulder Highway. Hi, I think I heard about you guys hearing my voice about how put limitations on the people who listed on the trip. Is that what you guys talking about on February 16th? I'm not sure. But anyway, I'm here to talk about how we should be able to be free to make our money, sell our paintings, I sell roses, our toys. There's about 6 people selling toys, 20, 25 people sell paintings throughout the strip. That's morning and evenings. 4 people selling roses out there, but limit to how many people can be in each little spot instead of everybody crowded in one spot. And yeah, it does look like a nuisance. But if you limit how many people can separate in one spot, separating throughout the strip, they won't look that much. And at least, those who should not be there, you put 3, 4 people on one side, or 3 or 4, then they have to leave. But at least we don't have second jobs, because we make enough money to pay our bills, to have money left over. We make enough money to take care of our families. We enjoy what we do. We like what we do. We are on bosses out there. Plus, we pay for everything. We're not illegal. We're black, white, Mexican. It's not just one little person doing it. A lot of us are different colors and different races. And that's it. Just the freedom to make our money how we choose to make it, and we don't hurt anybody. We're not the ones selling drugs out there. That's it. We don't sell beer. We don't sell water. That's what we do, and that's what we like. But thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And don't limit how many hours we can do it, because I know a lot of my friends, they start around 4 o'clock because of the heat, and they start around 12, And I usually go for 6 hours, sometimes 5 hours. And it takes care of it, because the later hours it gets, I seem to make more money. But they usually just stay around 12, but don't limit to our hours. But thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Miller, in response to her question, I believe she was referring to item 44.
I believe she's
private property.
That you set for hearing on February 16th, and that item does not cover the strip.
Cover the strip, correct. It was unrelated. I've got 2 more cards. Anyone wishing to speak during this portion of the public comment? Seeing someone. Come on down.
Hi, pardon me. Hi, how are you doing? I'm Don Morgan, 6747 Sumatra. I'm here regarding the Frainer project controls. I've got some binders here I'd like to bring back up. I spoke with you guys before.
Oh, sir, you're here regarding what?
Excuse me?
I didn't hear what you said. You're here regarding what?
The Frainer project controls
Okay,
and the
okay.
construction. I'm losing time now. So I've brought along with me the binders. I've got binder 1 that, in according with the district attorney's office, Frainer had legally binding contract relations with the Clark County Public Works. Per the DA's own guidelines, they have to meeting of the minds, and they came up with the scope of work, and it also included the fees and the duration of work. And we gave you copies that show all of the correspondence between the DA's very contract, the negotiations, also shown herein is an email from Dennis, which we don't think is necessarily a part of the whole thing. He's just doing his job. Mr. Cedarberg contacted the DA's office for their review. Binder 2 is an example of the work performed for Frainer and accepted by Dennis. Here's the cost analysis and listed part of phase 1 work. And binder 3 is an example of the work performed by Frainer and accepted by Dennis as well. Represents a complete overhaul of the manual format and a division breakdown. The changes from the divisions of content and headings are shown herein. A more complete version was provided to Dennis back in February. The various aspects of performing the work also listed in phase 1 scope of the work that was invoiced. Binder 4, several months ago, the DA asked for Dennis to write a letter rejecting the invoice that he had never refuted prior. The binder includes a letter and proof that each statement was false and that was a mere duplication of Matt Christensen's same rejection letter. All parties have been provided on numerous occasions the proof that the DAs admit to pulling the contract and payment because of fear of how Frainer would testify in relation to the case. Binder 5 is copies of the invoices as submitted as well. Ultimately, this shows and proves the legal binding contract relationship existed between the work performed and accepted. It also clearly provides damages and loss incurred and not being able to submit the SOQ. Just for your information too, the bar complaint has been reopened as of this morning because it was noted that they did not get in touch with Les Henley or any of the other key witnesses. I respectfully ask that you guys review this in your closed session, and please, if you could, email us back. The information is in here of how you would like to handle this. And we just would like to get this closed up and taken care of and paid for work that was accepted by the county. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak during this portion of the public comment?
I've left these binders here too for you
Okay.
guys.
Ms. Sabra or Randy or somebody? I don't know. Okay. Seeing no one, I will close this portion of public comment. Do I have a motion to go into what are we going into here? 243, 280, 241,
533B2. So moved.
We have a motion on the floor and a discussion. Please cast your votes. Marilyn, Chris, did somebody not vote?
I know, I like that.
Motion passes.
Clark County TV. TV for Clark County. Get it?
When there's snow, Mount Charleston gets thousands of visitors.
Traffic can block the highway. Snowplows can't get through. People play too close to the roads and emergency vehicles can't get through. It becomes a public safety hazard.
To make the most of your visit, plan ahead. Visit MountCharlestonWinter.com for information or call 511 to make sure the highway is clear. Go to Lee Canyon for skiing and snow play. Dress warmly, don't sled near roads or trees, and please don't leave any litter behind. Help keep our winter wonderland safe and clean for everyone to enjoy.
Don't press your luck. Steer clear of floodwater.
The Clark County Wetlands Park is a rare, significant open space within our valley's boundaries. It's a unique environment that features both desert and water. Historically, this land was once considered quite remote. Even so, this place has always attracted people. During the park's construction, an archaeological site is uncovered, offering clues about life here in the early 20th century.
Archaeology is two-dimensional, and when we walk and look for artifacts on the surface, we're only seeing kind of the tip of the iceberg. The rest is hidden in these thin layers. This is a historic foundation. We believe it's either the foundation, a shallow foundation to a house that was owned by the Bishop ranchers about 1900, 1910. We actually had to clear off some of this duff from the tamarisk bushes to view this little segment of wall and the far wall on the end. What this wall is probably the edge of a basement into some kind of a root cellar or the foundation to a house. We're digging this thoroughly. We're going to excavate the entire foundation, and we're going to excavate a trash scatter, which is over in a slumped area on the very edge of the wash. These artifacts tell us a lot. The color of this glass, which is unique, it's purple, and it's purple because of an additive that was put in it to make it clear. And once it's exposed to the sunlight, it then turns purple. We call it sun-turned amethyst. The materials that make this clear were all imported from Germany. And during World War I, we no longer imported those materials, so the glass after World War I does not turn purple. This is whiteware pottery. This is really typical of what you find out in the West during this period of time. Right over here is a bone sticking out, so we can learn a lot about what they had out here and how they lived, what they ate. The goal of archaeology is not the things within the structure. It's not the artifacts, it's not maybe the marble we'll find, but it's about what those artifacts tell us about what happened here and what that tells us about the people who lived here.
Few would have ventured to this region had it not been for the presence of water. For thousands of years, Native Americans inhabited the Las Vegas Wash. They used the wash as a travel corridor between the Las Vegas Valley and the Colorado River. Artifacts like seed grinding tools, cooking pits, corn pollen, and even pit houses show how tribes thrived near the wash. In 1829, the paths of these Native Americans were traced again, this time by a Mexican trader and explorer. Antonio Armijo led a caravan of 60 men and 100 mules down the Colorado River, resting at the mouth of the Las Vegas Wash before following the wash inland. His journey marked the founding of Las Vegas and established the first successful commercial trade route that would become known as the Old Spanish Trail, linking New Mexico to the California coast. The seasonal presence of water in this region encouraged grasses and mesquite trees to flourish near water channels, springs, and creeks. These meadows, Las Vegas in Spanish, allowed travelers to graze their livestock during their long journeys. By the early 1900s, natural springs and aquifers lured ranchers and farmers to settle the valley in significant numbers. Water from the springs allowed agriculture, livestock, and humans to flourish, in spite of the desert heat. People like these would bring their personal passions, curiosities, and ambitions here, transforming this desert to suit their dreams. In 1909, Las Vegas resident Leon Rockwell set out down the wash to visit the Colorado River. His diary and photographs tell the story of many who had traveled this land before.
We started from Vegas about 4 o'clock. We walked till 10 p.m. over the desert and covered 15 miles, which brought us to Bishop's Ranch, where we could get water and camp for the night. hit the trail for the river about 5:30 a.m., struck the mouth of the Vegas Wash about 11:30 a.m., covered 16 miles, and I believe it was the hottest 16 miles I'll ever cover on this planet. I perspired until it darn near run out of my shoes. We passed some deserted Indian cabins and a large flat stone, all covered with little stones. For every time an Indian passes there, he throws a stone or pebble on it. For luck, I guess. We've seen a good many old stone cabins built by the Spanish cowboys years ago, when grazing was pretty good through here. The river is like drinking paste. It is so thick and muddy. I've been drinking it now for 3 days. I'll bet there is adobe lining on my stomach an inch thick. Sat on the banks of the silvery Colorado for a few hours until bedtime. Built a campfire and boiled a large mess of beans. Rolled up in our blankets and forgot our troubles.
"100 years later, the ranch Leon Rockwell visited during his trip still holds clues about its history.
We finished digging the foundation. This wasn't a short-term occupation. We realized we had a house. This black line here is the roof. And what happened is water filled the structure, and then eventually the roof caved in, and it fell and laid over the first few flooding episodes. This is a single flood episode. This is likely another flood episode. This was a flood episode, but it came from a different direction. We found a really unusually large number of artifacts, way more than we anticipated at this site. And the artifacts tell us about who lived here. They tell us there was probably a woman, probably a mother. She had pins and a compact, combs, and buttons, lots and lots of buttons. We found 2 brooches, one out of metal and the other one a beautiful blue brooch. We suspect there's an adult male because of the cigarette tins, and there's also a Zippo lighter and lots of ammunition. This plate really makes me smile. My grandmother collected ironstone, and I could just see my grandmother with this plate. These were so common. This is classic turn of the century, and it also has a manufacturer mark on it, and we will be able to identify exactly where and when it was made. And that will tell us another picture, what this person came to the frontier with. The most spectacular item that hardly is ever found in my knowledge is a bag of, we think it's flour. A bag of flour gives us a key clue to what happened in this foundation, in this house, this structure. If they abandoned it, they would have taken this with them. What this tells us by finding this on the floor is that it was flooded and they didn't have an opportunity to clean it out first. So it was a catastrophic abandonment event. Around that time, in 1900, people would claim a parcel of government land up to generally around 160 acres. And in order to obtain that land from the government, they had to live on it for a period of time. They had to prove that they lived on it, and they had to do improvements. Alan Bishop applied for land from the government, and the application told us that he had a wife and 6 children. They lived in a house, and they had a milk house behind it. This site is an example of how people lived and tried to make a living and settled the West. We have a lot of information about the settlement of Las Vegas, but we have very little information about this broad expanse of the West. These difficult settings, these places where it was hot and they lived just off the land. It gives us a view of a family living and struggling to survive.
Farmers and ranchers like the Bishop family were not the only people flocking to southern Nevada. This land has a long history of people coming here to build their fortunes. By the late 1800s, the discovery of mineral deposits had already pulled in small groups of miners to the area. Although geographically isolated, southern Nevada's mining industry boomed during the late 1800s. The allure of profits brought prospectors in search of claims, engineers to build the mines, assayers to analyze the ore, and bankers to sell it. By the early 1900s, the arrival of the railroad turned this once quiet settlement into a growing community. The railways freighted ore from the mines, produce from California, and connected Los Angeles to Salt Lake City. The promise of future rail commerce led to land auctions that helped establish Las Vegas. In 1928, a federal government plan to build the world's biggest dam opened the floodgates for tens of thousands seeking employment in the area. Initially living in tents and other primitive shelters, Hoover Dam workers would transform the community yet again, with many putting down roots after the work was completed. The legalization of gaming in 1931 would seal the deal, kicking off an industry that would attract both tourists and permanent residents for years to come. During World War II, the valley's population increased again as workers arrived to staff the area's military defense industries. The world's largest magnesium plant, built to produce materials for ammunition and aircraft, would employ 13,000 workers, 10% of Nevada's total workforce at the time. The once remote location of southern Nevada has become a vital, densely settled urban center, one of the most rapidly growing places in the United States. In the past 2 decades, Clark County has experienced a population boom unlike any other. It's now home to nearly 2 million people. The story of those who have gone before us is written in this landscape. The Clark County Wetlands Park is the next chapter of that story. Visit the park and explore this land that holds so much of our history.
It's very nice. Look at that.
The Clark County Wetlands Park. It's yours.
Hi, I'm Governor Brian Sandoval. Public safety is a topmost concern for me, and it's a well-known fact that a victim's chance of survival is greatest within a short period following severe trauma. To help our drivers on the roadway, I'm proud to support the Yellow Dot program. Here to present the program to Southern Nevada is Assemblyman Derek Armstrong.
Roadway accidents happen every day. To assist incident victims who are unable to communicate or can't remember important medical information, Yellow Dot helps first responders react as quickly as possible at accident scenes by providing valuable medical information about drivers and their passengers. To get started with the program, you can pick up a free Yellow Dot kit at participating locations or request a kit via mail by calling 702-676-1754.
You're watching CCTV 4, Clark County Television 4, TV for the county.
It's the one place in Las Vegas where prehistory comes to life beneath your feet. We believe a dream garden is an achievable goal. Wildlife is raised to its higher state, and there are many more stories at the Springs Preserve where all that matters is what's elemental. The original and prominent natural features of the preserve is our spring mound, a constant source of mystery and discovery that yields information about the peoples and animals of the past with every artifact uncovered by our archaeology team.
Well, we have this very unique resource here at the Springs Preserve and in the Spring Mound. And there's probably about 26 or so spring mounds found throughout the Las Vegas Valley. And to have one on our property is a special and unique situation.
And it loomed even larger in the life of this environment when it was a verdant and spring-fed setting.
Because they were a source of water, there was a lot of attraction to animals, a lot of attraction to people to these spring mounds. So there was always a lot of cultural activity, not just by people, but also by animals and the plant growth. And so it was quite an attraction to bring people to these spring mounds.
Still today, the surroundings are rich with evidence of the Spring Mound's role as a hunting and picnic ground, practically paved with pieces of tools and weapons, pots and fire pits left behind by historic and prehistoric Native Americans.
There was activity happening on the Spring Mound going back thousands of years all the way through probably to contact with European settlers. The oldest artifacts that we've actually recovered from the Las Vegas Springs Preserve, from our property here, come from the surface of the Spring Mound. And these are things that are mostly late Archaic period.
But as old as the site and its artifacts are, both are worth surveying for new finds again and again.
We've done surveys on these spring mounds before, and like anywhere else in any sort of cultural area where people have lived for thousands of years, you're going to find artifacts on the surface. And so every few years it makes sense to go back and resurvey areas that you've already been over, because over time, as rain falls, as wind blows, more and more artifacts become uncovered. So the last time we did a full-scale survey of the spring mound was probably about 2007. And so we're looking to update our maps, update our information, and update the types of artifacts that we find on the spring mound here.
And the current survey benefited immensely because a team of eager archaeology students were able to use tried and true methods, along with the latest technology, to map the artifacts they found.
I'm teaching an archaeological field methods class at UNLV, and mostly it's classroom-based, but we wanted to have an opportunity where we could bring the students out into the field and actually do some real archaeological work. So none of the students had any experience really in the field before. So this was the first time that they were able to find archaeological remains in situ, so in the ground. We started off by spacing ourselves out along the edge of this survey area here, and each student had a bunch of flags in their hands. So we walk across the terrain, looking at the ground to see if we find anything. A student just found a projectile point, so an arrowhead, just a few minutes ago. So we'll flag that, and then what we do, once we have a whole bunch of flags in the ground, we'll use the total station up here, which is basically a mapping tool, so we can map in the location of each artifact that we've encountered in survey. But this morning we found about 350 artifacts in about 20 minutes. So that tells you how dense the material here is. And it's going to be a big job, but the students are having a really good time, so that's what it's all about.
For the archaeologists as well, the array of structures and utensils provides a rewarding view of the ancient humans who lived here.
The artifacts that we found during the survey are exactly what you would expect to find from a habitation of people living in a spot for a long period of time. We have projectile points, of course, that we found. We have the hearths, the roasting pits, the thermal features. We also have pieces and parts of ceramics from different time periods, going back to the ancestral Pueblo and all the way through to the Paiute period. We also find parts of grinding stones that would have been used for processing seeds, mesquite pods, corn, any other sort of vegetable matter that you would have ground into a flour. We find some of those here as well.
But they've still only scratched the surface of the Spring Mound's potential revelations and are hoping to dig deeper into its hidden possibilities.
We know that other spring mounds in the valley, they've found mammoth, bison, camel, early horse have been recovered from those. And we don't exactly know how old our spring mound is. We don't exactly know if we have any of these large megafauna that are located in there. And so ultimately, the survey that we're doing now will lead us to future work, hopefully some larger scale testing so we could actually do some excavations into that spring mound and answer some of those questions.
But for now, they're looking forward to showing these artifacts to modern visitors, who will undoubtedly find in them a greater understanding of the people who used to make the Spring Mound one of the earliest gathering places at the preserve.
In many ways, we may seem about as far from the Earth's polar regions as you can get, except that the Mojave and the Arctic are both environments of extremes with dramatic tales to tell and lessons to share.
The newest traveling exhibit coming to the Springs Preserve will be Arctic Voices. So the exhibit introduces the visitors to the circumpolar north, which is the area around the globe that the Arctic, we think of the Arctic Ocean, but it also extends, in Alaska, Canada, Greenland, Denmark, Norway, Finland, places like that. So Russia, all the way around the globe. It looks at the effects of global climate change. It puts everything in context in terms of geography. It also gives people an idea of how the Arctic affects traditional global weather patterns. Visitors will also have an opportunity to learn more about the research that scientists are doing and how native peoples are contributing to that research using traditional knowledge. In addition, it introduces to some of the animals, so folks will have an opportunity to interact with some of the animal specimens. We've also got a very large polar bear taxidermy specimen that will be coming down with this exhibit. Visitors will also have an opportunity to experience an under the ice opportunity there, and then also learn more about how native people's culture is affected by the Arctic. Visitors to the exhibit will also learn more about the adaptations that animals have to survive and thrive in the Arctic. For example, whales or seals have a thick layer of blubber or fat that helps keep them warm. So there are a lot of different kinds of things that animals do to survive in the Arctic. Same with some of the plants. Some plants may go dormant at certain times of the year, may have other ways to keep their seeds in such a way that they're still viable for the next season. It's really geared towards families of all ages. There's content in there which is appropriate for adults as well as children.
On display now in the Big Springs Gallery, you can view an astonishing variety of the prize-winning artworks and literary creations submitted by local students to the prestigious Scholastic Awards. For more information, visit springspreserve.org.
The incredible variety of native and desert-adapted plants that flourish throughout the year here in the Mojave yields so many landscaping possibilities. We wanted to offer some practical tips to help you design your own dream garden.
So you want to ask the questions of how will you use the space, when will you use it, is it primarily during the cooler months, are you going to be here year-round using the space, which will dictate a need for shade and some other considerations. Do you use it primarily at night or in the daytime? Who will be using it? Do you have pets, children, some considerations for safety? Are you entertaining? There's a lot of factors to consider. So once you've decided some of those things, that's useful for your own planning and to give to a designer that could assist with that.
Early on, you'll have to consider what your dream is worth and how much beauty you can afford to buy.
Some other factors to consider would be what your budget is primarily. So this could determine if you're doing a lot of the work yourself, if you're going to do the work in phases, and what size plants you start with, for instance. Larger plants are going to be a little more costly, a lot more costly in some cases than smaller plants. In addition to budget, you want to consider what the aesthetic that appeals to you is. There might be a certain look. If you're out using the space year-round, you might consider year-round color, foliage interest. Are you drawing wildlife to the space? Are you growing edibles? So a lot of factors on what the aesthetic that you desire and what the use will be are really key to having a successful plan.
A successful plan that's designed from the beginning to complement the major existing structures and attractions in your yard.
Do you have hot tub and water features? Some things that might be a little more costly and that need some planning before you're actually designing around those features. So do you have hardscape? Are you installing a paver patio? Barbecue, seating features, large shade structures, things like that need to come into place first. And then we work down to trees and larger plants that might be much larger succulents, and then smaller shrubs, working our way down to smaller and smaller plants. And so we're working from the larger, more expensive in many cases, features down to some of the smaller, more manageable things that we could do ourselves.
But even the most inspired dream garden will never come to life without good soil and the right amounts of water for the needs of the plants in our arid conditions.
So when you're considering your soils, in many cases the plants are going to want a little bit of amendment depending on if you're going with full natives or if you're going with plants that might appreciate a little bit more organic matter. It really depends on your plant palette. But if you do choose to amend your soil, this can be done year-round really. And we can do this by adding compost, fully composted manures, leaf molds, things like that, turning the soil in. Adding that amendment any time of the year is fine. In most landscapes, 3 zones is a pretty safe amount to account for in irrigation. So we want to have a tree zone, a shrub zone, and then either a succulent zone or a turf zone or an edible zone. You just have to put things on the same zone that are going to have the same water requirements.
And planting a xeriscape with water-smart and desert-loving plants will be easy on your budget and your eyes.
Xeriscape can actually save you in a lot of ways. It can save resources of irrigation and maintenance. It saves a lot of time if you're planting wisely and putting the right plant in the right place. Sometimes they are going to be the best suited for a space because they are well adapted to the desert conditions, so you're not going to have a lot of loss. If you make some smart choices with frost tolerance, you can really well match them to a site and have very low maintenance, very low key, beautiful plants that also take very little of your time and use a lot less water than other plants could. So it's a really smart decision overall for a very beautiful landscape.
Of course, we can help you make that leap from designing to doing if you visit the preserve for a class or a tour of our own dream garden in the process of coming true.
The Springs Preserve is a great resource to actually find out some of the next steps that you need to take, whether you're starting from scratch or you have a little bit of experience under your belt. We have a lot of classes and a lot of hands-on workshops that we offer here that can really take you through all the steps that you would need, starting from the basics and working all the way through design and installation of plants in your landscape. But to know what they actually look like once they're planted and what they look like as a mature plant is very helpful. So coming to visit the Springs Preserve, other gardens and homes, and seeing what the mature plants look like in all the stages and phases of their life is really critical.
If you're a homeowner or professional landscape designer who's made the most of our precious water resources in creating a lush and colorful outdoor living space, then you can share your accomplishments and be rewarded for them as well by entering this year's Southern Nevada Landscape Awards. Log on to springspreserve.org for more information.
There's no doubt about the compelling case Sharon K. Schaefer is making as an artistic and scientific advocate for the natural world through her powerful black and white photographs now on display at the Nevada State Museum in an exhibit eloquently titled Becoming Animals, Standing Witness for the Sentient Wild.
I always say I'm a wildlife biologist by education and an artist and photographer by passion. I think my skill as a biologist gives me the ability to observe very closely, and for me to feel like I'm doing a complete good work, I want it to be accurate, scientifically accurate, and so that's where the obsession with detail comes from, I think. So part of the show was just to represent and at least have us consider that they're sentient beings. And we should afford them respect for that and not treat them as objects. And then much of the rest of it was devoted to kind of looking at ecological issues that are going on, and part of that reflects on how we treat the animals. So it's portraits in the beginning, and then there's a number of pieces that kind of are meant to challenge a person, and I hope that people take the time, and this is a show that takes some thought and time, but I hope they take the time to read what I've written and to consider the image and think about some of these environmental issues and how we relate to animals.
We're about to enjoy a new beginning as every living thing at the preserve welcomes the warmth of the longer, sunnier days and greets the eager guests and members who are ready to attend our signature spring festivals and events. The schedule offers an entertaining and educational mix of experiences for people of all interests and ages. From May's Brews and Blues Festival for adults who want to sample down-home music and a whole world of beers, to our spring plant sale for current and future desert gardeners. And these are anchored by two of our most popular seasonal events, Runaway with Cirque du Soleil and our Ice Cream Festival.
The spring plant sale this year will be in early April. We'll have thousands of native and desert-adapted plants available for purchase. So these are great plants for people who have desert landscapes and are looking for plants that maybe they can't get somewhere else. They're more unique. And then the members at the plant sale, they get, in addition to the 10% discount, they also get early admission at 7 a.m. So they're getting an hour to themselves to get first pick on the plants, which is, I think, something that they really enjoy. The Cirque Run actually is a 5K and 1 mile fun walk. It's a family event, super fun, a really special morning. The Cirque characters are out in costume, in makeup. They're interacting with the guests. There's a children's play area, photo opportunities. There's a great warm-up with the Cirque characters. And then the 5K and the 1 mile walk are actually out on our trail. So it's really unique, really interesting, and a cool thing to do. Ice Cream Festival, one of my favorite events. Every year, people just flock out with their families. It's a great day. We're open from 10 to 4. You pay admission for the Ice Cream Festival event, and then it's all-you-can-eat ice cream all day long. We have an ice cream eating contest on the main stage. We have everything from chocolate, vanilla, strawberry ice cream cones to root beer floats, ice cream sundaes. We have games and crafts for kids, a bubble play station. It's just a fun day to get outside, come down to the Springs Preserve, and just enjoy some family time and ice cream.
Also throughout the spring, we have a continuous parade of our cultural events for our diverse community, including February's Mardi Gras Vegas and Black History Month festivals, followed by our very popular Dia del Niño and Ohana festivities in April and May.
Mardi Gras Vegas, third year. We are doing it this year actually in time for Mardi Gras, so that's exciting. We are doing it a daytime event this year, so we want to really emphasize the family aspect of it. It's not just for adults. This is a great opportunity to expose the entire family to Mardi Gras traditions, Southern foods. We do have a beer garden for adults, so we'll have Louisiana beers and Hurricanes for sale from Divine, and then children's quarters with a juggler and fun games and crafts, so really good entertainment. People sing around. Black History Month Festival this year, it continues to grow. It's another fun family event. Lots of great food vendors. We have Soul Delicious, Divine Cafe will be here, Seven Seas, and great entertainment on the stage, carnival games, crafts for the kids.
But what makes our lively variety of festivals most worthwhile for all of us is their contribution to creating an essential and enduring crossroads of culture and community here at the Springs Preserve.
2015 was a really successful year for us. Attendance increased at events significantly for all of the events across the board, which is great. For us, that just means adding more activities and expanding the footprint and continuing to offer the best events we can.
Here at the Preserve, there are plenty of educational opportunities on every trail, throughout our gardens, within our museums and living collection. That's why we're working with local Boy Scouts to earn merit badges that have more meaning, because we're getting them out where they can learn about everything this natural and historical setting has to offer.
In the past, we've done a Scout Quest where it was like a one-day event where the Scouts would come in and go through several different programs so they could get their badge. There are several badges that take more than just a 2 or 4 hour course. Like, for instance, gardening, you need to have a lot of prerequisites and learning how to germinate plants and things like that. So instead of just trying to jam it all into an 8-hour time, we decided to spread it out. And so there will be different badges offered on different weekends. And it depends on the badge. One badge, the Scouts might only come one Saturday for 2 hours, or maybe one Saturday for 4. But like with archaeology, you have so many hours of class, and then you have so many hours involving the actual field work. So it just depends on the season as well, and just whatever that badge might be. Since we have such a wonderful facility here, it's not going to be just sitting in a classroom. Like, for instance, the archaeology, you'll be actually on a site doing some hands-on digging. Our horticulture team will be doing things like plant science, landscape design, water conservation, that type of thing. So we will be able to use the whole facility, which I think is even greater than it has been in the past. So we'll be kind of out and about, depending on the badge. It's youth education, adult education, families, so it all kind of works in together. So I think it's a perfect fit.
What kid wouldn't want to come to camp with us during spring break when they could spend the week traveling the world and enjoying its coolest, greenest, eco-funniest features while exploring our exhibits and experiencing our new live bug show? Register them online at springspreserve.org for the active education of a lifetime.
Chef Cicely is on a roll with a beautifully simple technique that will bring more flavorful herbs and spices to your meal by changing the traditional billing of bread and butter into a better one of butter and bread.
Howdy folks, my name is Chef Cicely and I'm joining you from the Divine Cafe in the Springs Preserve in Las Vegas, Nevada. Today, we're going to be exploring the compound effect of making compounded butter. So everybody loves bread and butter. It's a wonderful hors d'oeuvre. So today, we're going to be making a compound butter with garlic, with onion, and also with parsley. So in order to make a compound butter, the first thing we have to do is prepare all of the ingredients. So the first ingredient we'll prepare is going to be the garlic. For the garlic, these are whole heads. They've already been peeled. They've already been cleaned. All I did with them was take them, toss them in some vegetable oil or canola oil, put them in the oven at about 350 degrees for 10 to 15 minutes or so. And when they come out, I have these nice roasted heads of garlic. To prepare the ingredient all the way, I want to chop these up and smash them so that they'll incorporate nice and fluidly into the butter. So the way I'm going to do that is actually to first kind of press them out onto my board. And then I'm going to chop them. And that just makes it a little bit easier so that I'm not chasing them around as they run away from my knife on the cutting board. All right. So I'm going to take this garlic and add it to a bunch of other garlic that I've got already prepared. The next thing I want to do is prepare my onion. Fairly straightforward process. An onion can be sweated or it can be caramelized. My preference is to caramelize it. Here I have some onions that had been caramelizing for a while. I just put them in a saute pan over medium-low heat. with canola or vegetable oil to coat the bottom of the pan. And I put them in, and then as it's cooking, all I do is every time I walk by, or every time I think about it, I just go around and I scoop the edges, making sure that there's no onion strings stuck to the side of the pan. Bring it into the center and then press it out so that the onion is in a nice singular layer over the bottom of the pan. Once those onions are done, I take them, give them another rough chop just like the garlic. And now I have garlic, I have onions, and I have some chopped parsley. This is all going to get mixed into some butter that has been held or allowed to bring up to room temperature so that it's not melted, but that it's nice and soft. So what I'm going to do now is simply just mix all this together so that it's nice and homogeneous. Homogeneous meaning that it looks the same. If I picked up any little spoonful of butter, I'd see the same amount of parsley, I'd see the same amount of garlic, and the same amount of onions in each little teaspoon. So now my butter is all starting to look the same, so I don't have bits of butter without any flavor in it. I've got onions, garlic, and parsley throughout. And now here comes what I think is the really fun part. So I've got my cutting board here, or my surface. I'm going to get that all nice and clean and squared out, and take a large piece of plastic wrap. Any type of plastic wrap will do. I'm going to spread that out, and on the bottom I'm going to put a little bit of a mixture of some pink finishing salt mixed with some smoky paprika. Then on that, I'm going to take my butter, just a bit, sprinkle a little bit more on top. And now I'm going to begin to fold it over and press what's in the back toward the front to get rid of any air bubbles that are in there. Fold it over again, rolling it nice and tight. And now I'm going to begin my spinning. So I'm rolling it into nice round shape in the plastic wrap, pressing that paprika, pressing that salt into it, or whatever else I might have decided I wanted to put on there. And now I've got a nice round shape with two beautiful little bounties on the end. Tie those off, and now I have compound butter. This little guy could sit in my freezer for up to 6 months, or in my refrigerator. And whenever I was ready to have a little bit of a dish where I wanted some bread and butter that was maybe a little bit extra special, all I've got to do is get out my compound butter, and I can take just a nice little slice, and I have a perfect pate of compound butter to serve. So thank you very much for joining me here at the Divine Cafe in the Springs Preserve. My name is Chef Cicely, and I hope to see you here.
There's a lot more to discover, so join us next time here at the Springs Preserve, where ancient history, the farthest horizons, deepest mysteries, and daily adventures of the human, animal, and plant worlds mingle to bring new life to Las Vegas.
I am for the child who's had 7 addresses in a single year. because she's in foster care, because her father abused her. And her mother couldn't believe her. She is the child I am for. I am a CASA volunteer. I am you.
Take the weapon out of their hands. Take the criminals off the streets. Make them pay for their crimes. Graffiti is a crime, and you're paying for it. With lower home values, up to $30 million in cleanup costs, and neighborhood blight. It's time to hold these criminals accountable. Call 385-5555 and turn in a tagger. You may get a $500 reward from Crime Stoppers and help prevent other crimes. Together, we are targeting area graffiti.
Kath and I knew that Jenny'd been partying a bit. Found out she tried heroin.
Most people don't know what to say about drugs, but we do. Visit us at drugfree.org.
Hi, I'm Lance Burton, and you're watching CCTV for Clark County.
The Regional Flood Control District was created in the late 1980s. For most of this time, Gail Frazier was the general manager and chief engineer. Although you might not know his name, he has been the head of most projects in flood control in Clark County for the past 27 years. Today on the Flood Channel, we're going to talk about his legacy and what's next for the district. Before the district was created, there was no regional approach to flood control. In 1987, when Gail Frazier started his job at the district, he didn't know his job would become his legacy.
When Frazier retired this spring, those who had worked with him over the years came to pay tribute to his career.
Recall in the early days of the district, it was pretty controversial trying to get that initial master plan in place or just get the district created. We had people coming forward and protesting almost every meeting. So, Mr. Chairman, I think of all those projects, Virginia described a lot of them. You know, think of what it took to make it where the Charleston underpass doesn't flood, the multi-year Twain Avenue storm drain project, huge detention basins, projects in Mesquite, Boulder City, Las Vegas, Henderson, North Las Vegas, Moapa Valley, Laughlin, Searchlight, it just goes on, where we had massive flooding before. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm hoping that you will lead the board in singing the district fight song, because due largely to Gail's efforts, now the rain on Twain falls mainly in the drain.
The district's first general manager was Virginia Valentine. Turns out she was also once Gail Frazier's boss.
Under his stewardship, over 90 detention basins and 590 miles of channel were completed. 50 square miles were removed from flood hazard areas. That's 50 square miles that otherwise could not have been developed or housed our residents who live here today. And remember, all of this happened during a period of phenomenal, unprecedented, and maybe growth we'll never see again here in Clark County.
During Frazier's last meeting, a number of national representatives came to offer recognition. Frazier received honors from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, representatives from U.S. Senator Harry Reid and Representative Joe Heck came with proclamations and certificates. Frazier also received an award from the National Association of Flood and Stormwater Management Agencies. Local governments each thanked Frazier in their own distinct ways with proclamations, facility name, and other recognition.
A powerful influence and a change agent for Southern Nevada, and clearly best practices in flood control came into place because of the hard work that you did. And so our mayor and council and the 280,000 residents in Henderson have deemed this Gail Frazier Day in Henderson. So you have free parking in Henderson today.
He made
a remarkable difference in the lives of hundreds of thousands of Southern Nevadans over the many years that he has served. I am grateful to him for doing that and keeping my family and other families in Clark County out of harm's way.
Now that we've taken a look back, we want to introduce you to our new General Manager and Chief Engineer.
Steve Parrish may be the new General Manager of the district, but he's been working his way up to this position for quite some time.
I began my career at the Clark County Department of Public Works. I worked as an engineer there, reviewing drainage studies for private developments. And then I chose to move over here to the Regional Flood Control District and began here as a senior engineer, worked up through principal engineer and engineering director, eventually was promoted to assistant general manager, and now I'm general manager. I've been living in Las Vegas since 1978. I went to elementary school here, I went to junior high and also high school here, and then I went to UNLV and got my degree, my bachelor's degree in civil engineering at UNLV. Las Vegas has changed a lot over the years since 1978. I remember as a kid, driving with my mom and dad around town and seeing the flooded areas even back then. And, we've come a long way since then, made a lot of progress, and a lot of those problem areas that used to exist have, now been taken care of and aren't much of a problem anymore. So it's been good to see the changes over the years.
The district has worked hard to complete the projects over the years. With so many projects built already, Parrish knows exactly where he wants the district to go in the future.
We've made a lot of progress over the years. We've built many facilities. We just surpassed the 600-mile mark on the channels and storm drains, on links of channels and storm drains. And, so we've got a lot of momentum, I think. And I think one of the main goals of my after I got promoted was to continue that momentum and make sure that we continue building these facilities as quickly as we can.
Building on that momentum, Parrish also wants to continue the tried and true regional approach that's made the district so successful.
All of our projects are important to us. It doesn't matter if it's in an outlying area or if it's in the city of Las Vegas. I think every project that we do is important to Southern Nevada as a whole. And so, our philosophy has always been to do everything regionally, to build up the system throughout Southern Nevada and not just focus on one location and try to fix that one location. And so I think that served us well over the years.
Environmental concerns are some of the immediate challenges the district is tackling.
That's the main focus right now. We do have a lot of challenges ahead of us, particularly on the environmental side of the house, trying to make sure we're in compliance with the Clean Water Act and with staying in the good graces of the EPA. We need to make sure that we're handling our MPDES, our National Pollution Discharge Elimination System permit, well, and we just got audited on that permit from the state, and so we got to deal with the results of that audit, and also we got to deal with getting that permit reissued here in the near future.
Despite the challenges, Parrish has found his job to be rewarding.
We see it every day that we get these projects completed, and people that have dealt with flooding issues for years and years and years, suddenly they don't have to worry about flooding anymore. It's not something that's on their radar anymore, and they don't have to think about it and just go on with life, and it just improves the quality of life for the people that live in Southern Nevada. We're constantly hearing from people thanking us about, we were able to get removed from the flood zone, and beyond that, we're not going to get flooded anymore, and we don't really have to worry about that. It's just a great thing.
Hey, my name's Katie, and I'm in the 9th grade. I'm an A average student, and I'm an athlete working towards a scholarship. And everybody tells me how much potential I have. But I just wish someone would tell me where my next meal is coming from. Katie, how'd I do?
Do you have to be so serious?
Well, I mean, I did like a crazy dance in a movie, if you want me to do a little, no.
Play a role in ending hunger. Visit feedingamerica.org/hunger and find your local food bank.
Up to 40% of businesses never recover after experiencing a major disaster. Make a plan at ready.gov/business.
I'm Agent Smith.
And I'm Agent Jones.
We're busting people who pollute Clark County.
Uh-oh.
Sir, your dog left a little gift for us.
He did?
Sir, pet waste can wash off lawns, down storm drains, untreated into Lake Mead.
Oh.
Sir, when Fido leaves a gift, do your duty. Scoop it and toss it.
Oh, okay.
Do something positive.
Don't trash Clark County. It's our home, too.
As you just saw in that ad, pollution continues to be a problem in the district, and we need to try to find new ways to address this. Today on the Flood Channel, we are debuting our new commercial with the animals of Lake Mead.
Lake Mead is full of life, a seemingly endless aquatic parade, attracting and sustaining busy desert creatures. It's one of the most diverse ecosystems in Nevada, with species found nowhere else on Earth. But every time soap suds run down your driveway, oil drips in the streets, fertilizer washes off your lawn, or random trash gets swept in our storm sewers, their home gets a little uglier. They get a little sicker. If we don't take simple steps to change our ways, soon you'll wonder where all our friends have gone. It's time to clean up our act, Southern Nevada. To get your home or business lake-friendly certified, visit belakefriendly.com.
The animals of Lake Mead are a great way to teach children about pollution. We also go right into the schools and bring the message of flood safety.
The district school outreach program is critical to get youngsters aware of flood dangers from an early age.
So that when it rains in bedrock, all the water goes right here, and then it goes into one of these channels, like this, and then your houses and roads don't flood. Isn't that cool? Yeah.
Children learn the reasons it floods here in the desert and learn ways to keep both themselves and their families out of harm's way.
How many of you guys have been to Lake Mead? Yeah, that's cool. So when it rains in Mount Charleston or Red Rock, which you guys are really close to, all the water wants to go from Red Rock to Mount Charleston to Lake Mead. But guess what's in the center? Who's in the center? Yeah. We are in the center. So we do all of that and a little bit more.
District engineers also visit schools to talk the science of flood control.
What happens is the channels then all drain into a detention basin, right? So they'll flow into the detention basin, and the water's coming in just like we saw on that where it was coning. It's coming in really hard. If you put it across the river, then it's actually called a dam, right? But the levees run alongside so that as the river rises, the water doesn't come over here and flood this area.
This year, we had a successful flash flood season with no fatalities and only a few problems. Here are some of the ways we communicated flash flood safety to the community.
Monsoon moisture was already in the air when the district held its Flash Flood Safety News Conference in late June at the Cal Canyon Detention Basin.
This is one of 90 detention basins that have been built throughout southern Nevada and Clark County. It's designed to capture flows that are coming essentially out of the mountains, detain those flows, and release the flow at a much more controlled flow rate downstream.
Numerous television, radio, and print reporters were on hand to help spread the message. And local leaders stress how important the district's construction project on nearby Grand Teton Drive is making Northwest Las Vegas safer.
And we know as we have Sky Canyon being built out, this will in fact protect them as well. Mother Nature certainly has issued her challenge to us, and we have responded quickly and specifically as possible. But each one of us, and you too, need to think and act responsibly. Stay out of compromised and probably dangerous driving and pedestrian roadways. It's up to each one of us to make sure that those we know, we spread the word, stay away from flood waters, don't go around barricades, and be mindful of the flash floods.
Another big focus of our communication this year was making sure the public knew about Senate Bill 156. The new law, which took effect on July 1st, makes drivers liable for their rescue or the removal of their vehicle from floodwaters if they enter a barricaded area.
If you drive through a flooded roadway or drive around a flood warning barricade and you need to have yourself, your vehicle, and the other occupants of your vehicle rescued, if the danger of getting swept away and the possibility of being killed by floodwaters doesn't resonate with you, maybe the expense of having to pay for your rescue will.
Another way the district reaches out to the community is through our smartphone app, Flood Spot. Here you can get up-to-date information about flash floods in your area, and there's a game for your kids to play.
This year, the district also moved some of its advertising to smartphone apps like Pandora and to electronic billboards with live flash flood watches. Of course, our flood safety advertising was also all over television.
We have all seen the devastation that floods can cause to homes and lives in Clark County. Has your neighborhood or home ever been affected by major storms? Federal flood insurance is a smart and cost-effective investment if you think your home is vulnerable. Some easy-to-understand assessments can help determine if you need flood insurance. Call your insurance agent or call 1-888-CALL-FLOOD or visit the Regional Flood Control District's website for guidance. See if flood insurance makes sense for you.
If you want to learn more about the district or flash floods, you can like us on Facebook or follow us on Twitter. You can also download our smartphone app, Flood Spot. It might be the safest thing you have on your phone.
I'm Matt Lewis, and you're watching CCTV 4, Clark County. Thank you. Thank you very much.
The Clark County Wetlands Park contains many kinds of landscapes for you to explore, while never having to leave Las Vegas. Whether you visit to see the beautiful desert expanse or the cool, shady wetlands, you'll find an array of plants and animals unique to each habitat.
We don't have very many places in the Mojave Desert where we have a corridor with running water in the middle of it. The biggest variety of habitats, of course, in the valley occur here in the park. Our rarest habitat probably has to be the aquatic wetlands, which is the water and the water's marshy edge. There just isn't that much aquatic wetlands in southern Nevada anywhere. We have the riparian zone, which we kind of call the ribbon of